30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. My name is Maria Molina. I'm a news correspondent for Univision Network and also for RCN Radio. This milestone event today celebrates 30 years of very rigorous investigation at the research department here at the IDB. We are very honored to have all of you today.
Es un honor contar con la presencia de todos ustedes. Para aquellos que asisten aquí en la sala, tienen equipos de interpretación simultánea que se encuentran en la mesa a la derecha. Pueden escuchar los canales de inglés y español, y los que están siguiéndonos en Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, pueden encontrar los enlaces del evento en inglés y en español. Simplemente pueden pasar a las descripciones.
Del Departamento de Investigación del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Mi nombre es María Molina, soy corresponsal en Washington de la cadena Univisión, también de RCN Radio Colombia. Para todos ustedes que están aquí en esta sala de conferencias, a mi derecha pueden encontrar la forma para tener traducción simultánea al inglés y al español. También tenemos muchas personas en este momento conectadas en Facebook, en Twitter, en LinkedIn, también en YouTube. Ahí van a poder encontrar nuestra transmisión en inglés, también en español. Solamente deben ir a la descripción del evento. Bienvenidos a este evento. Ahora I would like to invite the IDB President.
Ahora quisiera invitar al presidente del BID, el señor Ilan Goldfein. Ahora se presenta al estrado para los comentarios de apertura. Muchas gracias. ¿Tiene usted el uso de la palabra? Buenos días a todos. Estamos aquí en una ocasión muy especial. Son 30 años que celebramos en el Departamento de Investigación y con tantos buenos amigos presentes, economistas
It's
jefes.
great to be here around, and I would like to thank the Research Department to remind us of the 30 years. That was a great idea, and I'm very happy to see everybody here. Thanks for joining us. We have here staff members, we have board members, we have here with us colleagues, former colleagues. We're all in this festivity. This is about research, and in particular, I feel very close to research. I started my career in universities at PUC in Brazil, Fundação Getúlio Vargas, Brandeis, visiting some American universities, including my own MIT. I also dealt with research in my career. I was chief economist for several years, 8 years at Itaú. Some of you also were there. Dealt with the research departments at the central bank, worked at the IMF in the research department. So I do feel contact with a more applied research in these institutions, and more recently in the policymaking and governments, from the central bank to the IMF as the Western director, and now in this role at the IDB. I'm telling you because this is the nexus I see with a research department in an institution like the IDB. Is the glue between the academic, the policy work, or the policy research, and then the policy work by the policymakers. And this connection is the comparative advantage and where I think the role of a research department of the IDB lies. And I'm glad to say that this nexus between research, applied research, policymaking has been quite strong in these 30 years at the IDB. It is about, as I'm mentioning lately, it's all about how we're doing things, how much impact we have in the region, impact in a scale that makes a difference. So our strategy is about impact and scale. And the research department, in order to have impact, it is important that it has influence in the public debate, in somehow shaping and orienting the public debate. So the topics that the researchers choose or that the IDB fosters are very important. Over these 30 years, this has been done by this institution, by many of you here, shaping the debate. Let me give you a few examples that you will remember. Who remembers the sudden stops? The volatility of capital. What about the issues on exchange rate regimes? Accumulating international reserve, hard currencies. How can we be resilient to shocks? Then we had the period where we're talking about financial markets. Or when we talk about analyzing policy-making processes. Or when we started talking about political economy and how this shapes policies. We have been talking about productivity growth. And we have done it more recently. Surprise, surprise, because we have not gotten productivity growth in the region. So we have to keep trying. More recently, shaping the discussion about spending, consolidation of fiscal. How do you do it in the best way? That's part that's come from here, from the research department. So over the years, this department has shaped the public debate. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the people that have done this happen. We had very important chief economist, and a lot of you are here. So let me just mention some of you. So we have Guillermo Calvo, Eduardo Loya, Jose Juan Ruiz. We have Santiago Levy, Ricardo Hausmann, now Eric Parado. I hope I didn't forget anybody. But those are the chief economists that have pushed the public debate in Latin America and shaped it. But we also have other economists here. Thank you, Andre. Velasco will be with us. I see some of you, Charlie, Enrique, I have Teresa, a lot of you. I hope I don't forget the rest, but all of them had a very, Ernesto here, all of you have been very fundamental, not only for the IDB, but for the region. So let me just thank all of you. Please give me have an applause for. This is about the 30 years. Shaping the public debate is important. Defining the topics that are important to have the nexus between research and policy is relevant, but we are doing more than that. We are training policymaking. We have courses of macro-financial policymaking, giving the latest tools that sometimes the capacitation is important in the region. Some countries do not need it, but some countries do. And that part is quite relevant. Also, another role is networks. One important network is the network of central banks and finance ministries. And you know, the research is doing 30 years. The network is doing 60. Double. Well, I'm not so old, but I was part of this network as a central banker. And I have come here every year at that time, and it's always very useful. You connect to your colleagues, and that networking is important. And you cannot imagine how it's important when you feel alone in your country and you cannot discuss a lot of the policy making because this is the market. I cannot tell them what I'm going to do. But then when you discuss with your colleague, it's much easier. So those networking has a value added to the region. Then we have the publications. There are two types of publications. One are academic publications, And the research department has been and is publishing. And Eric comes to me often and says, look at how much we're publishing lately. And yes, congratulations. The research department has been publishing quite a bit and very proud of it. There are also our flagships, our publications in terms of policy. One of them is the Development in the Americas report, but I prefer the DIA. DIA sounds nicer. DIA is about a report, and we choose topics. And our 2025 DIA will be on competition. And as we will discuss here, we care about competition not only because we believe competition has its value in terms of efficiency, but if you want to innovate, and if you want innovation to generate productivity growth, and from productivity growth to growth, which we need in Latin America, you do need competition, and that's a part of where the 2025 DIA will come. So that's coming to you. So what are we going to see in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow? Well, this morning, we're going to start a session called Fueling Prosperity, Setting Free the Engines of Economic Growth, because you know growth is a key challenge in the region, mostly due to low productivity. So we will discuss what I just mentioned, innovation and competition, how to solve this. Then it's going to be followed by a new session on navigating fiscal challenges, where we'll explore ways to escape the fiscal procyclicality traps which have plagued the region in the past. So growth, fiscal issues, very important. After that, we're going to talk about the climate crossroads, big global challenge, and charter a sustainable future. Here we'll explore how climate change affects the region unevenly, and how policies like carbon taxes and energy trade can mitigate its impact. Then we will close the day with a session on financial stability and decoding global capital flows. And as I mentioned, capital flows have been crucial for the region. We will discuss new insights into the cost and benefits of capital flow management. Tomorrow, we'll have 3 sessions. One on inequality, called Bridging the Gap, Reaching Those Left Behind. So as you know, many places in Latin America have fallen behind and face deep inequality, not only in outcome, but also, crucially, in opportunities. We'll explore how these places can recover through good decision-making, consensus building, and rapid learning, with a focus on achieving prosperity. Another session, the second one tomorrow, it will be about unlocking our potential. The human development frontier will explore the latest on education research, how schools can foster not only human, but also social capital, and the most effective intervention for shaping children's character. The last session of tomorrow, which will be the last session of this conference, will be about redefining global priorities and shaping the 25th century policy consensus, where we'll discuss how a new approach can guide policymakers towards sustainability, equity, and resilience, while adapting policy to local contexts and lifting political economy constraints. So we're going to get into all these discussions, and I encourage you all to consider how can we translate this research, this knowledge of all these topics into concrete, actionable policies to improve what we always say here at the IDB, to improve lives in the region. So these conversations are critical. We have challenges that we have to help the region transform. So please join us in these sessions, in the discussions, in the debate. Before I close, I want to mention to you that one important element of this conference will be the IDB Young Economist Award. I'll be very proud to present and to talk about and to celebrate this 30-year legacy of research and its impact, looking at the young people, at the future. And this is the Young Economist Award we will present this afternoon. So I'll come back here and talk to the young generation. This is the young generation of economists. They will look at the awards. This will be their day. But for us, it will be our day, but also our future. So let me close by saying thank you very much. I would like to thank in particular to Eric. He's the one that came with the idea that says we cannot forget the 30 years. So I want to thank him in particular, and in his name to thank the whole research department for putting this conference together. And I want to thank the many dedicated professionals who have built this research department. I mentioned the chief economist, but much more than that. There were a lot of economists over the 30 years. So let me just say to all of them that your work has made the difference. Thank you all again for joining us, and I wish you all an insightful and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I want to welcome Eric Parrado, Chief Economist of the Research Department at the IDB. Mr. Parrado, the floor is yours.
Whoa, I am impressed. Full house, and the good thing is full of friends. So thank you very much for being here. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin thanking our President Ilan Goldfein for these insightful words and for being an unwavering driver of the IDB's research agenda. My deepest thanks also go to the distinguished members of the IDB Board of Directors who are with us today, our esteemed speakers and panelists, and of course, all our guests who have joined us in person and those participating online. I am especially grateful to the many friends and colleagues who have returned to help us celebrate this important milestone. Today, we mark 30 years of the research department at the Inter-American Development Bank, a significant achievement that showcases our institution dedicated to producing high-quality, policy-relevant research for Latin America and the Caribbean. As I reflect on the importance of research, I am reminded of how essential our work is fulfilling the mission of multilateral organizations like the Inter-American Development Bank. In our region, evidence-based policymaking is not just important, it is essential. It is through data, analysis, and rigorous research that we illuminate complex challenges and design solutions that foster sustainable development. Our research informs decisions that improve the lives of millions, helping countries to build stronger and more resilient economies. Over the past 30 years, the Research Department has built a legacy of impactful contributions. Our flagship reports, starting with the first in 1995, have addressed a broad range of issues critical to our region, including public spending, debt, productivity, early childhood development, infrastructure, and trust. Together with our partners across the IDB, we have expanded the bank's research agenda time and again to close existing knowledge gaps, most recently through special initiatives on behavioral economics, gender and diversity, financial inclusion, and artificial intelligence. The work we do has shaped policy debates across Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's fair to say that the IDB has become a beacon of research excellence in these areas. To give you a taste of our work for those attending at the IDB headquarters, we have set up a booth outside the auditorium showcasing 3 recent initiatives. During breaks, please visit to explore how AI can interact with our publications. So now we have AI in every publication, so you can ask questions to our specific documents. Also, where to find comprehensive and free economic data for the region. We're going to have a very comprehensive database on macro issues and up to the date, and how AI might impact your job. So we're trying to measure the likelihood of occupational exposure. So if you want to say, I'm an economist, you can type economies, and you're going to have the likelihood, a probability of being replaced by AI. So take advantage of that. I take immense pride in these initiatives and in the department we have built. Our economists are among the best in their fields, continuously shining and breaking new ground. Over the past few years, in response to the extraordinary challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic, we pivoted to provide urgently needed insights in key areas such as the economic consequence of lockdowns, the need for fiscal and financial support and sustainable recovery, and inequalities intensified by the crisis. This ability to adapt is a hallmark of our department and a reflection of the incredible talent and dedication of our team. In recent years, we have achieved a level of academic excellence that rivals top university economics departments. I'm not exaggerating. But what sets us apart is our ability to pair this academic rigor with real-world impact. A prime example of this is our work on fiscal expenditure inefficiencies. This research hasn't just contributed to the academic discussion, it has directly influenced policymaking operations, generating more than $6 billion in loans. This showcases our unique position. We're producing cutting-edge research while at the same time driving concrete economic improvements in our region. I've had the privilege of watching this department growth firsthand. My first stint at RES was as a research assistant more than 20 years ago, working alongside brilliant minds like Michael Gavin and Ricardo Caballero, when Ricardo Hausman was the chief economist, the first one. Witnessing RES evolve into a remarkable institution it is today fills me with immense pride. Returning 5 years ago as the chief economist has been an extraordinary journey. Truly one of the greatest honors and most fulfilling experiences of my career. Today's conference is a continuation of our journey to deepen knowledge and foster dialogue. We've gathered an outstanding group of speakers and panelists from around the world. Together, we will explore topics that are vital to our region's future. And President Goldfein already mentioned economic growth, fiscal challenges, climate change, poverty reduction, and human development, to name a few. These discussions will help us advance the region development agenda and inspire fresh thinking. Before I go, I want to extend my deepest thanks to the team behind this event. I am incredibly fortunate to work with such dedicated professionals whose hard work and commitment made today's conference possible. My deepest thanks go out to all of you. To everyone who has been part of RES's journey over these 30 years, this celebration is for you. Let us these 2 days to reflect on our achievements and chart an exciting path for the future. May we continue to push boundaries, shape policies, and make a difference for decades to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parrado. Thank you, Mr. President. And we will now begin the first session of the day. So for this session, we will explore the interplay between innovation, competition, and growth, highlighting the role of firm dynamics, technology transfer, and skilled labor in boosting productivity. It will also examine how innovation can drive social mobility and reduce inequality. I would like to invite Mr. Andrés Velasco, our moderator, to the stage.
Morning, everyone. Delight and honor to be here. Truth is, I feel privileged to be chairing or moderating this first panel with my friend and colleague, Philippe Aguillon, and of course, with my friend and colleague, the president of the IDB, Ilan Goldfein. Can't believe it's been 30 years. I don't think I am being inaccurate if I say that I was probably here at the first or some of the first events 30 years ago. It seems like yesterday, but the time has passed. And let me say, first of all, that this is not in my prepared remarks, but I'll say it anyway. I simply want to congratulate the IDB, and I want to congratulate all the chief economists and their teams, from Ricardo, going through many of you, like my esteemed mentor and friend Guillermo Calvo, all the way to Eric. You have done simply a tremendous job. I'm the Dean of a School of Public Policy nowadays, so I think a lot about how it is that we do policy-oriented research. Eric just mentioned this a minute ago. Policy-oriented research has to be a lot of things at the same time. It has to be rigorous and serious and data-based and evidence-based. It has to connect with the most recent research, and the people who do that research must be able to publish and have been publishing some of the leading journals and leading publications of the world. But that's not the end of it. That's only the beginning of it. It has to be useful. It has to be applied. It has to be policy smart. It has to be politically savvy. So it's a lot of things at once. And frankly, not many people and not many institutions around the planet do this very well. And I think we are lucky to be right now in the room with some of the people who do this best in an institution that does it very well. That is the IDB. And you've been doing it for 30 years, and I have no doubt you'll do it for 30 more, 60 more, 90 more. Pick your number. I also feel personally connected to this department. I was a student of Guillermo's, I was a colleague of Ricardo's, and I was a teacher of Eric's. So I feel that I've been there in every possible generation and in every possible situation. And again, thank you, Eric, and thank you, Ilan, for giving me a chance to moderate this. Enough from me, let's get down to business. Our first session is on growth. And of course, it makes sense that it should be on growth. We need to talk about growth because there's not a lot of growth out there. And we need to sort out, first of all, how come it is that in Latin America, economies recently, and not so recently, have not been growing as much as we need them to. There's some theoretical issues, some conceptual issues, some empirical and policy issues that we have to sort out. And for that, we have two great components to this first block. First of all, we have a lecture by Philippe Aguillon, whose CV I will summarize in a second, and then a conversation in which I will have the privilege of asking Ilan a few questions and getting Ilan to reflect on the issue of growth in Latin America. Let me introduce Philippe Aguillon, who's not here in person. He will be here on the screen. Philippe is a colleague at the London School of Economics. He is a professor at the Collège de France. And I don't have to tell people in this room that he is probably the leading thinker on planet Earth on issues having to do with economic growth and particularly with endogenous growth. About 30 years ago, Philippe and a number of colleagues began thinking about what is today the mainstream approach to growth, the so-called Schumpeterian or creative destruction approach to growth. Of course, Schumpeter was around a century ago, but the formalization of his thinking and the model building was done by Philippe and colleagues. He is a very good theorist. He is a very good empirical economist. He's very interested in policy, so he can do it pretty much all. And for that, he's received plenty of awards. He received the award for the best European economist, the Johansen Prize. He received the von Neumann Prize. He received the BBVA Prize for Research. And the list goes on and on. But given that Philippe is already on the screen, I will simply say, Philippe, great to see you. We need to know more about growth. You're the right guy to tell us about it. Thanks for being here. The floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Andres. Way too generous. Tell me if you have problem hearing me. I hope the connection is good enough. So thanks so much for inviting me to introduce this conference with this presentation. So it's true that we pioneered, I mean, with Peter Howitt, what we call the Schumpeterian growth paradigm in 1987. And then there's been a lot of work, and there have been fantastic contributors who pursued this line of research. So here is a picture of young Schumpeter, and Schumpeter is known, for having put forward the notion of creative destruction to coin the process whereby new innovations displace old technologies. But when I studied economics, there was no model of growth with creative destruction in it, and there was no real empirics on it. And so with Peter Howitt, whom I met at MIT in the fall of '87, when I just arrived as an assistant professor, we decided to build a model that would encompass creative destruction. And the model would be would rely on three main ideas. The first idea is that long-run growth is driven by a cumulative process of innovation, whereby new innovators build upon previous innovations. The second idea is that innovations result from entrepreneurial activities motivated by the prospect of innovation rents. When you innovate, you have some monopoly rents for a while until you are superseded by new innovations that will make you become obsolete. And the third idea is creative destruction. New innovations displace old technologies. And what's interesting with this paradigm is at the heart of it, there is a contradiction. On the one hand, you need innovation rents to motivate innovation activities. But on the other hand, yesterday's innovators are tempted to use their rents to prevent subsequent innovations and to block new entry because they don't want themselves to be subject to creative destruction. And regulating capitalism is largely about how to manage this contradiction. So the Schumpeterian paradigm changed the landscape in various respects. In particular, it gives center stage to cross-firm heterogeneity. It's all about incumbents versus entrants, about leaders versus followers, about small and large firms. And also, the paradigm gives center stage to firm dynamics. So, for example, here it comes from a very important paper by Clété and Kortum, who really, developed a lot the Schumpeterian paradigm. Here I represent a firm with 4 lines. And the A, the height, is how good I am on each line in terms of productivity. And you can expand by the firm, which here has 4 lines, can expand by 1 more line by doing creative destruction on another line. So there is another line which is here, and that firm decides to improve upon it. Then it will remove the current producer on this other line, and then firm F will grow to becoming a 5-line firm instead of a 4-line firm. And how do you shrink is that another firm would decide, for example, to innovate upon this line, and that would do creative destruction there. Firm F would lose that line and would shrink from being a 4-line firm to a 3-line firm. And how do you have entry? You are nobody, and you innovate, you do creative destruction upon an existing line, you enter and you become a 1-line firm. And how you exit? You are a 1-line firm. Somebody innovates upon you, and you just exit. So it's very easy to talk about entry, exit, growth, firm, decline in this paradigm. And one, of course, all of you know that kind of this picture from Say and Kleno's work. That represent how firm size evolves with firm age. You see that in the US it's very steep. It's steep, and in Mexico a bit less steep. France is a bit somewhere between Mexico and US. So that's the view, is that you start being small and then you grow. You may shrink on the way, but you start with 1 line and then you eventually grow. In the US, it's easier to grow because when you are good, you get financing more easily. And that means that if you're not good, you disappear. And so firms that survive tend to be better. And therefore, because they are better, because they access financing, they tend to grow faster. That's why you have this steeper slope of the curve between firm age and firm size in the US than you have in Mexico or India, where financing for good innovators is less easily available. So there are 2 distinctive predictions of the Schumpeterian paradigm. One of them is that growth is positively correlated with firm turnover. More creative destruction corresponds with to more growth. And the other one is that more intense competition enhances innovation in frontier firms, but discourages in non-frontier firms. So, for example, the first one, you can have various measures of creative destruction cross country or cross counties within a country. And you can measure creative destruction by the job creation, job destruction, or by firm creation, firm destruction. And there tend to be a positive correlation between the rate of creative destruction and the rate of per capita GDP, the growth rate of per capita GDP. And that's a prediction, a distinctive prediction of the Schopenhauerian paradigm. You tend to have more productivity growth wherever you tend to have more creative destruction, more churning, more job creation, job destruction. And the second prediction is this one, is that competition tend to enhance innovation and growth for firms that are close to the technological frontier, but tends to discourage innovation and growth in firms that are further below the technological frontier. So the firm close to the technological frontier are the blue firms, and the firms that are further below the technological frontier are the orange firms. Imagine you are a classroom, you are all equally good, but suppose in fact that some of you are the top of the class and others are the bottom of the class. Suppose that I let a very good element get into the room. Those who are the top of the class will work harder to remain the top of the class. That's the blue line. Those who are already lagging behind, and who are already discouraged, they will be even more discouraged when I bring in the new good element, and that's the orange curve. Okay, so those are the kind of key things about the Schopenhauerian. Now, you can do various things. I mean, you can use the Schopenhauerian paradigm to revisit some main enigmas in growth history. You can use it to question some common wisdoms, and you can rethink the future of capitalism. So let me start with some historical enigma. Since I don't have much time, I will mention only two of them, secular stagnation and the middle income trap. So secular stagnation was very interesting in the US. If you look at the average annual rate of TFP growth, you can see that it went up a lot between 1995 and 2005. That was the consequence of the IT revolution, but it went down a lot since 2005. And what's interesting is that this is particularly true in IT producing sectors, which is the black line here. You have this upsurge followed by big decline of TFP growth, and in the gray curve, which is the IT using sector. And so it has a lot to do with IT. And what happened, in fact, is that during the IT revolution, you had the emergence of superstar firms, Google, Microsoft, Walmart, and these firms first they carried the growth process. They boosted GDP growth, TFP growth in the US, but eventually, because they grew through merger and acquisition, and there was unregulated merger and acquisition, competition policy was not quite adequate, they became so pervasive that they ended up discouraging entry and innovation by new firms. And here you can see the rate of entry of firms of different size, whether it's more than 10,000 employees or between 1,000 and 10,000 or below 1,000. You can see that all these curves, they start going down after 2000. You see, so entry tends to be discouraged in the US. And the fact that these firms became pervasive is also shown in this graph. In this graph, you can see the black curve. You can see the red curve is the markup. You can see the average markup went up, but not so much because within firm it went up. The within firm is the blue curve. You don't see any upward trend in the within firm markup. It's because of a composition effect. It's the black curve. It's because high markup firms, which were typically the superstar firms, became increasingly more prominent and pervasive. And that's why the average markup went up at the same time as the growth rate ended up going down because entry of new firms went down. So really you have this phenomenon that is very Schopenhauerian that, you have these innovators, these new GAFAMs, the new Walmart et al., they first carry the growth, but they eventually become a barrier to entry of new innovative firms. Okay, so that's very much so that's the first kind of thing I want to mention. So the important thing here is that it's not, there is a way out of the growth decline in the US. It's to adapt competition policy to the IT revolution and to now the AI revolution. So the AI and IT revolutions have enormous growth potential. provided we adapt the institutions and in particular competition policy to make sure that they deliver on their growth potential. Okay. Now, the second one, of course, you know well, because it's well what you deal with, is the middle income trap. In fact, this year's World Development Report is devoted to the middle income trap. It relies very much on the Schumpeterian approach, this year's WDR, and on what I'm about to say. But you've seen that many times. That's very much based on. So you have two ways to grow productivity growth between yesterday T and tomorrow and today T+1. Either you can catch up with the current frontier, that's 80 bar minus 80 term, the mu m. That's catching up, that's imitation, or you can innovate upon yourself, go from A to gamma A, where gamma is greater than 1, and that's frontier innovation. When you are very much below A bar, of course, catching up is a kind of main way to grow. That's what China's growth, it was largely about catching up. But when you become close to the frontier, increasingly, the mu n becomes important. And it turns out that the institutions that are good for mu m are not policies are not exactly the same as those that are good for mu n. And you see, so for example, we already saw that firms that are close to the technological frontier, competition induces more innovation by those blue firms. If you have a country closer to frontier, a country closer to the world frontier productivity is a country where you tend to have more blue firms compared to orange firms. So already we know that the closer a country is on average to the technological world frontier in terms of productivity, on average, in terms of average productivity, the more growth enhancing competition will be. You want more competition in countries that are more advanced. Competition becomes increasingly an engine of growth the closer to the world frontier a country is. But more generally, we know that the policies, for example, if you are in the business of catching up, China is a very good example. China had basically benefited from combining education. They had a well-educated workforce with openness, particularly when they entered the WTO. So that allowed China to take advantage of technology transfers. And that was a main engine of Chinese catch-up. They also reallocated factors. Improving management practices is another source of growth, particularly in emerging market economies, as shown by the work of Bloom, Van Reenen, and co-authors, okay, and Sadhu, etc. So those are the kind of engine of growth. We want basic education, openness, so technology transfers, factor reallocation, improvement of management practice are kind of big engines of growth in emerging markets. If you are in an advanced country, and it's frontier innovation, which is the main engine of growth, and not so much the imitation and catching up. It's very important to invest in innovation and research. We have a big problem in Europe because that's the Draghi report. You might have heard that there is a report by Mario Draghi that came out 2 days ago. There is a parallel report by the Bocconi School, and they emphasize the fact that Europe underinvests in frontier innovation, in breakthrough innovation compared to the US. So we have a big problem in Europe to fully deliver on innovation, on frontier innovation and research. Important also to liberalize product market. We saw that competition is increasingly more important is very important for frontier innovation. We just saw that. And liberalizing labor market, when you are in the business of frontier innovation, you need to be able to hire and lay off more easily. So very much labor market liberalization, product market liberalization, investment in innovation and research, those are key engines of frontier innovation, okay, which is the growth, the engine for advanced countries. Korea is a very interesting case because we know that the growth went down. It was very high after the Korean War of South Korea, the growth rate, the average annual growth rate, but it went down. Of course, it goes down partly because there is catching up. But there is something that happened, is that the Korean growth during the catching up period, Korea, there were super big firms that developed in Korea, the Chaebol firms, okay? Chaebols are firms, are big conglomerates, and they supported each other. And in fact, what happened is that the Chaebols were an engine of growth, of catching up growth, but they restricted the entry of non-Chaebol firms. So the Chaebol model managed to deliver in terms of industrialization, investment, and export growth, but they acted as a barrier to entry to new innovative firms. And what happened is that the Asian crisis had something good to it, is that it weakened the power of the chaebols. In joint work with Sergei Gureyev and Kangshul Zhou, we use firm-level and industry-level data to analyze the effect of the Asian crisis and of the resulting 1998 reform on the entry and productivity growth of non-chaebols in industry that used to be dominated by chaebols. And we found that after the crisis, the industries previously dominated by chaebols witnessed higher entry and faster TFP growth of non-chaebol firms. So that really shows, you see, the fact that when you have the catching up, you tend to have big firms, big conglomerates, and these conglomerates may end up being a barrier to new innovation and new entry. And sometimes weakening or regulating those firms is very important in order to move, because those firms, not only they prevent entry, but they may also do lobbying for governments not to implement more pro-competition policies. And that's a bit what happened in Korea. And when the crisis happened, then IMF in particular came up with reforms that had to be implemented, pro-openness and pro-competition reforms, where Korea had to implement after the crisis, and that, of course, contributed to favor entry of non-chaebol firms. Okay, so I'd like the second part to question how much time do I have left? How much more time? Oh, nobody more. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes? No? I have no feedback. Okay. I hope you can hear me. So the second part is questioning common wisdoms. One wisdom is that you should tax robots to protect employment. Another wisdom is that negative growth, degrowth, is the way to stop climate change. So on automation and employment, work that I've done with Céline Antonin, Simon Bunel, and Xavier Jaravel show that, in fact, on firm level data from France, we showed that firms that automate, they create employment. Alors, you might think that's counterintuitive. No, it's true that machines replace manpower. But on the other hand, firms that automated, they became more productive. And because they became more productive, they became more competitive, they increased their market size worldwide, and therefore they got more demand for their products, and therefore they increased employment. You can see that here with the measure of industrial equipment or with robots. Firms that robotized or more generally automated more, they overall created employment because they increase their sales and they increase their export sales. Therefore, demand for their products goes up and therefore employment goes up. And it's true also with AI. I have recent work that I've done on French data again. Firms in France that adopt AI, they increase employment altogether, not uniformly on all employments. For example, employment in administrative and commercial professions tends to not go up or go down slightly. So it's not a uniform increase in employment, but it's interesting because I have a big debate with other colleagues worldwide. They have a very, pessimistic view about AI and robotization. They think it's really bad for employment. I think it's good for employment, but not uniformly good. And that's why you need good labor market policy to complement the AI revolution. Okay? So, but taxing robots or taxing AI would be counterproductive because you would tax innovation, in fact. You would prevent those firms from adopting AI and robots and therefore from creating more employment. So taxing robots is certainly not the right policy. Another wisdom is that you need negative growth to stop climate change. It's true that historically, if you look at the temperature evolution, temperature started to rise sharply exactly at the time where you had a growth takeoff. So this temperature curve exactly parallel the well-known Madison curve that shows that there was essentially no growth worldwide up to 1820, but that growth took off in 1820. Okay, it's very much historically global warming has everything to do with growth. Okay, and even more recently, China and India, you can see CO2 emissions going up sharply from China and India exactly at the time where these two economies started to grow faster. Okay, so now does it mean that you want to have degrowth? No, because you don't want to go back to standards of living that were, predominant in prior to 1820. We've increased our life expectancy. We've increased health and hygiene. We live also in better health. We have better comfort. We don't want to go back to pre-1820. And we had an experience of degrowth, which was the lockdown in 2020 with the COVID. Between March and May, June 2020, France's GDP went down by 35% and CO2 emissions by 8%. If we were just to rely on degrowth, we should be permanently in a lockdown. But the lockdown had side effects which were undesirable. We had to do it at the time. We didn't have the vaccine. And you know very well, for developing countries, the very damaging effect of the lockdown, but of course there was no alternative at the time. So lockdown is not the solution. The solution is to have green innovation. So green innovation is for mitigating. If you find new source of energy, cleaner, or ways to produce which are more energy saving, you tend to slow down the rise in temperature. Okay. That's mitigation, but you also have innovation to better adapt to the global warming. For example, new dikes, new air conditioning systems that are cheaper and energy saving. There are also innovations of amelioration. For example, Harvard Physics Department works on geoengineering, ways to cool the air. It's not yet operational, but there are researchers who work on possibility to have amelioration. Okay, so now I want to say that innovation has a huge potential, but innovation is not spontaneously green. In work with John Van Reenen, David Emus, Antoine de Chez-le-Prêtre, and Ralph Martin, we explored automotive industry data. And we look at automotive industry around the world, and we looked at the extent to which car manufacturers innovate into electric engine or innovate into combustion engine. And so we had data on patents filed in 80 patent offices in the worldwide, and we extracted all patents pertaining to clean and dirty technologies. And we also know for each applicant what is the history of patenting that they have. And what we saw is that the first thing is that, there is path dependence. When you have the left-hand side column is the flow of clean innovation, and the right-hand side column is the flow of dirty. When you have a higher stock of clean, it particularly has an impact on the current flow of clean. When you have a higher stock of dirty, it has a slight positive effect on the current flow of clean, but a much more positive effect, as you can see, on the current flow of dirty. So if you want to look at clean minus dirty, the stock of clean will make you innovate more clean than dirty, and a higher stock of dirty will make you innovate more dirty than clean. So that's the bad news, because it means that if firms used to innovate in dirty engines, in combustion engine, they will keep on their own innovating in combustion engines, and therefore innovation spontaneously will tend to remain dirty, and that will precipitate a climate disaster. But the good news is that the carbon price helps. If firms face on average over the markets they operate in a higher fuel price, it will make them innovate cleaner. It will increase the flow of clean. That's the left-hand side, the 0.886, but it will reduce the flow of dirty innovation. So carbon tax, carbon price is one instrument to redirect firms' innovation towards clean innovation. But it's not the only one. Green subsidies to green innovation and more generally green industrial policy is another one. And you need both. You have two kinds of inefficiencies. You have the environmental externality, and you have the knowledge, the path dependence externality. And usually when you face two externalities, you need at least two policy instruments. We need both the carbon price, as the Europeans do mainly, but we need also green industrial policy, as the US do mainly. And we need both, in fact. And that's what I wanted to just talk about. Civil society also has a role to play. Here in joint work with Benabou, Ralph Martin, Alexandra Roulet, we look at still using automotive industries data, and we can see on the first row that the firms tend to innovate more clean when they face values. Values means that they operate in countries where consumers in the World Value Survey express a willingness to spend on clean, you see? And in countries where consumers express a preference for green, in their consumption, in fact, firms tend to innovate greener. They tend to cater to the preferences of the consumers they face. So education is important. If you are operating in countries where consumers are aware of the environmental problem and have a demand for green products, firms tend to innovate greener. It's particularly true now if you look at the third row, it's values and competition. It's this effect of values on green innovation is particularly pronounced when you have more competition, because in that case, suppose I have Andres and myself. Andres is virtuous and I am not. First, I am monopoly. I still cater a bit to the green preference of my consumers, but not that much. Suddenly, Andres, with my competitor and he's virtuous, enters the market. Then what will happen is that I will tend to innovate even more into green, because otherwise I lose my customers to Andres. So competition magnifies the effect of value. So you see, those are instruments that are beyond carbon price and green industrial policies. It's all about education for the values and competition. And you see, those policy instruments are also important. I want to talk about degrowth. I don't have time. Let me end up talking about rethinking capitalism. So I would like to put the debate there. The US is perceived as a model that does well on innovation, but poorly on inequality and social protection. Europe is perceived as a model of capitalism that does pretty okay on social protection, but poorly on innovation. And you can see that here. For example, if I look at Gini index, you can see that the Gini, which measures global innovation, the global departure from perfect equality, when you have perfect equality, the Gini is 0. When you have maximum inequality, the Gini is 1. You can see that the US has more inequality than Germany, France, and the Scandinavian countries. And poverty is also higher in the US than in Germany, France, and the Scandinavian countries. You have, of course, the death of despair phenomenon that has been coined by Case and Angus Deaton. They look at the mortality rate of middle-aged, unskilled white non-Hispanics in the US, and that's the black curve, and it went up sharply since the 1990s, whereas it went down in France and Germany. It went up a little bit in the United Kingdom. So it means that you have and that's what they believe is stress. The fear of losing your job in the US creates stress, and the way to manage stress is to have sleeping pills, opioids. Obesity is often a consequence of that stress, and all that increases mortality. Okay, now that's the bad side of the US, okay? Social, Gini, poverty, and the stress, and the bad labor market.
We need to begin wrapping up, because we're very short of time. Thanks.
Okay, so can we 3 minutes? 3 minutes?
2.5.
2.5, okay. So I want to say now the US is much better on innovation. You can see that the flow of triadic patents is much higher in the US than in China and the EU. So what you would like is combine the good side of the American model with the good side of the European model. And some people believe that it's either or. Either you choose one or the other. But there are at least 3 policies that could allow you to be both more innovative and more inclusive. So we will talk about inequality and innovation. So let me just mention them quickly, Andres. I'm almost done, okay? So one of them is the flex security. In Denmark, when you lose your job for 2 years, you have 90% of your salary, and the state helps you retrain and find a new job. You can see here, we compare the health of a worker in a firm that closes down to the health of an identical worker in age, education, experience in a firm that does not close down. No effect of losing your job on the probability to purchase antidepressant in Denmark. No effect on the probability of having a circulatory problem, no effect on mortality. So Denmark, with the flex security, found a way to accommodate creative destruction, to protect and at the same time favor innovation. The other thing is education. We know that there's been all these curves, which are the probability of innovating as a function of parental income. And you can see you have this J curve. When you have parents in the top income, you are much more likely to innovate, be it in the US, current data, that's the left-hand side curve, US historical data, that's the middle curve, and US historical and Finland is the right-hand side curve. But in Finland, if you control for parental education, the relationship is much less steep, because in Finland, school is free. So it's not because people, the richer parents pay for school. It's because wealthier parents are also more educated parents that they transmit to their children. And that's why they make their children more likely to innovate. Okay, now you could say, well, but in Finland, you have very good schools, so parental education should not be so important. But they had a big reform in 1970, and that's when they made schooling comprehensive in Finland. And you can compare the probability of inventing of low-income background children prior to 1970 and after 1970. And you see that the 1970 reform increased the probability of inventing mainly for children from poor background, in the middle, in the lower and middle. And that's why the reform was good. When they did that reform, and they did a similar one in Portugal, they boosted growth by having more innovators, but they also made growth more inclusive because more people can innovate. And so that's, again, a reform that makes you both. And I finish up now, Andres. Competition. I told you that you had this decline in productivity growth in the US, and that it was very much linked to the fact you had the superstar firms, preventing entry of new firms. Suppose now you have a tougher competition policy in the US. It will boost innovation because it will allow new innovators to come in. But we also know that new innovation is a source of social mobility because of creative destruction. The new replace the old. And so if you let new firms come in by having an adequate competition policy in the US, you will boost innovation, and you will also boost social mobility. So I want to finish up there. If firms are important, they innovate, but you need the state to regulate them, competition, labor market policy, education policy. But you need civil society because the state may be captured by the firms. We saw that with Korea, and that's why civil society is so important, to make sure that the state delivers and is not captured by incumbent firms that would try to prevent new firms from coming in. And that's why I want to end up my book, and that's another book on creative destruction. Thank you very much, Andres. Sorry for having gone over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philippe. That was brilliant. That was very useful. I wish we had time for questions and dialogue, but we don't. So we thank you, Philippe. Thanks very much. Hope to see you soon. And I'm going to invite President Goldfein to join me here on the stage. Thanks very much. All right, I think you will agree with me that was a tour de force. It seemed like one should say it in French. So, 3 quick takeaways. First takeaway, it's all about technology. This jives very well with a paper that Ricardo Hausmann presented at an LSE conference recently. He made the point that if you look at Latin America, we're not fully converging, but we have partially converged in many dimensions. We have more schooling than we used to. We have more capital than we used to, but somehow we're not converging in per capita GDP. So something, the famous A in the production function is not moving as quickly as it should. So ultimately, it is an issue of innovation. It is an issue of productivity. That's takeaway 1. Takeaway 2 from the Schumpeterian model is that there's a very delicate balance between rents, incentives to innovate, actual innovation, and competition. You need some rents, otherwise people don't pay the fixed cost of innovating. So getting rid of all rents at all times is not the optimal policy. But if you have too many rents, the big firms get too fat, they block the entrance, and growth goes down. And this, of course, has big political implications because it suggests that, the political economy of growth is going to be tricky for at least 2 reasons. You have to keep the big firms from blocking entry of and productive firms. And secondly, you have to have political conditions that allow for exit of firms, for firms that go out, and for workers who shift jobs. And if you've ever been near policy, we know that's a very hard thing to accomplish. And the third takeaway, and I think this is the most interesting one for Latin America and the Caribbean, is that the relationship between competition and innovation is not monotonic. That is to say, if you're a very high-flying firm, you're very close to the frontier, then competition gets you, to get up in the morning and innovate more. But if you're far from the frontier, you're not so innovative, you're not so productive, you need bigger and fatter rents to be induced to innovate, and therefore maybe competition is not so good. Exactly what the policy implications of this happen to be are not clear. On the one hand, getting rid of all rents is not going to give you adaptation or innovation within the frontier in the firms in Latin America. On the other hand, if you have too little competition, those firms will also get lazy and will not innovate. And it is also true that as you get richer, and if you get more productive, you need more competition. So as countries develop, competition policy must play a bigger role. But these are very complicated relationships. The policy implications are not obvious. The policy implications are very much contingent on where you are in the development process. So generalizations are pretty tricky. So we have the privilege of having Ilan here. And of course, not only is Ilan a very solid and good academic and research economist, but he's also been out there in the trenches, both in the private sector and the public sector. And he has, the knowledge, but also the wisdom to tell us a little bit about what it is that we should be doing about growth in Latin America. So let me begin with a big general question, Ilan. We have not been growing a lot, especially since the end of a commodity boom a decade ago. We've been growing pretty poorly. It is the case that in most countries, TFP growth is mediocre, and I'm being polite here, and some countries it's just outright disastrous. Why is that? What is your take? And give us some hints of what it is that we should do about it.
So, thank you for this session. I think it was an enlightening presentation and very interesting summary. Your takeaways, you had 3 takeaways, and I will agree with the 3 of them. And I think the 3 of them give us light of the questions you are posing. There is some catching up in Latin America in terms of what we call accumulation of factors. Mm-hmm. So it's not that we are not investing at all. We should be investing more, but we're doing something. It's not that we are not educating at all. We're educating something. When you look at GDP per capita growth, average yearly growth, actually, in the last 60 years, we're talking about in emerging Asia, 4.5%, in advanced economy, 2.6%, and our average growth is 1.8%. 1.8, so much lower than that. So you say, well, this is the issue. Actually, the issue is the second statistic, which is once you look at TFP, right, productivity, then the other regions are basically half of this is about TFP and half is accumulation. So from 4.5 in emerging Asia, you go to 2.3% growth in productivity. So a little bit higher than a half. When you go in advanced economies, where the growth is 2.6, you look at productivity, it's 1.4. So a little bit higher than half. What about Latin America and the Caribbean, that we are growing 1.8? Well, productivity growth is 0. So at the end of the day, your first takeaway is exactly what's happening. There's something going on that productivity growth is not there. It must be related to technology, innovation, something that drives this productivity that we are not getting there. Is there anything intrinsic in the region that cannot grow? There's no jumps, there's no countries. Well, if you look at some examples, and I have some of them here, some countries did grow. So at some point, Costa Rica grew in the beginning of the century. Panama did well. Dominican Republic in last decade. At some point, Peru grew. Paraguay is having some growth. So there's nothing wrong about our region. We can find places where we grow. The question is, why is this not more generalized. And I think we can talk about what drives innovation, what drives competition, but let me give you why I believe that we can take advantage of the current situation, which I think it's important, and try to take, for the first time, not lose the opportunity to seize this opportunity. We have been losing a lot of lost decades. So let's see how we can do it. Why this time around? I think for the first time there is some symmetry in terms of what the global economy and the region can interact. And that has to do with political economy, but also has to do with what the world needs. We are in a very tough moment globally. And I can give you some examples. First, the climate change, major issue. We also have a very fragmented world. All this globalization is under question. We're talking about supply chains and where it's coming. Those are very difficult global challenges. It happens that the region will take advantage of this tough moment. If you look at the first challenge, which is all this climate change and nature, I cannot see the energy transition happening in the velocity that we need without Latin America. Without the big countries in Latin America, when you look at nature and the necessity of biodiversity, you cannot think about this moving around without the Amazon. You cannot think about the transition with it, hydro, solar, wind, and that's basically where the initial conditions here are there. Second, there is an issue of fragmentation and the perception that there is some uncertainty in political economy. Again, if there is something that we have done in the last decade that improved, not 100%, is the perception that there is more stability, less balance of payment crisis, less, if you want, volatility. I know all the exceptions, okay? They are there, but overall, it looks like a relatively democratic region, less conflicted region, and more stable region. If you want to give you an example lately, for example, the pandemic, high inflation, independent central banks, I will say fare well compared to the rest. So for the first time, there is something that we will say, well, we were leading the pack. And I think that's a good example where the stability and something that the independent central banks, inflation, have been doing fine. And that's a very important asset. Because when you look at growth at the margin, you see growth shifting from the places where we believe there was very high growth, the Chile, the Peru, the Colombia, and suddenly the big countries that were growing 1%, 2% are now starting to grow 3%. Is this already the shift of investment to the supply chains in Mexico? Are the climate change that invest in countries like Brazil? Is this the first sign of this shift? There is an opportunity. And now, before I pass to you, in order to take advantage of this new global environment and this new opportunity, we need to do something about it. We need to innovate in these areas. It's not to just sit there and say, well, the demand will come and we'll be doing. You actually have to have policy induced in these areas.
I think you're absolutely right. This is a classic case of glass half full or half empty. We have had spurts of growth. You mentioned Peru, Colombia, Chile, 10, 15 years ago, more recently Panama, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, but they're not persistent. You know, you have these spurts that last for a decade at most, and then they go away. And they also seem to end at a level of per capita income which is not high level. We get stuck in the middle somehow. And to go back to the issue of productivity, because you're absolutely right, there are plenty of opportunities out there. There's the green transition, there's the demand for commodities, there is the fact, I couldn't agree more with you, that we have more or less stabilized the macro, with a couple of exceptions in the countries we know. Democracy has been more resilient than we might have thought, so the opportunities are there, but we need to seize them. And to seize them, I want to take you back to the issue of TFP, productivity, and all of this. There's sort of three, at the risk of oversimplifying, there's three versions out there. Everything seems to come in threes today, of why it is that we're not innovating enough. One would, I'm not sure what the labels are, is call it the Philippe Aghion theory. We don't have enough competition, we have too many monopolies, some of our economies are still too closed, our firms don't get up in the morning and innovate, maybe they just are content with their current level of productivity, or they lobby for protection, so we need more competition, we need to shake them up. That's one view of the world. Another view of the world says, well, it's really the politics, stupid. And this is, very prevalent in the debate in my country. Over time, creative destruction induced political costs that the politicians are no longer willing to pay. Things get more bureaucratic. Getting permits for investment becomes more cumbersome. Doing reallocation of factors of production becomes politically infeasible, and gradually you slow down. So the medicine then is political. You need a political economy change that allows society to do those changes, those reallocations that will give you more productivity. And maybe version 3 is called the Kennedy School version. It's all about exports. And we really need to introduce new products, diversify the sort of exports we have. And if you look around Latin America, maybe this is not true of Mexico, maybe this is not true of a couple countries in the Caribbean, maybe not true of Panama, but the rest of us are exporting the same stuff today that we were exporting 20, 30, 40 years ago. So under that view of the world, what you really need is what the IDB calls a productive development policy approach, right? In which you deliberately identify new export sectors, provide the public goods that are connected to those sectors, and get them to grow. These are three views. There are many others out there. So give us a sense, Elon, on TFP, what would you do? What are the 2, 3, 4 things that you think are priorities to get TFP rolling again?
So let me tell you what are we doing, and then try to identify what we are doing in these three hypotheses. First, we clearly identify the lack of growth and the lack of productivity growth has a major issue in Latin America. So of our 3 big goals, one is the social, poverty, inequality, all the social part. The second is about climate, resilience, mitigation. But the third one is fully into trying to solve this issue that you just raised. And that's a very important document that we are working and trying to identify exactly that. So that discussion is very timely, is going to our board to define our strategy. And once we get the strategy, we go trickle down and try to find the policies that adapt to that. And this will be our strategy going from this year until 2030. So that question is exactly what we're doing now. And the first 2 papers, which is social and climate, is already there. But the third one is the one that we are working. In addition, we do know, at least we have the perception that we do need the private sector. So at the same time, they were working about a strategy, and we have this strategy plus, which was one of the largest transformational changes that we had this year, which was our first year, which we were glad to have big 3 changes. One is the strategy that we are rethinking. The second one is about the IDB Invest, our private sector arm, with a new model, a new way of thinking, but also a new capitalization that was approved this year, and we are working now in getting this capital into the bank. Third, the IDB Lab. And when we talk about innovation, and we talk about nudging and fostering at the margin, putting them in the frontier, we're talking about the startups. We're talking about the lab. And as you know, IDB Lab only exists at IDB. There's no ADB lab, there's no AFD lab, there is an IDB Lab. And again, that was the third transformational change, which was replenishment. It's not a capitalization because it's grants, but a replenishment of 400 million that we got to that. So we are there doing that. Now, how do we use these instruments in these three hypotheses? And part of it I already mentioned to you that is in your first one, is we do need to nudge. We need to give the innovators some space. I don't think we should rely completely on markets. There's maybe some market failure that when you're starting, you are innovator, you're a startup in a region like ours, maybe you do need the financing at the beginning. Maybe in order to get the financing, you need too many rents, and that too many rents, we may not find it easily. So a lab which gives you some financing, some help, some capacitation, some technical assistance with these grants at the beginning is something that may help you solve the first part, which is getting those to innovate. The second part is the IDB Invest, which is not the startups. But once you start and you have some scale, you go there and you say, okay, we need to give you some more room. But not a room in general, but in the areas that we believe are the ones that we want to foster, the development ones. Social, climate, some of the areas that we believe you're going to do. So those are where our transformational changes are linked. Let me take you second hypothesis, which is, well, you can have the innovators. They can be at the beginning so they get Chile to grow at some point, then they die out, and that's about the political economy, which is your second hypothesis, the fact that the rents are there, but we cannot use the rents in creative destruction, but we use the rents to just be entrenched in the middle income trap. Right. So there, I think we do need to use two things that I believe the IDB can do. One, and it's a big discussion here in the institution, are about our policy levers, policy loans. We do need to work on institutions of state, things that go beyond political cycle, things that go beyond the motivation of one or other government, things that have a tax system that works for the long run, regulation that goes for one, independent central bank, but also independent agencies, mentality that goes beyond the very short-term mandates of that. And that's very important here in our discussion, because if we only concentrated in loans, infrastructure loans, that's something about accumulation, but we need to think about institutions, about policies. So it's very important, our policy way of thinking, and that's important in your second part. Still on the second, I believe the IDB has a role that I was surprised. Mm-hmm. Whenever you go to a country, I was thinking, well, you're going to have a discussion with the government, and you're going to talk about the priorities, and you're going to do X, Y, or Z. But the more I'm thinking, the more I see the role of an institution like this in going beyond one government and going to the next one. So in a lot of countries, the continuity of the way you think, of the knowledge, of actually how did you do the project, continues with the IDB and not with the government, which is strange. The lack of institution of states means that whoever comes there and have a longer time horizon is the one that helps go from 4 years to another 4 years, and the long-term projects are 10 years or 15 years. You do need the IDB. So what surprised me is that you go to a country and this government asks you, what have you done with the previous government? Can you educate me? Mm-hmm. And that's very interesting, and it's getting more extreme because we are now in a more polarized world. Mm-hmm. And one government doesn't speak to the other, mm-hmm. unfortunately. Yep. So the more are neutral players like us, the more important. So we do need to have a role of actually thinking about how are we going to engage in a way that fosters this long term in order to be able to foster innovation, but not allow the rents to just disappear, so you actually have something that is more permanent. Before I end, the third one, which you say it's a IDB product development. I will tell you personally, I believe that if you do the first two, you're gonna get some diversification. Choosing the winners and doing it, maybe because of my origin, where I come from, I'm not so enthusiastic about that. I'm ready, I'm open to think about choosing the winners, diversification, but I think if we concentrate in the first and second one, we will get there and we'll diversify.
See, we're all prisoners of our histories, you know. In Brazil, such policies have not been great, so I can see your skepticism, but maybe elsewhere they have more potential. I am told we have 5 minutes, but before we end, there's one topic that we must touch on before we go, and that is automation, robots, AI, and all that stuff that is happening out there, and its impact on productivity, on growth, and on the region. You know, Philippe summarized sort of the state of the debate. And in particular, I'm interested in the issue of automation and jobs, because one does not have to be, you know, a rocket scientist to understand that without good jobs, the political economy of the region is going to get even more difficult. So there's sort of two schools of thought out there. If I look at Darren Agemolo, Philippe's co-author and friend, you know, Darren is very skeptical about the connection between, say, automation and job growth. He tends to think that firms are biased toward labor-saving innovation, so that all these great strides forward tend to destroy jobs. They may create jobs down the road, but they, you know, it will take a long time, and they may not be good jobs. And therefore, the policy takeaway there is that we should be regulating innovation more to ensure that it is job creating and a complement to labor as opposed to a substitute to labor. That's one school of thought. Say, call it Darren's. Philippe is of a different school of thought. He showed some pictures in which, you know, automation in fact helps productivity and helps employment, because automation is in fact more of a complement. This is going to be a huge issue in Latin America, right? Because productivity is a huge issue, so we know that already, but also because the hollowing of the middle class, the destruction of middle-class jobs, and all of that is, you know, a big threat from a productivity point of view, from an employment point of view, but also from a political point of view. I know you've been doing some research here at the IDB. Give us your take. These are big issues, so clearly, you know, firm conclusions are hard to come by, but initial reactions as to where we should be heading when we think about automation, robots, AI, and the impact on the region.
So you started in your takeaways at the beginning saying it's all about technology. And we are ending asking about the new technologies, if they're helpful or not. So I'm going to go back to your first and say, yes, we need to embrace them. That's my conclusion. We need to embrace them. Now, the question is how to embrace them and how to do it in the best way. First, not to be blind, in the sense that research has been done, and we have the numbers here that we have almost around 100 million people that could be affected by this AI revolution. So let's just not ignore that there is a consequence. So how can we embrace with our eyes open? First, we have to realize that this is a region with low technology, with low skilling, and that productivity growth has been zero. So embracing means taking more risk on that. So your first, Darren's side, I don't think it's the Latin American side, I'm sorry. This is for regions that can take the luxury of being more cautious. We are not there. We don't have technology, we don't have productivity growth. We need to embrace in a way that takes more risks. Now, once you take more risks, there are things to do. And one thing that is very important is to be able to leapfrog. And part of it is we have our population. Can we use the fact that we have still a gap in terms of education, a gap still to actually leapfrog and educating for the frontier? That's what I think we need to be doing all the time. Capacitation from the point of view of the IDB wording. Let's capacitate, from the point of view of the countries is skilling, being able to absorb more and skill them for the future. I think the way to do it in my general picture of Latin America is if we're gonna seize this opportunity, let's capacitate them to innovate and use AI in the areas that the world needs us. Bioeconomy, pharmaceutical issues, food security, all these agricultural innovations. Let's take advantage of it. Let's just use AI there. Let's put our people there. We can do it. So, short answer, we need to embrace. We don't have option. Let's do it in a clear way, realizing that there are risks, not to fall into the trap, the trap of the past, which say everything is good, and in the end is Pareto improvement, but it will take some time. So we know some people lose, it's not Pareto in the transition. But let's do it through education, for skilling. In our language here, capacitation.
Okay, so you heard it here first. We should not be Luddites. We should embrace it. That's my instinct too. I hope we're right. So we're going to end, and I'm going to end asking the audience for two favors. First, a round of applause to Ilan, and thank him for his insights.
And second, to Andrea and Philip.
And third, thank you, Ilan. But I want to say one more thing. I said at the outset, but I want to end the session with revisiting this thought. 30 years, many of the chief economists are here. You've done an amazing job, guys. Congratulations, congratulations. Eric, congratulations to Eric's predecessors. Job well done.
And to Alejandro Izquierdo, that had a very important role here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Alejandro, you get one too. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Golfine, Andres Velasco, and Felipe Guion for this fascinating conversation. Now we invite you to a coffee break. We will be back in 10 minutes for the second session of the day. Enjoy. Welcome back. And welcome to the second panel of the IDB 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. Before I continue, please remember that we have simultaneous interpretation devices in case you need them. To my right, you will find devices so that you can listen to this conference in English or in Spanish, whatever you choose. Also, everybody that is following us through YouTube, LinkedIn, and other social media, you can also find in simultaneous translation. You just have to look for the description of the event. So now let's continue with the next panel, Balancing Act, Navigating Fiscal Challenges. This session will explore the fiscal challenges Latin American governments face and the strategies needed to strengthen resilience, particularly in addressing sovereign debt risks, subnational finances, and fiscal frameworks for a sustainable future. Antes de continuar, también lo digo en español, bienvenidos a todos a este segundo panel, nuestra segunda sesión de los 30 años de investigación del BID. Quiero recordarles a aquellos que estén en esta sala de conferencias que allí pueden encontrar dispositivos para traducción simultánea, español, en inglés, también todos aquellos que nos siguen a través de YouTube, de Facebook, de LinkedIn o de X, antiguamente Twitter, pueden encontrar allí también nuestra transmisión en inglés y en español. Now I want to welcome our moderator for this session, Mrs. Era Dabla Norris. Welcome to the podium.
Congratulations to the Research Department of the IDB, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. It's an honor to be moderating this session. Fiscal policy is firmly back on the agenda, not that it ever left, but it's firmly back on the agenda. And with public debts and deficits at nearly all-time highs around the world in the wake of the pandemic, and debt projected to come down in some countries and stabilize, but at levels well above what we've seen prior to the pandemic. At the same time, pressures on public finances looming and new shocks potentially on the horizon. Right? So how we think about fiscal policy, both from a demand management perspective, from a longer term perspective, and how fiscal policy can help meet the needs of the public in Latin America is sort of the burning question of the time. And so the topic of this panel is very timely. And it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Carlos Vey, Charlie. He's well known to all of you here in the audience. Carlos is the Fred Sanderson Professor of International Economics at Johns Hopkins. He was the World Bank Chief Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean, and has published extensively in leading academic journals on monetary and fiscal policy issues in both emerging market and developing economies. So I'd like to invite Carlos for his keynote speech. Carlos, we are waiting for Carlos. Here he is. Carlos, welcome. You have 30 minutes to tell us all about fiscal policy in Latin America.
Okay, so
Please.
And I can do this. Okay, and this can be back. How do I come back here? Well, I can keep going up, and then to come back, I press the red. Because this becomes more and more so sophisticated. So I think that it's hard to keep track with when you have to do something and when you don't have to do something. El verde de arriba. Perfect, okay. So, and then okay. So let me go to the Well, I wanted that to be a surprise, but I mean, because I thought I am gonna be the first researcher to show this in a major academic conference. So I hope that you will remember the day that you saw this for the first time, okay? Okay, so let me go. But this, of course, is not my presentation. So if somebody... Oh, okay, you're working on that. So, but if I can go to the first and to offer... Oh, because this is the...
Okay, now.
Esteban Rossi.
1 second. There. Now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and then I can start this, and then to go back here, I press the red, right? Okay, so... Okay, so here I think I am converging to what I want to converge. Okay, so thank you so much for being here. This for me is very special. It is, of course, a true honor to be here. I truly appreciate being here. You know, if I can take 2 or 3 minutes from a memory line, I'm looking for Ricardo Hausmann here. I am not wearing my distant glasses, so he may be here, he may be not. But I do recall very well in the fall of '94, people like Carmen, Graciela, Mike, Gavin, and so forth were talking about the possibility of Ricardo Hausmann, who at the time was a senior advisor in the fund, and people like me and Carmen also were part of that group. And I think that this is public information, so I'm not saying anything that shouldn't be said. So we had a lot of conversation with Ricardo as to what his best course of actions would be. So obviously he had a couple of options. The first was to stay at the fund as a senior advisor under the administration of the fund. At that time, Mike Musa was the big boss in every sense of the word, and Ricardo was sort of debating a lot as to what to do. For what is worse, people like me and Carmen thought that he should take the position of the chief economist at the IDB, that his personality, his expertise, his enthusiasm were truly high the ideal for this job. And in the end, to make a long story short, he took his job. I mean, he took this job in the fall of '94, and I remember because Ricardo was really ahead of his time, because I remember going to his office before he had made a decision, and he said, I mean, he would call me, Charlie, do you have an opinion on the second moments? And that is how he would formulate the question. I mean, of course, people close to him had no clue whatsoever by what he meant second moments. But it's facile to say that he was a true believer in volatility, second moments, I mean, themes that in those days had not been yet explored. So at that point, he realized that his value added could be more in being the chief economist of the IDB and in creating the Office of the Chief Economist and the IDB. And to summarize, the rest is history. I mean, Ricardo put this department on the table and did a fantastic work, perhaps the best research department in this area, and he took over, and as I said, the rest of his history, the department flourished under the people who came after Ricardo, like Calvo, Santiago Levy, Eric, and so on and so forth. So, you know, it is interesting when you go back of history and ask what they would have done if this fork on the road hadn't happened. I think that in the case of Ricardo, I mean, he did what he had to do, and he did very, very well. And then, of course, with all the chief economists that follow him. Okay, so just to summarize, I think that the research department of the IDB, coming from somebody that did a lot of consulting, but I was not part of the team, was very, very high quality and very, very good. And Ricardo and Guillermo, and in particular Ricardo, at the very early on, saw the potential to study macro issues in Latin America that people had not thought about. So I know that I have very little time, but I thought that needed to be told. Okay, so let me see if I can go to the second. No, this is the. So how do I do to the second slide? Forward.
Yes.
Okay, and
And to
then
go
back.
back, but forward, that's it. You don't have to back, forward and backwards.
Okay. Here I thought that because to me, if there is a macroeconomic issue, because obviously today is the day of the macro issues, tomorrow is the day of the macro issues. This is a plot that in the literature, many people call the plots the Peñarol, and today, well, I'm happy to see that people at least recognize this. And today it is a very important day because for the first time I will introduce the plot de Peñarol as it has never been done before. So if you take a single thing of this, please remember the plot de Peñarol. So this I'm hoping that some of you know. That this is simply for a 60-year average from 1960 and 2021, the correlation between public spending and GDP. And you can see in the second line of all this that, first, the yellow capture the developing countries, the black capture are the advanced countries, and this is for sure one of these situations in which a picture is really worth 1,000 or 5,000 words, because you, I'm just checking that this is all over, because otherwise it is hard to make the point. So here you can see that the big yellow mass is on the right side, which means that you are pursuing pro-cyclical fiscal policy, and you can see that 85% of developing countries follow pro-cyclical fiscal policy, as opposed to the black bars that only show on the left side. So the takeaway is that emerging markets are pro-cyclical, advanced economies are counter-cyclical, and you can see that the difference between the two is highly significant. The average emerging is 0.25 and highly significant, and the average in the industrial is very, very little counter-cyclical. And this, after in a paper with Kaminsky, Reichert, and yours truly, that was basically done in this office. So this office, I think, is obvious by now that played a very big role in pushing these ideas. And I want to show you, let me see if I can go to the, can I get please to the jersey. I don't know how to get to the jersey here.
You can just say next. They'll probably help you out there.
Here. Okay, but this comes towards the end. No, but this is for the spatial friction. Go back, okay. Yeah, but this is the damage function. Okay, so I'll stop here. Yes.
Nosotros lo vamos a controlar.
Sí.
Solamente dices next. ¿Ok?
Bueno, perfecto.
Entonces, ¿en qué slide lo quieres?
Está al principio todo.
¿En el primer slide?
Sí.
First slide, please. First slide, please. First slide, please. First slides, please. Okay. Y entonces solo nos dices next y los chicos lo van a cambiar, ¿ok?
Okay.
First slide, please. First slide, please.
Well, this should work.
Ya, déjenlo aquí.
Yes.
Y entonces solo le dice next y los chicos la van a mover, ¿ok?
Okay, perfecto.
Ok, solo diga next cuando te quiera.
Está. Bueno, entonces so this is what is that is showing that if you look to the top left corner, 85% of emerging markets are procyclical compared to only 27% of advanced countries that are procyclical. Okay, so the first idea that you should keep in mind is that if you look at 60 years, I mean, 85% of the developing countries were very procyclical. And the reason why we call this the plot de Peñarol, I mean, if I can go to the link there where it says Jersey Peñarol. If you can click in the Jersey Peñarol there, please. This is for Latin America. Well, in case we didn't get it, I mean, if you go home with this presentation and you click in Peñarol, Jersey, you see the beautiful 1961 Peñarol Jersey that had the black bars and the yellow bars. And that is the origin of this chart that since we did it with Carmen and Graciela, I mean, it has been updated by many people. Okay, but at some point it would be nice. Okay, so and this I see as a progress report, and the progress report is how many emerging countries have been able to escape from the procyclicality trap, and for that we have split the sample before and after 2000. You can see that the before is very similar to the plot that we see for the whole sample, but if you look at the second, meaning after 2000, you can see, if you look at the first picture, that there are a lot of white mass that has switched to the countercyclical stance, right? So for instance, a nice number to keep in mind is where it says overall graduation rate is 25%, is that 25% of countries were pro-cyclical before the year 2000 became counter-cyclical over the year 2000, which implies that the graduation rate is 22%, which is one country in 5. I mean, you may say it is not much, but this has been a phenomenon that has been happening for 60 years. So to have a fifth of countries switching is important. And this is the lag. I mean, this is in red because it is only lag. And it is very interesting because lag in this period of before year 2000 and after year 2000, you can see in the first plot that all Latin American countries that we got data from, and this is from my times at the World Bank. It is only Jamaica, as you can see on the left, that has been countercyclical. All the other countries of Latin America have been procyclical, so that is not very good. And then, well, this I'm gonna pass very quickly. Here, if you run a scatter plot of the quality of institutions, you can see a very significant slope. That is telling you that the better is institutional quality, the less procyclical or the more countercyclical is fiscal policy. So that has been very important. And okay, thank you. And of course include some issues that because time is so short, I'll say a couple of words when we talk about in the panel. And these two, because of the brevity of time, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about this in the panel. I mean, I know that Mauricio will have things to say. And here, what I'm going to do is to talk about the fiscal rules. When we talk about the panel, I feel that there is a lot of confusion on what a fiscal rule should be or it should not be. And then another very important thing is do a fiscal rule cause fiscal disciplines, or do fiscal discipline come fiscal discipline, in the sense that fiscal discipline in many countries like Chile, you have the feeling that it is not that the policymakers say, well, okay, I mean, we'll implement a fiscal rule and see how fiscal response, how fiscal response respond. But it is more that once you happen to be like Chile, a very serious country, I mean the market has already decided that fiscal policy in Chile is very important. So the fiscal rule is more a seal of approval than anything else. Okay, and we will talk more about this, and we will talk a little bit more about this. But I was hoping to get okay, and I mean, if there is a single picture that for the next 30 years you should keep in mind, it is this. This again, it is the first wall exclusive by CNN and also by the IDB of the Peñarol jersey that was, I mean, for those of you who do not know, I am originally from Uruguay. Peñarol is by far the best team. Some people that root for Nacional can disagree, but you can completely discard those. So this was the picture circa in 1961, 1962, I mean, in which you can do this black lines and a yellow line. And this is historical, so keep it in your computer. No, I'm truly, because now, I mean, it took me a little while to find the Fiat, by Toyota, by Gatorade. So, I mean, it becomes a very, very messy jersey, but this is the pure 1961. When my father and I went to the Estadio Centenario. Okay, so sorry for this personal note, but I thought that people who have heard me for 30 years talk about the Plus de Peñarol would to know what was all this about. So thank you so much, and as I said, we'll come back to some more technical issues in the panel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlos. The issue of procyclicality of fiscal policy has obviously been, a big challenge for emerging markets, not just in Latin America. And as we look ahead and we think about the scope and scale of potential fiscal challenges that countries in the region face, there's a lot of important questions that come to mind, and it's my pleasure to invite the panelists that we have with us today. We have Professor Mauricio Cardenas, who's a professor of professional practice and global leadership at Columbia University and a renowned specialist on all issues Latin America. We have Ms. Teresa Terminacian, who had a very illustrious career at the IMF. She was my former boss, and also a former director of the Fiscal Affairs Department, and she's published extensively on issues of fiscal federalism, including in Latin America. So I'm going to start with the discussion. So Charlie, you laid out short-term considerations. Can fiscal policy address the challenges post-shocks? But I think as I laid out very early on, there's large challenges looming. Public finances across the world, not just in Latin America, are in a much weaker place than when we started out prior to the pandemic. And perhaps some of the glory days are over. Growth prospects have moderated. There's a lot of uncertainty about the future of interest rates, and hence uncertainty about fiscal policy. So Teresa, I'd like to start with you. And I'd like to hear from you, what do you see as some of the biggest challenges that are facing governments at all levels in Latin America? And what do you think are these implications for fiscal sustainability going forward? So Teresa, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure and an honor for me to participate in this celebration of the Research Department 30th anniversary. Over the last decade and a half, I've had the privilege of contributing in various capacities to some of its analytical projects, and I have learned a lot, I must say, from them. Research work has been a great source of high-quality knowledge, sound policy advice for Latin American countries, and I'm sure it will continue to be in the decades ahead. This advice is particularly important because the region will face increasing economic, social, and fiscal challenges over the medium to long term, including some that have already been mentioned, and they will be featured further in the subsequent session, like raising its growth potential, reducing inequality, mitigating and adapting to climate change, while safeguarding and consolidating the gains that have already been achieved in economic and financial stability. I'm going to focus my brief remarks on the main challenges going forward. I agree with Charlie that avoiding the procyclicality that so often has plagued fiscal policies in the region remains a significant challenge, although progress has been made, according to his charts, in several of its countries. The bigger challenges, however, in my view, is for Latin American countries to create structural fiscal space to face the looming challenges that will have large budgetary costs over the coming decades. The first major challenge stems from the rapid aging of the population in most Latin American countries. This will put strong pressures, as has been highlighted in a number of IDB papers, on pensions, health, and long-term care spending. Moreover, due to pervasive labor informality, pension and healthcare coverage remains quite inadequate, and expanding it will put further pressure on spending on non-contributory pensions and on healthcare. Climate change and the related energy transition will also have profound but quite differentiated fiscal implications for the region. Most countries will need substantial public investment in mitigation and especially in adaptation, although the estimates of their magnitudes will, of course, vary significantly. They already vary in the literature, and they're likely to differ across countries, and as I will explain later, even within countries, depending on the geographic condition, the state and resilience of the public capital stock, and the respective potential that different countries have to mobilize private, domestic, and foreign capital for the purpose. The energy transition will affect negatively the finances of fossil fuel producers in the region, which there are several, while it will benefit those of producers of minerals needed for the transition, and also those who have access to easier or less expensive green energy sources like hydro and wind and solar. Unfortunately, uncertainties about the global pace of the energy transition will make it difficult to estimate its impact on different countries in the region. Technological change, as was already mentioned in the previous session, will also pose significant fiscal challenges for Latin American countries. While we all know, and this has been highlighted in a number of IDB publications in the past, digitalization can generate significant efficiency gains in tax administration and expenditure management over the medium term, it will continue to require significant public investment in infrastructure and in the training of civil servants. And more generally, countries in the region will need to improve, as was mentioned in the previous session, the quality of education to ensure that their workforce acquires the necessary skills to keep up with the pace of technological change, including the growing use of AI. So how can the Latin America region face these challenges? Well, there are no easy answers. First of all, I think that some rethinking is needed on how to assess fiscal space and related to the sustainable debt levels. More analytical and empirical work is needed to assess the impact of public investment on countries' growth potential, which in turn is key, of course, for debt sustainability. This rethinking should be reflected in the reform of fiscal rules and fiscal responsibility frameworks, a topic which I think Mauricio will focus on in his remarks. Second, many countries in the region have significant scope to mobilize additional revenues through green taxes, by better exploiting personal and property taxes, by reducing tax expenditures, which are estimated to average about 3.5% of GDP currently in the Latin America region, and of course by strengthening tax administration and tax compliance. Third, there is much scope to improve the allocative and technical efficiency of public spending in the region, as has been compellingly highlighted in the 2018 DIA on better spending for better lives, which I had the pleasure to contribute to. Parametric and structural reforms of pension systems as appropriate in individual countries, and phasing out the remaining fuel subsidies are priorities in this respect. I am sure that through its analytical and capacity building work, as mentioned today by the President, the IDB will continue to provide essential support to Latin American countries in their fiscal reform efforts in the decades ahead. Erad, you mentioned about the impact, particularly the challenges of national governments. Are we having a second round for me to discuss?
If you would like to talk about that, that's fine. But I think this is a good time also perhaps to segue
exactly.
to Maurizio.
Yes.
And Maurizio, both Carlos and Teresa sort of pointed to you as sort of the institutional guardian and someone who has a lot to say about fiscal rules. So my personal view is that they can offer important guardrails, and they can instill discipline and create room for policy maneuver. But compliance, not just in Latin America, but in many other parts of the world, often falls short of what they're intended to do. So from that perspective, what can you tell us, or what are your views on fiscal rules and frameworks in Latin America, how they've evolved, and where do they need to go further to instill the kind of discipline, to create the kind of space that is needed for policy maneuver? Maurizio.
Well, thank you so much, Era, and thank you, Charlie and Teresa. I enjoy a lot the slides from Charlie. I even borrow them. I use them in my class this week. I didn't ask you for permission, but they're great. My students love them. And Teresa, thanks for your comments, because I think they fit very well in what I'm about to say. So Very few countries in the world now can afford not having a fiscal rule. I mean, fiscal rules are kind of like the norm rather than the exception. And in our part of the world, only few countries do not have a fiscal rule. And of course, are the countries that you would expect because they have huge fiscal deficits, like Venezuela or Bolivia. So it's the norm, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing. And I think I need to explain that because fiscal rules come in all forms, in all shapes possible. So it doesn't, I mean, it's not clear that all fiscal rules are helpful and all fiscal rules play a good role. But if we take kind of like a long-term perspective, last 20 years, and we ask ourselves, has fiscal policy management improved in Latin America? I'd say the answer overwhelmingly is yes. We've had no major fiscal crisis, I mean, except for countries that have defaulted on their debt, but those are more the usual suspects like Argentina and Ecuador. But you know, for the most part, the region has been, from the fiscal point of view, more stable. It doesn't necessarily mean there's correlation because there's been fiscal rules around, but doesn't necessarily mean that there's causality from fiscal rules to more macro stability. But generally speaking, I would say that fiscal rules have played a good role in the sense that today's debt levels, very few people think, are unsustainable. I mean, that's the main reason why you have a fiscal rule. You want to avoid debt and sustainability. And although debt has increased in the region, especially in the last 10 years, I wouldn't say, and very few people would say, that it's unsustainable. I mean, the average public debt to GDP ratio in the region is about 60%. And I think part of it is related to the fact that there have been fiscal rules around. Now, question is, and this is connected to Charlie's presentation, whether this graduation from a very pro-cyclical fiscal management in the region to a more counter-cyclical in a few countries, in a few cases, is related to the fact that fiscal rules exist. And I would say that it depends. I don't know of a study that has actually done a comprehensive assessment of fiscal rules vis-a-vis pro-cyclicality, counter-cyclicality of fiscal policy. But there are good indicators that suggest that certain fiscal rules that have the following characteristics: structural, multi-year, that have an anchor related to debt, are probably resulting in more counter-cyclical fiscal policy. So let me say less pro-cyclical. That's perhaps the best way of characterizing them. Whereas if you had rules that are more related to expenditures or actually a debt ceiling, they tend to result in more pro-cyclical performance. So it really depends. We haven't really seen a study kind of like saying which are the cases where fiscal rules are associated with more counter-cyclical fiscal policies. But in general terms, the fiscal rules that Chile have, Colombia, Uruguay, probably are resulting in that type of policies. However, you also see other cases that are different. The two countries in the region, the most important countries in the region that have been having an increase in debt, and it doesn't seem to be going to end soon, because if you look at the projections from the IMF, they will continue to increase up until 2028, are Brazil and Mexico. And there are fiscal rules in Mexico and Brazil, but certainly not the type of fiscal rules that will actually result in counter-cyclical fiscal policies or also in terms of debt in more debt sustainability. So I wouldn't generalize. I think the fiscal rules are really depend a lot on the type and the structure and the way they're implemented, which brings me to a final point, which has to do with the role of fiscal councils. If you ask me what do I think is the most important aspect about fiscal rules, is the existence of an independent fiscal council, because that really has elevated the conversation about fiscal policy. It's given more transparency to it. It's given more eyes, more visibility in terms of public opinion. The discussion about fiscal policy is a much harder discussion than monetary policy because there are many, many variables to watch. There are many things that can happen with kind of creative accounting, putting some expenditures below the line, paying them directly with debt, those things. So it's very important to have a fiscal council watching what's going on. And I think for that aspect of fiscal rules has been very important. Let me finish by saying that the fiscal rules of the past do not necessarily work for the future. And especially in a region that is facing two important shocks. One is a growth shock. I mean, if you look at the recent projections from the IMF, Latin America is decelerating, is going to grow less, say, in the next 5 years, relative to where we were before the pandemic. So we need to adjust to a region that's going to grow less. And at the same time, the cost of the debt service, interest rates, however you measure it, marginal, the cost of issuing new debt, average, interest rates are going up. So what we thought was sustainable 5 years ago is no longer sustainable. We'll need a bigger effort in terms of generating primary surpluses. And that happens at the time when the demands for government services, public investment are greater because we have a lot of challenges at the same time. I mean, we have the climate challenges, we have the energy transition, we have the pandemics, we have a number of challenges that put more pressure on government expenditures, not to mention the SDGs. So in a way, these are very difficult times to be finance minister because you have to have a greater primary surplus precisely at the time when there are greater demands because of all these great challenges that we're facing. But having the rule and protecting the fiscal policy decisions because of the existence of that rule, I think is important. It plays an important role in the conversation, and I think it helps finance ministers in general in the region to achieve greater fiscal stability. So I think the jury's still out, but better to have the fiscal rules than not to have them, and if possible, migrate to a fiscal rule that has all these elements that I mentioned at the beginning, multi-year, not the same year, the same budget in the same Congress deciding what's the ceiling, structural, make sure that you can use fiscal policy in a counter-cyclical way to offset the business cycle, to offset commodity shocks, and always keep in mind as a target the level of debt. I think those fiscal rules, which are now being called the fourth generation fiscal rules, are probably better than the very simple ceilings on expenditures or on debt levels.
So basically the bottom line, fiscal rules are a good thing. They've served Latin America well. There's a need for independent oversight over public finances. There's some recent work coming out of the fund which plots the pledges that politicians are making in their manifestos. I'm actually one of the authors of that work. And we find that when you look at the fiscal content, including Latin America, of what politicians are saying in their electoral manifestos, the share of the platform that is devoted to pro-expansion discourse has increased dramatically in the last 3 decades. And the share of the discourse that is devoted to fiscal restraint has fallen off dramatically. So you see, it's a very interesting sort of cross that you see in the data. Okay. What that means is that the political economy of all of this is absolutely critical. We haven't really spoken about that, but that's obviously absolutely critical in the region as well. And so fiscal council, to the extent that they can provide this oversight function, is extremely important. And then I think the question here also is, much like elsewhere in the world, including in Europe, are fiscal councils in Latin America fit for purpose? Do they have the mandates? Can they play an advocacy role? Can they inform the public about what the policies mean, what are the costs of inaction, what are the trade-offs? Are they well-resourced and well-funded? I think these are important questions that we still have to ask. And what is, at least to my knowledge, there's very little research, including in the IMF, on how do fiscal councils really play this oversight role and under what conditions. So I think these points are really well taken. Clearly, more work needs to be done to establish some sort of a causal, if you will, link between those two. But I wanted to go back to a point that you made, Maurizio, on the importance of rules playing a role in counter-cyclical policy, and go back to Carlos. Charlie, in your talk, you said it's really important for fiscal policy in Latin America to be counter-cyclical. We will face future shocks. There's been progress. But there's recent research which shows that the scope for counter-cyclical policy may be really limited if sovereign debt risks are high. Okay? And so how concerned are you about sovereign debt risks in Latin America at this juncture, and sort of what should future research, more importantly for the purposes of this conference, what should future research focus on?
Yeah, so my point here is that unfortunately over the last two plus years, even the Chilean government that we all put as the arbitrary, yes, I mean, we all say because Chile has done that, we should do it. But there are 2 points here that I have been amazed. I mean, I have been working this for 30 years. It doesn't mean that all that I have said makes sense, but let's suppose that sum makes sense. For to give you an example, that even at the theoretical work, we need to understand better, because what happens even in the fund, but even in Chile, they tend to lump together the FICA rule that is based on keeping a balance on the actual fiscal rule and the FICA rule that tries to keep a balance on the structural FICA rule. I didn't have time to go through all these slides, but if you think for 10 minutes and take optimal fiscal policy book, you can tell right away that the fiscal rule that most U.S. states have, that is that we have to have a
balanced budget,
zero fiscal rule, is literally, and this can be shown theoretically, which we have, but it is also obvious if you think about that, if you force something to have a balanced budget in bad times, that means that you're asking the country to maximize fiscal procyclicality. Now, for some reason, this is an issue that has been pointed out, and that people do not pay any attention. The second thing that people don't pay attention, and in Chile, where we have some of the best economy, like Felipe Larraín Pepe de Gregorio, they say because we have a rule that applies to the structural balance, then the optimal fiscal policy that is going to come out is acyclical. But that is not true at all. What Chile does, which is the Lucas Toque, means that if you implement everything, you have an acyclical. So if you want to have counter-cyclical, it is fine, but then you have to legislate that in bad times you are allowed a 2% more deficit vis-a-vis what. I'm sorry, just to complete, because I feel strongly about this issue, and you touched on that. So if I may, to me, in the end, and if you look at my slides, the last slide is about that. To me, in the end of this, do fiscal policy cause fiscal discipline, or does fiscal discipline imply that the Chilean government, that is an issue that hasn't been solved. And to me, it will be solved in the opposite way that we would like. And let me very quickly to put an example. As you may remember, although you may have been very young, for older people like me,
it's all relative, right?
Yeah. 30 years ago, there was this big discussion with Rudy Dombu, Jacob Frenkel, Mike Musa. I mean, people that say that if I implement a convertibility plan or a fix, that would cause fiscal discipline. Because if we didn't have fiscal discipline, the exchange rate regime couldn't work. And that was completely refuted. Because typically what happened was that if Argentina was not willing to have a fiscal discipline, the whole exchange rate regime. So just to finish, you have the feeling that the first step is to have a country that, based on political economy things, that they truly believe in fiscal discipline, and as a result, that is gonna cause fiscal discipline. But to have the other way around, to expect because you put a fixed exchange rate and say, I am not going to print money for the last 200 years, as Cavallo said, I mean, it simply that doesn't work.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn to Mauricio here. So, rules, discretions,
right.
Discipline, long-standing debates, but we're thinking about mounting spending challenges. Teresa spoke very eloquently about what the challenges are looming for the region. So how do you see rules being fit for purpose in that environment where we have to spend for climate, we have to spend for population aging, we talked about poverty, inequality, lots of challenges ahead. What role will rules play? And should rules be relaxed? I think this is sort of the perennial question. Should rules be relaxed in order to accommodate these massive 7 to 15% of GDP annual is what we've projected. If you start adding up all the numbers, and it's even higher, so like 13 to 20% for the low-income countries in the region. So these are big, big numbers, and we're talking about discipline. And what is your view?
Well, that's a great question. So this is the time, if you are texting, this is the time to stop texting. And because this is the conversation that is taking place today in the world, and I think it's perhaps at the macro level, the most important conversation, which is how are we going to pay for all the challenges that we have? And the most important one is the climate challenge. So there are many economists, very clever, very smart people saying, well, if we are concerned about planetary sustainability, we shouldn't be worried about fiscal sustainability. We should just, pay attention to whatever we need to do to make sure we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And that, of course, has given a lot of kind of like amplitude and degrees of freedom to governments that say, we want to have exceptions to our fiscal rules. Many countries are trying to do that. And that's what we're talking today about, the green fiscal rules. I come from Colombia. 2 days ago, I think just because he knew I was going to come and talk about fiscal rules here, the president of Colombia submitted to Congress a bill precisely doing that, saying we have a fiscal rule, but we need more fiscal space because the challenges of the climate change are huge, and therefore we should have some expenditures for mitigation, for adaptation that are exempt from the fiscal rule. And that's more or less the standard thinking today. So question here is that a good thing or is that a bad idea? And one way of looking at this is, say, if you follow what's been kind of like the estimation, call it prescription about how much to spend on mitigation, how much to spend on adaptation at the global level, say 2% of GDP for mitigation, another 2% of GDP for adaptation. If the current level of debt in the region on average is 60% of GDP, that can take us to above 100% by 2050. So is that a reasonable price to pay to kind of like help solve the problems of planetary sustainability? Is that reasonable? The literature is full of papers, as I said, and most of the papers that argue in favor of that use typically two arguments. The argument of multipliers, saying, whatever you invest on reducing emissions or adapting to climate change has a much greater multiplier than everything else. We haven't seen that. We haven't really tested that. And another argument is based on externalities. So if we do this, of course, we're going to great things, including surviving as a species. So it's very tempting to say, yes, let's give more fiscal space. But at the same time, it is clear that debt will need to be repaid, and the capacity of countries to pay a debt which is 60% of GDP is already creating a lot of strain. I mean, we're spending 4 or 5% of our GDP on interest. Imagine what would happen if we were to have debt levels over 100% of GDP. So that means, it's going to be very hard to pay that. And also, you could reverse the argument and say, look, maybe these climate challenges will require us to be more strict because we're going to face greater risks. And those risks could be physical risks, which our region is heavily exposed to, will involve a lot of costs to deal with them. So perhaps we should build buffers today, meaning more savings, more strict fiscal rules. That's part of the work we're doing with Oscar Valencia here at the IDB, which is basically going in the other direction. Rather than flexibilizing fiscal rules, making fiscal rules more strict and making sure that we save enough. So my take on this conversation is, look, I don't think that flexibilizing fiscal rules is really the best way to deal with the challenges of the climate transition. I think the best way is different. The best way is to change the way we think about the medium-term fiscal frameworks. So medium-term fiscal frameworks predate fiscal rules and have been very important I would say even more important than fiscal rules, because fiscal frameworks, force you to think ahead.
Exactly.
And therefore, you need to think about, for example, you're going to have greater risks. There are more contingencies, so you have to measure them in those 10-year plans. Or if you're going to have to spend more on mitigation, and that's not going to be just 1 year. It's something that's going to have to be done over a period of time. So medium-term fiscal frameworks are really the right tool to think about climate and to incorporate climate. And adding to fiscal frameworks, we should all start with our budget departments, because the way we build budgets in the region doesn't really consider at all the impacts on climate. So perhaps we should start thinking, well, what items in the budget will help mitigate climate change? What parts of the budget, increase the problem? And start kind of like measuring that. The green budgeting, I think, will be a great tool. And on top of that, of course, the issue of energy subsidies and carbon taxation, which is crucial.
That's the million-dollar
And that's something
issue.
that should be considered. I'm very much in favor of a gradual approach to carbon pricing with some differential carbon pricing. Let me just say here that I don't think these regions should actually go to the carbon prices that Europe has. I think it's going to take a long time to get there. And while we get there, we shouldn't face any trade restriction in Europe just because we have a lower carbon price. So anyway, those things are better incorporated in a medium-term fiscal framework rather than a fiscal rule. So that's why I've been saying to President Petro in Colombia, this idea of flexibilizing the fiscal rule is really something that is not going to help us either achieve our climate goals or achieve fiscal sustainability.
I think that's
so it's a bad idea.
And I completely agree with you there. And in fact, we've been advising governments to do precisely that, which is not to relax fiscal rules, because there's two things as economists that we know. One is that you have to always think about trade-offs. I mean, that's our field. That's what it was built on. And second, as people who've worked on fiscal issues, there's the inescapable arithmetic. The government's intertemporal budget constraint must hold. And so you need to think about these issues from that perspective and paradigm. So we're almost out of time, but I wanted to give Teresa some time to talk about fiscal federalism issues. I mean, you've done a lot of work on subnational governments in the region, and there's two things that come to mind. How do you strengthen public finances in the region so you prevent them from being, subnational governments from being pro-cyclical? And how do you make them more resilient to shocks, including the kind of climate shocks that Mauricio spoke of?
Yeah, well, I would like to focus particularly on, how the subnational governments in Latin America, state and local governments, can contribute to facing the longer-term fiscal challenges, which I referred to in my previous remarks. And just to motivate this, consider that subnational governments account for well over 40% of general government spending in the three largest federations, Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil, but are also close to 40% in unitary countries like Colombia and Peru. So I think that the big challenges for the subnational finances result from increased macroeconomic volatility and lower, possibly, growth prospects. I'm not sure about higher interest rates, I hope not. Climate change and the related increased exposure to natural disaster and zoonotic diseases, the energy transition, and the rapid pace of technological change. Now, in many countries, in Latin America as elsewhere, subnational governments play significant roles in spending areas that are especially affected by climate change, such as regional and urban transportation, housing, public health care, infrastructure, as well as in land use. And of course, in exporters of fossil fuels, some subnational governments face the prospects of reduced revenues from royalties and taxes over the medium term. And different regions and localities have different capacities to take advantage of the economic opportunities created by digitalization and artificial intelligence. So what policies and institutional reforms can help subnational governments in Latin America address these challenges over the short to medium term? I mean, one has to stress that the answer is very locality specific because as well as country-specific, reflecting characteristics of the intergovernmental fiscal relations system, expenditure and revenue decentralization, geographic conditions, demographic trends, and so on. However, there are some general points. First of all, in my view, subnational governments must strengthen the management of their fiscal risks, meaning that they must strive to improve the identification, analysis, mitigation, and, if possible, transfer of the risks that they face. Importantly, they should endeavor to maximize, through own revenue mobilization and through expenditure rationalization, the fiscal space to accommodate those fiscal risks that cannot be mitigated or transferred. I've written a number of papers in this area. Second, there is scope for improving coordination and cooperation, horizontal cooperation among subnational governments to create the synergies and economies of scale in facing these subnational challenges, for example, through the creation of regional hubs. And second, national government can and should support their subnational government in facing these growing fiscal challenges by assigning them adequate own revenue handles, by creating appropriate incentive through hard budget constraints to exploit these revenue handles. We know that lack of hard budget constraint results in
There's plenty of examples from Latin
yes,
America in the past.
Of course, plenty. I mean, in fact, including in one of the books, the ideas that have been prepared previously. And also by avoiding to impose new unfunded spending mandates, which is a temptation for national governments that are with constrained budgets to pass on responsibilities without appropriate resources to their subnational governments, by improving coordination in spending programs in areas of shared responsibilities, including investment in the infrastructure needed for mitigation and adaptation to climate change, through well-targeted special purpose and capital transfers to fund these investments within the constraints of the fiscal space at the national level, through subnational fiscal rules that allow subnational governments to borrow, but in a responsible way, to finance priority investment, and by creating appropriate incentives for subnational governments to better manage their fiscal risks, including from natural disaster. For example, by agreeing to pre-specified cost-sharing arrangements in the event of natural disaster.
I think we're almost out of time. So
I just want to say that multilateral banks like the IDB can continue to provide support to the subnational government in lack, as they do, through financing sound investment projects, including, of course, in adaptation to climate change and disaster prevention, through technical assistance, through further development, and maintenance of subnational fiscal databases, which are very lacking and are necessary for improved green budgeting, also at the subnational level, and, of course, through analytical work.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Now, I think overall, Latin America has come a long way in the last 30 years. Fiscal policy has turned less pro-cyclical, but there's lots of large risks looming. The political economy has changed. Spending needs to address a host of challenges have risen. Questions of rules versus discretion and sort of these fundamental questions of trade-offs and rules versus discretion have sort of re-emerged in a new and a different way. And how governments manage across all levels, these kind of questions have once again come to the fore in terms of how we address these new challenges. So I'd like to thank our panelists. Thanks, Charlie, for his keynote, and our fellow panelists here. And a round of applause, please, for this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panel for such an insightful discussion. I want to invite all of you to join the discussion online. Hashtag 30 years of research, o también se puede en español 30 años de investigación. Así estamos en las redes sociales. We are going to go to our lunch break. We're going to be back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the third session of the 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, before we continue, let me remind you that if you need a simultaneous translation device, you can find it on the table at my right. Also, if you're watching us on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, or YouTube, you can find the audio in English or Spanish. You just have to go to the description of the event. Bienvenidos de vuelta, esperamos que hayan tenido un buen...
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. We will now begin our third session, Charting Sustainable Futures, Climate Crossroads. But I want to remind you that if you'd like to listen to the interpretation, you'll find a device here on my right, and you can get interpretation into Spanish or English. Many people are listening to us on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, or through our other platforms. We welcome all of you. You can listen to us in English or Spanish. Just find the description of the event and you'll find there a choice of the audio you'd like to listen to.
Charting a Sustainable Future. This panel will be examining the regional impact of climate change. This session will discuss spatial adaptation strategies, the role of carbon taxes, and global frameworks essential for mitigating economic and environmental damage. Now, I would like to ask you to join me in welcoming our next moderator for this session, Mr. Jordan Schwartz. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you so much, and thank you to those of you who are connected and listening to this panel online. Welcome to the panel. I think you just heard that it's called Climate Crossroads, Charting a Sustainable Future. You may have heard, I know that this morning in the fiscal conversations, we touched a little bit already on the interface between economic policy making and climate change. So maybe somebody's mentioned this. Maybe you know this already. Certainly you do if you are from Latin America and or the Caribbean. But this is one of the most vulnerable regions to the negative impacts of climate change in the world. The magnitude, frequency, and duration of associated natural disasters are increasing, and they have far-reaching effects on human morbidity and mortality, on ecosystems, and on economies. During the past 50 years, the number of disasters in the region increased more than threefold. Between 2010 and 2019, direct economic losses from disasters only in South America, for example, averaged $3 billion per year, double the amount of the previous decade. A recent article estimates that the macroeconomic damages from climate change are 6 times larger than previously thought. So as we learn, the problem becomes larger and more challenging. And exploiting natural global temperature variability, in this article, they found that 1% Celsius warming reduces the world GDP by 12%, and business as usual warming would imply a 29% present welfare loss. Research from the IDB estimated that the occurrence of at least one climate-related event per year is linked to an increase in the fiscal deficit for that year of almost 1% of GDP for low and middle income countries. But to better understand the multidimensional impact of climate change, today we are joined by 3 internationally renowned experts who will offer diverse perspectives on the implication not only on the economy, but also on how environmental factors are reshaping public policy decisions and climate actions. First, we will hear from our keynote speaker, Esteban Rossi Hansberg, who will discuss spatial frictions, the costs of moving people, technology, and capital across space, and the relation to climate change. Esteban is the Glenn A. Lloyd Distinguished Service Professor in the Kenneth C. Griffith Department of Economics at the University of Chicago. Previously, he was a professor of economics at Princeton and Stanford Universities, and he earned his PhD from the University of Chicago in 2002. And after Esteban's presentation, Monica Araya will provide a macroeconomic perspective, examining how economic analysis and the role of central banks are evolving in a world with more frequent inflationary episodes and where taxpayers are increasingly required to invest in what was once a free public good, or assumed to be a free public good, a healthy climate. Monica is a distinguished fellow at Climate Works Foundation Previously, she was the executive director of the European Climate Foundation's international portfolio and a member of the executive management team. Now she oversees the work in grant making on trade, diplomacy, and decarbonization plans. She has her PhD in environmental management from Yale University. And we also have with us Peter Blair Henry, and Peter will address the challenges for sustainable infrastructure, the role of the private sector in investment, and the framework needed to understand the social rate of return on infrastructure projects. Peter is a senior fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, as well as at Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. He was a dean emeritus of NYU's Stern School of Business, I think the youngest ever dean of the Stern School. He received his PhD in economics from MIT and serves on the boards of Citigroup and Nike. So not only are they leading scholars with influential publications in their field, but they also share Latin American roots. Peter, I believe, originally from Jamaica. Monica Tica, from Costa Rica, and Esteban was born in Mexico. So we're geographically pretty well represented as well. Their perspectives are complementary, covering macro, micro, geospatial, sector-specific issues, and they underscore the importance of incentives for both governments and the private sector if we can tease out the common lessons that we see in some of their papers. But I don't want to anticipate too much what they're going to say. I'd rather that we turn the floor over to our keynote speaker, Esteban. I'm not sure where Esteban is, but wherever you are, I will move myself, and the stage is yours. There you go. Surprise.
All right. Okay, so thanks to Jordan for the introduction, to the IDB for the invitation to talk today, and congratulations on the anniversary. So climate change is obviously an important phenomenon. We've all confronted it in all sorts of ways in the media, and maybe in our lives. And so, there's a sense that this is something that our generation is going to have to deal with and address in terms of policy. But I think, one important aspect of everything that I'm going to say today that you should keep in mind is that when we think about climate change, we shouldn't think about it as a categorical issue that requires us to drop everything else and only concentrate on this. It is, as any other phenomenon in the economy, something that requires the careful evaluation of its costs and the benefits that we can achieve when we implement particular policies. And so we want to do that analysis, and we want to do that analysis carefully so that we don't spend resources in ways, we don't waste resources, and particularly so in a region where the opportunity cost of those resources is so high. And so that's kind of where the spirit of the research that I've been doing for the last 10 plus years comes in, which is to try to evaluate what are the costs of climate change. And so in order to do that, we've developed frameworks to try to think about this. And so I want to kind of talk briefly about what those frameworks say and kind of what's the gist of them. So the first point that I want to make is that climate change and the way to think about climate change has to be spatial. It's a spatial phenomenon. And kind of I think the easiest way to convey that is by looking at the range of temperatures in the world. So this is a map that represents average temperatures in the world. And what you can see in this map, and that's the point of it, is the big range in temperatures in the world. So there's a range in temperatures in the world that is about 50 degrees Celsius, right? So when you compare that range with the standard forecasts of increases in temperature in kind of business as usual scenarios, what you see is that the range of temperatures in the world is an order of magnitude larger than the increase in temperatures that we're going to experience, even if we don't do anything about climate change. That, of course, doesn't mean that those increases are not meaningful and important. They are, and they're going to affect some regions in very dramatic and negative ways. But it also means that, the effect is going to be very heterogeneous across locations. Some locations are going to be much warmer in a very negative way. Some locations that today are cold may be more in the range where, they're going to be better for economic activity broadly. And so that implies that the implications of climate change on different regions is going to be very heterogeneous, and so we need to analyze it as such. We need to have frameworks to analyze it that recognize that heterogeneity. And this is about average temperatures. You can think about it more broadly with other phenomena, and sometimes it's even more obvious with other phenomena like coastal flooding. Obviously, for coastal flooding, the regions that are affected are the coastal regions and not other regions, right? And so there, kind of the heterogeneity in space becomes obvious. Now, why is this important? Well, it's important because once you recognize that this is a spatial phenomenon, then of course the immediate way to think about its costs are, well, if this is going to affect negatively some regions, but more positively some others, well, we can just simply go to the places that are not going to be as affected, and that way avoid most of the impact of climate change. And that's, of course, kind of a possible adaptation mechanism through migration, to changes in trade, to movement of infrastructure across regions. And to the extent that that's very cheap to do, if that was very cheap to do, then the cost of climate change could be manageable and relatively small. And so the big question here is, well, if the spatial frictions are determining how costly this is going to be as a phenomenon for us, then we need a framework that has those spatial frictions, that recognizes what those spatial frictions are, in order to evaluate properly what is the cost of climate change. And so that's the type of framework that I'm advocating we need to have in order to think about climate change. And that type of framework puts at the center, right, this cost of moving goods, cost of moving people, cost of moving technology, infrastructure across location at its center stage. And here is where it connects also with the mission of a lot of these kind of global institutions, including the IDB, where, facilitating adaptation by reducing some of these spatial frictions then becomes, of course, crucial. But which type of links we want to invest in is, of course, something that we need to analyze kind of in detail by looking at the specific costs in particular regions. And so that's this agenda of trying to build these spatial integrated assessment models to do this work. So just to give you a little bit of a sense of what this literature is, there's, of course, a kind of a long list of papers and analyses that has looked at the impact of particular climate shocks or climate phenomena on specific characteristics of the economic environment. And a lot of that literature has been kind of reduced form in Nature in terms of the type of analysis that it uses. And it has, I think, successfully demonstrated that these type of events can have a significant effect on local economic conditions and kind of local economic outcomes. Then, of course, we have the problem with these studies, of course, is that they are local, they are for a particular episode, and they are based on past events rather than the economy that we're going to have in the future. And climate change, of course, is a dynamic phenomenon. A lot of the effects that we're talking about are effects that are going to happen in the future. And so we want to be forward-looking when thinking about what those effects are going to be, right? And so for that, we need models. We need structures that put everything we know about the detailed structure of the economy and the evolution of that economy to try to evaluate how these shocks are going to have an effect in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years forward. And now you can say, well, can we do that, right? Can we really create structures that can be informative, over those periods of time? Well, it's obviously hard. They're not perfect. There's all sorts of problems, but it's better than simply linearly extrapolating from empirical studies. That's the argument, right? Now, So in terms of what are the kind of key elements that these structures need to have, well, they have to be global, because this is a global phenomenon. This is the emissions, this is a global externality, the emissions that we all make everywhere, right, mix very quickly in the atmosphere and lead to changes in global temperatures. It's a global externality, so the frameworks that we use need to be global. I've been arguing that they need to be high spatial resolution, and they need to be dynamic, because a lot of these effects are going to happen in the future, as I was just arguing, right? And so we need to think about how the investments today are going to affect the economy in the future, and how that then links to the evolution of climate change that we're going to see. And this dynamic component in particular, of course, is something that, you know, some of the work out there has focused on. Nordhaus famously, you know, won the Nobel Prize partly for developing dynamic frameworks of climate change, but interestingly, that had no spatial detail whatsoever, right? Were aggregate models of the world economy, and so they had the global component, they were dynamic, but they don't have the spatial element. And so that's where the S in SIAM comes in. We want that S. And so that's kind of what we've been working on for some time. This is a little bit of the state of this literature, and you know, we've recently put out a survey paper that kind of puts it all together and tries to kind of point to the problems and with this type of frameworks, and also you know, where there's room for improvement. Now, let me take a few minutes to give you a gist of what goes into the quantification of these frameworks. So perhaps the key aspect of the quantification of these frameworks is what people call damage functions. And so what are these damage functions? They tell us when temperatures grow, to what extent are local characteristics affected. And so then the question is, you know, what local characteristics? Now, in a lot of these frameworks, the key fundamental local characteristics of a location are embedded in two local variables. One is the local productivity, and the other is the local amenities that tell you how much do people like living in that place. Or another way to say it more precisely in terms of economics, you know, how much are you willing to sacrifice in terms of real wages to live in that location relative to some other location. So that's kind of one measure that we can have. And so what we can do is we can take these frameworks and ask the question, well, what are the local amenities and productivities that make these frameworks exactly replicate the observed economy, the economy that we see today, right? So we can do that. That's called inverting these models. And now we have productivities and amenities everywhere in the world. And this study that I'm going to show you in a minute does that at a 1 degree by 1 degree level of resolution for the whole world economy. Okay, so we're going to put a grid 1 degree by 1 degree to the world economy. We're going to do this inversion that's going to give us productivity and amenities in every one of these grids. It's not everywhere. I'll show you the maps. There's not some places are missing. But for most of the world, right, we're going to recover these things. And then we can ask the question, well, how does temperature change, local temperature change, affect those productivities and amenities across locations as a function of how warm are those locations initially? Okay, and so that's what I have in these graphs here. On the x-axis, you see winter temperatures across these cells in the world. That goes from about minus 37 degrees Celsius to about 30 degrees Celsius. And then on the x-axis, I have the estimated semi-elasticities for productivities and amenities. What's a semi-elasticity? If you forgot about your Econ 101, is the effect on log amenities or log productivity of a change in 1 degree Celsius. One is in log, the other is not, therefore semi-elasticity. So that's just the teacher in me. Sorry about that. So anyway, so that these are the semi-elasticities, and so they tell you, well, if the world economy or the local temperatures grow by 1%, by how much do local productivities vary? And so you can see that for productivities here, if you're in the coldest places in the world, if temperature increases by 1%, what that tells you is, well, productivity is going to increase by about 8% or something like that. On the other extreme, right, you have the opposite. If temperatures increase, productivity actually goes down by about 15% or so. And then you have like a point where it has very little effect, because you are in the regions that are kind of at the cusp, at the top level of or the ideal temperature, if you will. And so this gives you the range of effects that you're going to have on productivities in the world. The same argument for amenities on the other graph. And so these are the fundamental effects that you're going to bring in, right? And so one important thing that I want to highlight from this is that there's a couple of things that come out that we didn't impose and that are not imposed in any sort of way in this estimation. The first one is that they are kind of symmetric in the sense that, in the cold places, you get positive effects. In the warm places, you get negative effects. That's not imposed in any sort of way in this calculation. That comes out of it, right? And so that's exactly the point that I was making before, right? Some places are going to be better off. Some places are worse off in terms of both amenities and productivities, right? And so the question, how much you will be affected, depends on where you are in this continuum of temperatures that we have on the y-axis. The other thing that comes out of this is that there's a lot of uncertainty. Those confidence intervals that I have here there in the graph, are quite large. And so what that tells you is, the experience that we've had in the last, I think this uses 30 years of data, in order to evaluate what's the consequences of changes in temperature on both productivities and amenities, allows us to say that the effects are going to be significant at the extremes, right? But it doesn't allow us to give like a super precise point estimate. Those confidence intervals are large. And so it's important that when we reach conclusions, right, we take that uncertainty into account. That uncertainty is very much there, and is part of the nature of the beast in the sense that, the experience that we've had with this phenomenon is limited. And so that determines the precision that we have to evaluate there. There's other schemes to try to, determine what these damage functions are. One, let me just briefly mention one kind of at the end, the last point there, which is, well, another option, of course, is to say, well, let me look at an extreme weather event, say a hurricane. Hurricane hits a particular region, and then I see how that affects that region and other regions around that, and then I can try to replicate that in a kind of a framework, exactly that evolution, and try to estimate what's the damage function that gives you that type of evolution. Those two ways of doing it ultimately lead to this kind of similar conclusions to what I just mentioned for the previous case. Okay. So that's the framework. That's what I want to say about the construction of the framework. And so the first thing is to say, well, okay, what does that yield? Right? What are going to be the welfare consequences of climate change? So this is welfare from the perspective of agents standing up today, looking at the future, how, if you live in a particular location, what's going to be the effect on you, right? In terms of climate change, how much less welfare are you going to have because climate change is going to happen relative to a scenario where climate change doesn't happen. And so you can see the range there. So the range is quite big. This has 30 percentage points in terms of the effect on the places that are going to benefit the most relative to the places that are going to be hurt the most. Everything that is blue is going to be affected the most. And so, and the areas that are going to benefit are at the very northern parts of the world, those red and some of the yellow areas. So a couple of lessons here, the global south, right, is going to take the brunt of this. Latin America is all blue, so namely it's all negative effects, right? And then the rich world is kind of right in the middle. So they are not that affected, right? It's really the northern latitudes that are going to benefit, but the medium of the world is not affected as much. And this is taking into account, like I said, realistic trade costs, realistic migration costs, all of that. Right, so then the question is, well, to what extent do these welfare implications that these type of frameworks have, to what extent do they depend on, you know, these spatial frictions that we talked about? If we reduce all these spatial frictions, can we lower the cost for the different regions, and to what extent are these regions going to fare better or worse across locations? So, so very heterogeneous. And you know, the global south is gonna be hurt. It's important to do it at this granular level. If you aggregate both at the World Bank region level, or just do it like Nordhaus did for the world economy, you're gonna make big mistakes. So here is the percentage mistake that you're gonna make. And so obviously, if you aggregate all of North America, you're gonna underestimate, say, the cost in Florida, which is why Florida on the map there on the right looks red. Okay, so it's important to do it kind of at the granular level. Let me say a few things about adaptation. So one question is, well, okay, this is going to generate migration because certain areas are going to be affected more than others. But we know that migration, you know, particularly now, it's in the news. I mean, it's generating all sorts of, you know, pushback in terms of people in particular positions saying, you know, we want to kind of prevent so many people from migrating from the global south to the US or Europe or some of these places. Perhaps also important is the fact that a lot of this migration is going to be within countries, kind of at a much more granular level. And so that, of course, can create certain tensions as well, particularly in places that have less good governance. And so what this map shows you is something I think is potentially interesting, which is what is the effect in terms of the impact of climate change. So you can think about a diff and diff when migration costs are high relative to the current level of migration costs. And so everything that is in red here are places that are hurt are hurt more by climate change if we increase migration restrictions in the world. And so you can see this map is kind of different than the damage map that I showed you. Obviously, the northern part of the world is gonna be hurt if we increase migration restrictions, because for them, a big bonus of this is that population is gonna come more to those areas in order to take advantage of the fact that they're kind of relatively better off. But you can see Central Africa there and parts of Central America there that are either, you know, red or yellow, which means that they are also gonna be hurt if we increase the migration costs, if countries start closing their borders. Why is that? Because for these regions, of course, migration is like a safety valve, right? You're affected, and so one of the benefits is you allow people to move to other areas, and that allows you to deal with some of the impacts of climate change by having to, in some sense, having a smaller population that can deal and therefore your wages and your income in general doesn't go down as much. But that's not universally true. There's a bunch of places that are in blue, parts of Brazil, parts of Mexico, very obvious in Australia. And what's happening there the argument is exactly the opposite. The argument is, well, for them, lower migration is actually bad. Lower migration costs are actually bad for them because the risk is not that they have a lot of population and they're not going to be able to have economic opportunities for that population, so they want that population to go to other places. The problem there is they don't want the country to be empty. They don't want everyone to leave. Not everyone, but I mean, they don't want that many people to leave, because if so many people leave, then you lose economic mass, which implies less investments, less innovation, and less growth overall for those regions. And so that's the trade-off. On one hand, migration is very useful as a safety valve. On the other hand, it's also potentially a problem if it really empties some of these locations. This is about let me skip that, and let me finish a little bit about adaptation with trade. So what's the way in which trade helps through this process of adaptation? Well, there's a way in which trade is not that useful, which is we mostly trade with locations that are close to us, but those locations in general are going to receive climate shocks that are very similar to ours. And so as a diversification mechanism, it's not very useful. But at the same time, what it does help is by that we can adapt by changing specialization. Namely, there's some sectors that are going to be more affected than others as a result of climate change. And so if you are a place that is going to be very affected by climate change, you can change specialization. You can move to sectors that are going to be more resilient to higher temperatures. So you can do that. You can do that at the micro level across crops within agriculture, say, or you can do that at a more broader sectoral level. But of course, you still want to consume the basket that you consume right now, or you want to you don't only want to consume the products that you're going to be good at producing conditional on having higher temperatures. And so trade is essential to allow you to change specialization. And so ultimately, what our work on this tells you is that trade and migration are substitutes mechanisms of adaptation. And so that if you reduce trade costs, then this mechanism that I just explained is going to be effective at eliminating migration flows across countries. And so in particular in Latin America, that it's all blue here, what that's telling you in this particular exercise is that if you lower trade costs, there's going to be less people moving out of this region and therefore less migration pressure overall. And so trade, if you want to substitute for migration, you want to lower trade costs as an adaptation mechanism to climate change. So I'm kind of running out of time, so let me just kind of browse through everything else that I had prepared for you. So the first thing is about policy. So there's obviously, all different types of policies that people have advocated to address climate change. I already told you that, adaptation is a spatial phenomenon, and so, investing in reducing spatial cost is a form of enhancing adaptation mechanisms in the economy, both on the migration side and on the trade side. So this is something that you should keep in mind. But traditional climate policies are much more about mitigation than adaptation. And so, there's a host of them. The point that I want to make here, and the point that links to some of these frameworks that I've been talking about, is that carbon taxes, right, are in general costly for an economy. And that's why economies have been hesitant to implement carbon policy unilaterally. Of course, some have, but in general, the world has been hesitant to do that. That's why we need multilateral agreements, and forming those agreements has proven hard for the world. Right? Now, one of the points that we've made in some of this work is to say, look, if you impose a carbon tax, yes, you have the distortions associated with the tax that may be Pigouvian for the world and may help the world as a whole, but as a country, it's going to generate economic leakage. So that's one problem. But you get a benefit, which is that the carbon tax, in fact, acts like a form of positive place-based policy. It's a policy that is going to encourage economic activity in the regions in which the country is more productive, as long as you rebate the benefits of the tax, the revenue from the tax, locally. And so that if you use taxes, carbon taxes, but you rebate the taxes at the local level, that's going to act as a place-based policy that can have positive effects on their own, and in some of our calculations, these calculations for Europe and the US, that has proven that it's going to compensate right? The negative effect of the tax, so that the economies may grow as a result of the tax, even though they, of course, have on top of that the intended objective on the lowering of carbon emissions. Okay, and so, just very briefly, that what are we missing? What is kind of, for all of those of you that want to kind of jump in, or if there's anyone of you that wants to jump into some of this agenda, we've developed some of these frameworks. There's still a lot to do in terms of enhancing them, both in terms of the precision, but also in terms of adding new mechanisms. So then let me just list them very briefly. So there's green innovation, so the extent to which the economy is investing in particular forms of technology that are either green biased or carbon biased. So obviously Daron and others have done a lot of work on this, but none of that work has been done in this kind of local spatial context. And so there's certainly room for that. There's also room to think about the green transition and trade in energy. So think about the specific places in which energy is being produced, how that energy then flows through the system, and the opportunities and costs of investing at the local level in green energy sources. And so, which we think, and we are certainly not alone in this, the economists had a big issue on this, that this can be a development opportunity for some of these countries in which the electric grid is a mess. And so having local production, even though you don't have oil, can be actually very beneficial for some of these places. The last thing I'll say is this, one thing that we have to also incorporate in, we need to be a little bit more careful perhaps than what we've been so far in this research, is that all this migration that is going to be the result of climate change is going to create a lot of tension in the system. And we've incorporated to the best of our ability some of these congestion effects that are generated by migration, but we have not embraced the problem of regional conflict and conflict between potential local groups, etc. And so the tensions at borders, endogenous increases in border frictions, and potential conflict in terms of ethnic war or other forms of conflict between different groups of people are a major concern that we need to introduce in some of this. And so, in a nutshell, we think these are we need to do the evaluation. We need frameworks to do the evaluation. We need institutions like the IDB to jump into these frameworks and provide them to countries that don't have the capacity to do them themselves. And so, we're trying to provide the tools to do this in a practical way. Thank you.
I feel like a high school magician. Yeah, Esteban, don't go away. Please come join us. And I'd like to, if it's okay, invite Peter and Monica to come around. Just be careful. Come through this way over here. Don't jump up that stage. It's a tall stage. And we'll have a little panel discussion. This gives me 20 seconds to figure out how to pivot from that into infrastructure economics and monetary policy. I think we're ready. I'm ready. There's no, is this okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Welcome. Maybe I'll start with Peter, if it's okay. First of all, welcome up to the stage. There were a couple of interesting points about the cost of transition under this granular understanding of the different effects, the heterogeneous effects of climate change on our countries, on our communities. And they touch maybe indirectly, but importantly, on research that you've done and that you've helped us to understand in the built space arena. So we see that it's possible that trade can function as an adaptation measure. I think that's a really interesting way to look at trade. And specifically, the importance of lowering trade costs becomes important. We know, at least in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, that the costs of logistics, the friction from the physical moving of people and goods is much greater than tariff barriers, actually, or non-tariff barriers for that matter. And so the infrastructure and the services over that infrastructure on the transport side become extremely important. And then Esteban also raised this question of trade in green energy, right? So seems like there's good reasons for increased investment in infrastructure, increased investment in productive infrastructure, both for mitigation and for adaptation purposes. We all know there's trillions of dollars sitting out there in the world's fixed income space and pension funds and insurance companies, reinsurers. So easy peasy, as the kids would say. We just got to move that money to where all of this demand for or need is for that infrastructure. Is it that easy? Is there any words of wisdom? Could you frame this thinking for us if we want to build all of this necessary infrastructure?
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for the question. Let me start by giving a glib, quick answer, and then a deeper, serious answer. I would be, foolish with a Chicago economist sitting across from me to even suggest that there's an easy solution, because if it were so easy, it would have already happened. Right. It's sort of a short answer to the question, but a more serious answer to the question is that I think I'd like to sort of tie it into the broader point that Esteban made when he started off, which is to say that costs and benefits are the critical factors that have to be weighed in making any of these decisions. And I want to tie that also into his point of what is the role of institutions like the IDB. Okay, so where am I going with this? The IDB and the multilateral institutions in general I really think of them as knowledge banks. And what's missing at this point in time, as we think about the important point you made, Jordan, about infrastructure, is how do we measure the economic and social benefits in a serious way, right? Because you think about sort of the benefits of infrastructure investment. One can always make an appeal to externalities, right? And if you make appeals to externalities, you can justify almost anything. Okay? But we have tools. And Esteban is doing really important research to think about general equilibrium, structural models, and all sorts of interacting factors that would allow us to begin to ask questions like, for a given dollar, this is really the question you want to answer when it comes to infrastructure, right? For a given dollar of investment in a road, transport, a grid, a green source, what is, first of all, the additional amount of GDP that will be generated by that, dollars and cents? And you might be quick to say, well, doing that calculation isn't accounting for other externalities, but you want to start first with just the economic rate of return as opposed to the social rate of return for the following reason. So think about the panoply of potential investments, infrastructure investments that you alluded to and things that you might do that Esteban was alluding to. What you really want to be able to do in principle is ask the question, what is the economic rate of return in any given context, taking into account where you are geographically, of making those investments, right? Of making that particular investment. Does it exceed some required rate of return or cost of capital? Okay? So from the point of view of a government, the question is whether the economic benefit exceeds essentially the local cost of capital, because otherwise, why are you, as a government, allocating resources to do it? But to the point that many of the regions that we care about in Latin America or elsewhere are resource scarce. So now you come to the question of, is it plausible, to your point, to attract private capital to invest in those things? Well, a necessary but not sufficient condition is that the economic rate of return better exceed, right? The required rate of return of all the asset managers to whom you're referring. How do we answer that question? Well, institutions like the IDB and the other multilateral institutions possess the resources in terms of data, people, and approaches, and access to leaders, right, to begin to systematically give us not false sense of precision, to Esteban's point, but plausible estimates to say, what would you have to believe about the rate of return? Let's take a green electrical project. I'm just making this up, right? Given that investment and the required rate of return that asset managers have, let's say it's 25%. What would you need to believe about the impact it's going to have on local GDP and other things in order to generate a high enough economic rate of return that once adjusted for risk and thinking about the ability of private investors to actually appropriate some returns, that you'd clear some sort of a hurdle, right, in order to do that? That's a hard question to answer, but it's not an impossible question to answer. And so I would say that what's missing at this point in time, they say, there's an old saying that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, the next best time is today. We should have been doing this work 20 years ago, right? But the next best time is today. So we are, in fact, doing some work related to that. My colleagues and I are working with economists and folks on the business side here at the IDB and also at the IFC to begin to ask the question, what do we know historically about rates of return to infrastructure investments, and what risks drive the variation in those returns? And those are not necessarily green investments, but by beginning to look at just infrastructure investments generally, we begin to build out the knowledge space to allow us to answer the more green-focused question about the rate of return to green infrastructure investments. That's a rather long answer to your question, but it's a hard question.
Understood. So there's a hurdle that has to be met if we're going to be able to finance this. That hurdle, if it's public finance, is the local cost of capital. If it's going to require private finance, is what we hear, then it's actually the internal rate of return of the fund managers themselves, all the other tradable assets and potential investments that they themselves make. So it's not going to be that easy. It's not going to be that easy in order to track that financing, if I'm understanding.
Exactly, and what's really critical about doing that exercise as well is we want to understand, right, there'll be some green investments that are actually economically viable on their own that don't require subsidy. We need to know what those are, because we don't want to provide public funds, subsidies, to investments that don't require it.
Right.
Like fossil fuels.
So we need to begin to look at the data.
Fantastic.
In the context of these kinds of models to start answering these hard questions so we don't waste money.
All right. We're getting a lot of homework for the IDB and multilateral development banks.
A lot of work for Esteban and his co-authors to do.
As well. You guys are feeding each other PhD theses. Monica, help us step back. And I think one thing we haven't touched on yet is the monetary side of this. Are there any other economic actors that you would bring into your model, your framework for thinking about what needs to be done in order to bring policy answers to these questions?
So before I answer, I wanted to say a few things because I know that we are celebrating 30 years of research. So that number 30 is something I want to use as a hook. Because when I studied economics, I had moments with professors who said to me, you are in the wrong faculty. You are in the wrong faculty. You are driving us crazy with your green questions. And it did happen that 20 years later, not 30, but 20, that's progress, some of them apologized because they had become grandfathers. They had understood that if you were an economist, you had to deal with the environment, that it wasn't separate. And so when I was listening to Esteban, I was just reflecting on the fact that when I was a student, I would have loved to have that lecture. It would have been surreal at the time, because back then the logic was, you know what, Monica, good questions, but you're in the wrong faculty. So there is progress.
Is that because they didn't know that it was necessary to price externalities?
Yeah, I think there was. A sense that
Harvard.
There was a sense that it was a distraction from growth and from development. So it was a very, very. It was almost like a physical reaction, like, we want to develop and grow the economy. Thank you. You cannot take us away from the goal. So I wanted to reflect on that and connect it to what I will say, because I think we are at a moment of recalibration. I think this is a way of framing what I'm going to say today, because it is not that you have to think differently and throw away everything you have learned or everything that is important to you. But just as that professor 20 years later said, there were things I wasn't seeing, I think there is something that we need to take from that, because there are things that in common wisdom or in the everyday of, say, a central bank or an insurance company, you just do not see. And it could be called path dependency, it could be called inertia. So the point is that if you are, for example, just by using 30 as a hook for points about inflation and central banks and monetary policy, think of a couple that is 30 years old. So that couple, say, were born in 1994. Forrest Gump was the movie at the time. So think about that world, 30 years.
What was the movie?
Forrest Gump.
Oh, Forrest Gump.
Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, yeah.
Yes. It's a world away. We didn't have Twitter, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have WhatsApp, we didn't have phones. Imagine all that happened in 30 years. If you take a couple today that is 30, maybe some of you are 30, it's likely that the main thing you will buy with your salaries is a house. Maybe you don't need a car, but maybe the second one will be a car. But the first one is very likely to be a house. So prices, what you pay for food, for home, for everything, will affect how you will relate to climate change. Because it could be very expensive to get insurance. B, because the interest rate could make it impossible for you to get a house. C, because the house could be lost with extreme weather. So I want to say a few things about the economy and macroeconomic, but I also want to say things about real people, because we heard that in the first panel from your president, that it is not research for its own sake. It is not policy for its own sake. It is because at the end of the day, the beauty would be to improve the life of real people. So let's go back to that fictional couple, Pablo and Ana, 30 years old. So my point here is, I had some numbers that I took. So if you think about extreme weather, and let's not connect it for now to the house, but to the food that this couple will buy. If you think about extreme weather, and we heard a fantastic presentation from Esteban, that extreme weather will affect the crop yields and is going to be squeezing the supplies. So that will make food more expensive. And it's a very permanent source of inflation. It's not going to be temporary. And just moving from thinking that it's temporary to permanent, that is the equivalent of my professor changing his mind about environment and the economy. This year alone, olive prices faced prices they had not seen in 20 years. Oranges were more expensive in Brazil, cocoa was more expensive in West Africa, coffee was more expensive in Vietnam, and when you look at food commodities, wheat was up 17%, palm oil 23%, sugar 9%, pork 21%. This is not temporary. This is the new normal, unfortunately. So there are studies, there are many studies, and I'm not going to list them all, don't worry. But if you look at, for example, the Poznan Institute for Climate Research, for Climate Impact Research, and the European Central Bank, not Greenpeace, not an NGO, the European Central Bank, they estimate that globally, annual food inflation could could hit 3.2% per year. Can you imagine? And this is in the next 10 years. That couple will get grumpy. If you go to the supermarket and it's always very expensive, and you know what will happen? It is an indirect way of charging the consumer a carbon price. I'm going to repeat that. If you constantly face food that is more expensive because climate change, and you are the one who has to pay the more for coffee, more for oranges, more for everything, you are the one paying. And so when it comes to thinking about this, central banks are going to have to recalibrate the models. And it doesn't mean, as Esteban said, it's not like you suddenly have to put climate change as your #1 topic because you have other things to worry about. Like, you don't want a volatile world, so you need to, you still have to have a mission about price stability and what you think about the interest rate. And there is a very passionate debate around how this could influence how you think about interest rates. Some say it will definitely lead to higher interest rates. Some say, well, we don't want interest rates to be so volatile, so let's be careful. So I think the point for research at the bank is that how climate change, this impact, will influence the discussion on inflation, how the bank can help the conversation in central banks in Latin America. It's very important. India is already, in the central bank, is already tracking temperature. Can you imagine? They are starting to track this. So it's not like some PhD research somewhere in India. No, it's the central, the reserve, the equivalent of the Federal Reserve. Now, just let me make just 2 more points, and I won't elaborate on them, but they are related. If you think about the insurance industry, do you think they have been ahead of the curve or behind the curve on climate change?
Trailing.
Behind. So the retiring CEO, or usually when CEOs retire, it's very interesting because they get to say things they didn't say when they were CEOs. So the retiring CEO of a reinsurance company, he very candidly admitted that their models are, they need recalibration. And again, it's not about, what is the word in English? When you punish yourself,
self-flagellate.
Yeah, it's not about that, right? Like if you haven't done it, it's not about making you feel bad, but it's about reacting. So there is a very interesting debate. Is this an insurable world? Is the world that we saw through the slides of Esteban, is that world insurable? Because right now, what is happening is that the price of property is not considering the risk. So think about it. If you have a house, and next month they call you and say, that insurance you have, we're not going to renew your policy because we're not sure you're going to pay you if your house is flooded because it's just too risky. So they estimate that in the US, 1/3 of the residential homes are in a climate bubble, insurance bubble, because they will not get insured. So that means the price of that couple, the Pablo and Ana, that couple that bought a house that cannot be insured and loses value, is going to not only add to the grumpiness of higher prices, but the grumpiness of not being able to insure it. So there is another conversation of recalibration of models of how you integrate risk that, again, it's, as you said, ideally it would have happened 20 years ago. I think the insurance industry is really catching up. It's amazing thinking now. But the bigger point is that I really hope that in the next 30 years of research at the Inter-American Development Bank, think about it, between now and 2054, many of these risk, this way of rethinking risk is going to be the normal. It's not, well, we'll do all of this if we have time, we'll incorporate that. No, I think it's something exciting, and it's something, as I said, many of us didn't have when we had to do research and we had to study economics.
Very interesting. Just to mention in passing that Inter-American Development Bank is part of its strategy. There are many components to it, but we are expanding and strengthening the risk management functions of the
Yes.
institution to include for the first time multivariable risk assessment.
Yes.
And its impacts not only on the institution, our portfolio, our exposure, but also what it means for our borrowers.
And if I may say, just one thing, anecdotal, but it's important because it's the IDB. When the announcement came that you had a new president, I called a friend from Brazil. I don't know if there are Brazilians in the room.
They're always Brazilians.
There are always Brazilians in the room. Wave your hand. And I remember asking her, I said, oh, so there is a new president. Is he good in climate? This is my standard question. And she said, yeah, he's one of the few central bankers, people from the central banks who gets it. So my observation is that it is a very good development for the bank, because imagine if you had a person that comes from a more traditional background in central bank, and monetary policy is not related to climate change, and inflation is not related to climate change. So then you would have to convince that person.
Oh, no, yeah.
And the fact that you don't is already
It's a blessing.
very, very good news for
Thank you
the
for
bank.
that. I think that's a very nice observation. I'm going to come around to Peter in a minute, but just to think about, because Monica started to talk about the impact on consumers, the impact on home buyers, and who's basically questions, who pays for the impacts. And there's a set of infrastructure questions that you just started to talk about that asks this question of who pays. You mentioned subsidies as you were fading, and so maybe you can help us understand the difference between the financing and the funding of infrastructure, and how climate further complicates or makes more interesting this question of who pays. What is the role of the consumer versus the role of the taxpayer, the role of government funding? But I wanted to bring Esteban back, because Monica touched on something that I wondered if you agreed with or could add a little bit on. Add a little bit about. Do you see when you were talking about this, what is it, a 10-year horizon? No, do you see this as a Malthusian? Is it Malthusian in any way? I mean, do you think that the prices are just going to, for food, are just, is that what our models tell us? The prices of food are on a steady march up because of climate impacts? Have we investigated, does that need to get added to your list of further research, or do you have a sense of what these risks are to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have the tools to evaluate the risks, particularly on the food production and agricultural production. That doesn't mean, of course, that it's perfect, and there's surprises, and there's also technological change that has been non-trivial in this industry. And so, one thing, but I want to make one distinction between trends in the level of food prices relative to, say, other goods, to cars, right? And then the issue that it is definitely the case that we are seeing perhaps a different distribution of shocks to the agricultural supply chain, if you will, right? And so that having tools to insure against those shocks, but also make sure that couple can get their oranges, even if the normal source from which they get their oranges is disrupted by some climate event, is important. And we have a great tool to do that, which is international trade. So international trade is a beautiful tool to smooth out these shocks across the world, right? So that I don't rely on only one particular location where goods are produced, but I rely on the whole world as a network of places that produce these goods. And so we should really, lean into this tool that we have, that it allows us to deal with these shocks and these kind of new distribution of shocks, which is trade. And that's the worry here, is that we're kind of doing the opposite. Instead of leaning towards trade, we're kind of retrenching from trade. And that, I think, is a bad idea in light of these new distribution of shocks that we're facing, and the need to deal kind of in a nimble way, with these shocks. And so now the other point that I wanted to make is insurance there's kind of a notion of insurance that is not, I think it's not the right notion, which is insurance helps to insure against idiosyncratic shocks. It doesn't help the world insure against aggregate shocks, right? Aggregate shocks are not insurable.
Exactly.
And so that's not the role of insurance or insurance companies, et cetera. So if the world is on a trend in which all these houses are going to be flooded, we're not going to deal with that with insurance. We're going to deal that by someone has to lose those properties and has to pay for those properties, rebuild those properties somewhere else. The world is going to have to pay for that. It's not about insurance. Now, idiosyncratic shocks, the fact that one particular house gets hit and the other doesn't, that can, of course, be dealt with insurance. And so we need insurance systems that deal with the second, but we shouldn't try to somehow pass on the insurance companies the cost of the aggregate shock. Of course, they're not going to allow us to do that. If we try to do that with regulation, et cetera, they're all going to be bankrupt. So we definitely need to deal with the aggregate shock in different ways that have nothing to do with insurance companies.
Yeah, we're finding in this country a move from our federal and state level emergency response and basically insurance coverage pools, reconsideration, the investment of resettling in flood-prone areas for that exact reason. But it's a very difficult conversation talking about the actual individuals and the impacts it has on people. Telling communities that they must move. They're no longer insurable, and there is disincentives associated with public response. It's a very difficult thing to do. And speaking of difficult thing to do, it's to pay for basic services, right? I know this growing up in this country, we don't like the fuel taxes, we don't like general taxation, we don't really like to see our tariffs get. And I think you're telling us, you're using economic jargon, but you're telling us that we've got to actually be realistic and expect that if financing is going to flow, I'm paraphrasing, so correct me if I get this wrong, financing is going to flow, public or private, we have to know that we've met our thresholds for the use of that capital. Did I get that right? And then, absolutely. Yeah, help us understand who's going to pay for this, all of this, because Esteban's telling us we need this trade infrastructure because not only is it needed in order to make these different communities be able to respond to climate threats, but even to help us individually get access to basic goods in a way that's less locked into one producer or to one supply chain.
Yeah, you said it well. And let me kind of broaden again briefly my response to sort of incorporate, I think Esteban is also saying as well, and Monica too, right? So think about the role of research and the role of the multilateral banks, IDB in particular, in research. Trying to give leaders better information to make better decisions. So a leader's job is essentially two things, to define reality and give hope. And right now, in the conversation around climate, there's a lot of what I would call somewhat empty hope, which isn't being met with the reality that needs to be part of that conversation, right? And so the reality is that somebody has to pay for all of these. That's mitigation, adaptation, or just basic services. There are 1 billion people in the world who still don't have access to electricity, another almost 1 billion people who don't live within 5 miles of an all-season road. And this is a major drag on economic growth. Now, go back 10 plus years, the World Bank issued a clarion call in, I think it was 2014 or so, about billions to trillions. Right? We need to go from billions of infrastructure investment every year to trillions of infrastructure investment every year. And made the claim that the private sector could make money, help solve sustainable development goals, and deal with climate issues as well. And the question is this true? which is the point about the hurdle rates. Now, with data, right, that allows us to think about what is the additional amount of GDP generated by $1 of investment in either electricity or roads or clean energy, we can begin to think about the space of investments in infrastructure that are plausibly financeable by private money. In other words, that space of investments where blended, whether you call it blended finance or catalytic finance, right, can actually generate more than another dollar of private money for each dollar of MDB finance. It's very important to understand what space of what set of projects actually meet those criteria.
Right.
Because there's limited MDB money, right? And there's a limit to which rich countries, all countries, but rich countries obviously play an outsized role in funding the paid-in capital of the multilateral institutions, are willing to do this.
Do you see trade infrastructure as potentially, so ports and the component pieces of land transport and that contribute to trade as one, because there's a dollarized movement of goods or an exchangeable, tradable movement of goods over that infrastructure?
Again, ports, rails are a great example of where we would like to know the answer to the following question. In a given country or region, think of trade blocs or trading regions, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, for instance, right? What are the investments that would be needed to actually facilitate greater movement of goods and services, right? That have an expected rate of return that on a risk-adjusted basis would clear the hurdle rate of asset managers to be willing to actually channel savings towards those kinds of activities.
All right.
Really critical to answer that question. Because if there is a large set of projects that can actually attract private money, then we don't want to be subsidizing those, because it leaves more money to provide subsidies to things that actually don't generate high enough rates of return or non-appropriable rates of return that would be good for society.
Very, very good. We're back to Monica's professors not valuing all the external, the externalities and the economic questions. We have just a minute or two. Why don't you give us a last word on the panel? Why don't you don't have to summarize everything that you've heard,
Thank you.
but bring us back home to the couple, if you will. What do we tell them? What do we tell the couple that's out there that we're doing in order to help them to be able to adapt to and live in a world in which these realities are now upon us?
That couple, if that couple is, say, from Latin America, say Colombia or Costa Rica, I very sincerely believe that that couple needs to come to a point where they understand that if that, say, Colombia or Costa Rica, just to pick on two, if that country is going to move to resilience, not just the ports and the airports, which we need, because we live off exports, and we have an oferta exportable, and that needs to be protected. But that couple we need to help that couple start being on board with the protection of nature. And I want to say that idealistically, but also realistically. The world that we're moving into, that with risks, with shocks, with a lot of heat, there are chief heat officers in places like Athens, where these people will not allow to do deliveries when it's hot in Athens, because the guy will faint when he's driving. So we are in that world. So my point is, going back to the first panel in the morning, we need to bet on the region's bioeconomy. It is important to talk about climate, and it's important to talk about risk, but we are very privileged in this region. We have resources, we have biodiversity to protect, we can be part of a bigger solution, and I think there is something important in that, because we also tend to say, well, biodiversity and nature is separate, right? We will have a panel on that, but my bigger point is there is something powerful in Latin America that can allow us to rethink the way people work, where they want to work, what they want to defend. If you do ecotourism, if you do agriculture, if you live in cities, the bet on nature, on it sounds very basic, but it is at this point something that can allow us to grow an identity in Latin America as a solutions region, not just a region full of problems. So I want to really end on a note that some people say, hope is the oxygen of democracy. And I do think that when we need to sustain that belief of that couple, that their life will be protected somehow. But I know it's a complicated situation, but I do think that the bank can play a really good role.
Good. More hope than insurance, I guess, is the kind of. Thank you so much to this panel. Please join me in extending an applause to this wonderful panel. Thank you for your participation. I think we can exit that way.
Thank you to all our panelists for this great discussion. We're going to go for a coffee break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We are about to begin the fourth session of the IDB 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. The title of this session is Financial Stability, Decoding Global Capital Flows. Before we continue with the panel, I would like to do a friendly reminder that you all can access the devices if you need simultaneous translation. We have English, we have Spanish. Also, I know that many people are joining us on Facebook, on X, on YouTube, and on LinkedIn. You too, if you're following us online, can participate in the discussion. Please use your social media, follow the IDB handles, and use the hashtag 30 years of research, o en español también 30 años de investigación. Allí estamos participando con todos los comentarios.
We'll be reading all your comments and we'll be giving highlights for these workdays.
Involving global capital markets and their impact on Latin American economies, covering capital flows, financial stability risks, inflationary pressures, and regional monetary policy. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mrs. Liliana Rojas Suarez. Welcome, Mrs. Liliana.
Hello, thank you very much. So I am among those that started at the beginning of the creation of the research department, at that time, the Office of the Chief Economist. So of course, it's a wonderful privilege to be here. Actually, the conference is bringing me back memories of the first conference of the research department, which was in 1995. Just after the tequila crisis. And at the time, the name of the conference was Banking Crisis in Latin America. Because after the tequila crisis, there was a whole spread of crisis throughout the region. And we, in the following year, 1996, we produced, I was looking at my library, the first conference book from the IMF, sorry, from the IDB Research Department, Banking Crisis in Latin America. You have a copy, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it still is for sale in Amazon. So, what a change since these last 30 years. The title in this panel, this conference, is no longer financial crisis. Is capital flows, monetary policies, financial fragility. Yeah, let's see what those financial fragilities are and what the speaker have to say. But we're not talking about financial crisis in Latin America. And that's definitely a wonderful, good signal for the region. So we're going to have a really interesting discussion. And for that, let me introduce who's going to be in our panel today. Enrique Mendoza is going to give the lecture. He, as you know, is professor of the University of Pennsylvania with previous position in a number of universities, Maryland University, Duke University, and he's also been in policy practices, like as part of the Board of Governors of the Fed, has worked at the IMF, where we were colleagues, and of course, also, as you know, he has a multiplicity of articles, very well known, and has been editor of the Journal of International Economics and of several other leading journals. So we couldn't really have a better speaker for this session. After his presentation, we're going to invite to the panel Robin Brooks, who is a senior fellow at Brookings now, previously the chief economist at the Institute for International Finance, chief foreign exchange strategies at Goldman Sachs, and also an economist at the IMF. If you want to know anything about capital flows in the world, read Robin's tweets. Everything is there. Ernesto Talvi, a senior analyst at the Elcano Royal University Institute, formerly at Brookings, directors of CERES, as you know, the leading think tank in Uruguay, and chief economist at the Central Bank of Uruguay. And Ernesto has a story in politics too. He found a new political movement in Uruguay called Ciudadanos, becoming a presidential candidate, we are honored here, an elected senator and Minister of Political Affairs. So as you can see, we have a breadth of knowledge and experience in our panel. So let's get started. Can I invite Enrique, please, to take the podium?
Well, thank you very much. It is a great, great honor to be here today and to have the opportunity to speak at this 30-year anniversary of the research department of the IDB. So we were, Monica was mentioning earlier, Forrest Gump. And I was thinking about this part, the famous line about run, Forrest, run. And that's a way to think about where all of this started when Ricardo Hassman was starting to build a research department for this institution. And, gone through Guillermo Calvo, Eduardo Lora, all the way down to Eric Parrado as persons that took the leadership of this institution and have created a legacy of work in various areas, not just international macro, which is what I do, but it's very impressive, the spread of the variety and the versatility of the research work that has been produced by this institution. So my gratitude to all of them. You see all the many things that I have learned by being able to interact with the institution and with the economists that are here, hopefully reflected in what I'm going to talk about. So, yeah, so I don't think they put the correct slides, so that's going to be a problem. But I tried to work with this one. So these are definitely not the slides that I sent, and I hope this is going to work out. Okay. So there is I was thinking about the main lessons that I have from the area of research that I work on, which is 30 years of research in international finance and macroeconomics. And one important lesson that I learned from the research at the IDB and in other institutions about this issue is that there are well-known benefits about financial integration. This is the framework that we had in mind, the mindset of the 1980s and the 1990s. And I think through what has happened in the last few decades, still the main idea that there are important benefits to be reaped from financial integration. But we also learn, and that's where a lot of the research that was done at the IDB comes into play, there are also clear challenges. There are big waves of capital flows into the various regions of the developing world, certainly to Latin America. There are financial crises. There are the sudden stops, and here the line of research that Guillermo Calvo and Alejandro Izquierdo and Ernesto Talvi and several others at this institution have produced taught us a lot about the pervasiveness and the characteristics of this phenomenon. It's also clear that the international financial institutions have an important role to play, therefore, in balancing this trade-off between the costs and the benefits of financial integration. Essentially thinking about the benefits that they bring into countries by facilitating resource allocation, by facilitating the smoothing of economic planning, at the same time against the risks of these financial imbalances, the financial vulnerability, and the sudden stops phenomenon. It's also clear, and has become more and more evident over the past 10, 15 years, that country policies play an important role on this. And I'm going to focus in particular on this area, that we call now capital flow management. So back when I started my career, I mean, if you had come here to the IDB back in the 1990s when the research department was starting, capital controls were not something that people looked at with good eyes. That's the kind of things that came from the past and were not supposed to be the kind of instruments that we thought of anymore. So capital flow management, I'm going to focus on two particular components of it. One of them is precisely capital controls. Now, we call them macroprudential capital controls to distinguish them from traditional capital controls. This is the idea that we try to preempt this wave of capital flows from causing financial havoc by taxing the upswing of credit booms when they're being fed by these inflows of external capital. So there's various versions on the academic literature as to where the inefficiencies come from, pecuniary externalities, aggregate demand externalities. I'm not going to talk too much about this. We have done, part of a large research group, a lot of work on the theoretical underpinnings of where these frictions come from and the policy recommendations and the quantification of models that tell us, to summarize very, very quickly, that a capital control equivalent to taxes in the order of 6 to 12% on capital inflows are socially desirable. The second line of capital flow management that has also gained a lot of popularity and is very evident in the data I'm going to show you in a few minutes is the idea of the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves. Foreign exchange reserves provide liquidity, and they can provide liquidity in episodes of financial turbulence, in reversals of capital flows or sudden freezes of international capital markets. They can serve as implicit collateral in the participation of sovereign debt markets for emerging markets, and they can also be part of the macroprudential toolbox. So both of these, capital controls and foreign exchange reserve accumulation, are the main topic that I will cover today. But I think that it's fair to say that we have focused a lot on the benefits And I think there are benefits from the use of these policies. And we have focused less on the costs and on the trade-offs, and rightly so, because we had to start from the beginning to develop theories that justify the use of these policies. And now more and more, we add more elements to this analysis, and then we start worrying and discussing more the costs. So what I call here new insights into capital flow management is to think about two things. On the side of capital control, something that surprised me is that I was trained in a tradition where capital controls are macro policy. There's something about the balance of payments. There's something about the current account, the exchange rate. And I never thought about them as industrial policy. So I'm going to give you an argument that essentially tells you that capital controls are like a poorly designed industrial policy. And it's going to see when I get, maybe hopefully when I get to the argument, you see the connection with some of the work that was done at the IDB and also related to the work of Santiago Levy very much. Potential explanation for why we have this bimodal distribution on the firm-side distribution in, this, in the region of Latin America, for instance, in my country, in Mexico, for sure. So capital controls have the potential to worsen misallocation, particularly the allocation of capital across firms. And they're very pervasive. They actually hurt more the more productive firms, and they hurt more the exporting firms. So this is a part of work that I've been doing together with Eugenia Andreasen, Sofia Baduco, and Eva Dardati. And the work is in the MBR working papers if you are interested in learning more. I'm going to give you a very rough intuition of what the gist of our argument is, and then move to the second point, which is about foreign exchange reserves. Similarly here, I was of the thinking that foreign exchange reserves are generally a good thing, that we have had so many problems in managing these capital flows, and we have had to face the fact that the international institutions as we have them today are broadly insufficient to deal with these large periods of turbulence in international capital markets, that countries have seen potential benefit to accumulate these large stocks of foreign reserves. I'm going to show you the numbers are staggering. The accumulation of foreign exchange reserves that has occurred in the emerging world is incredibly large. And almost just by looking at the numbers, something about it doesn't strike you as sufficient. So this is the recent work that we've been doing with Vincenzo Quadrini. Look at something that we had not realized that was also part of the story, which is that, yes, think about foreign exchange reserves are essentially massive demand for the risk-free assets of advanced economies, largely United States Treasury bills. So what it means that there is a surge in the demand for this is that they were a contributing factor to the very low real interest rates that we have secularly experienced until fairly recently. The result in the argument I'm going to give you is that that actually also caused a credit boom in the private sector. That there was fast growth in the credit to the private sector worldwide, not just in emerging economies, but also in advanced economies. And then we're going to build an argument that says that that faster growth builds more leverage into the private sector. And the higher the leverage becomes, the more susceptible the private sector becomes to periods of financial instability. So as a result of this, you will have an increase in financial instability, an increase in macroeconomic volatility, and there will be a global increase. So you will have this externality by which you start with the idea that you want to make things more stable by accumulating foreign exchange reserves, but at the end, when everybody is actually doing it, and not just countries individually, the systemic implication of it can be the opposite result. So this is not to say we should abandon these policies. It does mean to say that we need to consider the trade-offs, that when we think about the optimal design of capital controls or the optimal amount of foreign exchange reserves that should be accumulated, which has also been a large topic of the literature and a focus of the research done here, that we should consider these trade-offs as well. So let me start briefly giving you the gist of both arguments. Here is the first one. And my co-authors and I named these effects I was telling you, the effects on misallocation and trade of capital controls as side effects. So the side effects of capital controls, I'm going to use this notation nu to think about attacks on capital inflows. Yes, capital controls are very different variety. It's also work what was done here when Andres Fernandez was here about the different types of capital controls, the different time evolution across a large collection of countries. So I'm going to summarize this into essentially the equivalent of a tax rate. So they are not generally taxes, but from my modeling perspective, I'm going to render them into a tax equivalent. I'm going to use that nu to denote the tax rate on capital inflow. So the higher it is, the more you're taxing the inflows of capital. But the first realization that one should take is that capital controls are not introduced into the textbook kind of models. They're introduced into very complex environments. And here is where the beginning of the story happened. So now I did something or said something that I shouldn't have said. Okay, all right, fine. So yeah, it's not the textbook world. When you bring in capital controls, and particularly I'm going to focus on firms, you bring them into an environment where firms are heterogeneous. They're heterogeneous on their size, they're heterogeneous on their age, on their productivity, on their participation of trade, on their financial conditions, on their debt, and so on. They're also facing costs of participating in commerce in general, and particularly in external trade. There are costs to entry to become an exporter. There are also what in trade economics we like to call so-called iceberg costs, which is somewhat ironic given the discussion about climate change as well. So that's very important, but also financially, it's very important, and we're talking already this morning about some of these issues. Younger firms, more productive firms, when they're young or when they're smaller, they face financial constraints. So I want to think about this notation where borrowing requires collateral in financial markets, and the less developed the markets, the more severe are these constraints. So here is a firm that borrows an amount D by selling, say, corporate debt at a price Q. And what this says is you cannot borrow more than a fraction theta of the capital that you can pledge as collateral. Or if you want to think about it in terms of net worth, so the capital minus the debt of the firm, what that constraint implies is that your capital cannot exceed a certain fraction of your net worth, where A is the net worth of the firm. So as long as the firm is what I'm going to call credit constrained, the size is constrained by the size of the net worth, the A. So what happens first when we don't have capital controls is very well known. There is a large literature in finance and development which has looked at these issues of financial frictions and misallocation. It has told us the story that what happens when firms are small is they're going to have to grow gradually because they're credit constrained. So the firm is going to grow slowly until it outgrows these financial constraints. But while it's doing that, what we call as a measure of misallocation is the marginal revenue product of capital, the MRPK. While it's growing toward that, its marginal revenue product of capital will be too excessive, too high, relative to either the efficient one or the one that they would have attained in the absence of financial frictions. And what it means to have an MRPK that is too high is that you have a capital stock that's too small, that the size of the firm is inefficiently small. But what we know from that literature is that the firm is going to grow gradually, and as it grows, this inefficiency is going to disappear. And that's what you see in this plot. So thinking the A is the net worth. So what I have here on the vertical axis is the capital stock of the firm, or the firm size. You will have, in the analysis we do, distribution of firms with different degrees of productivity, with different participation in international trade, and different age. It's like a Blanchard-Yari type of world of entrepreneurs that are born with certain probability and die with a certain probability. So you start a small firm with some K underbar that I put at the beginning here. When you're born, you enter, and then you have to grow along that blue line. You can only grow as much as your net worth allows you because you're credit constrained. Then eventually you grow and you reach what I call there the efficient level. At that efficient level, you get the textbook result that the marginal revenue product of capital equals the world opportunity cost of capital, where R star is the interest rate and delta is the depreciation rate. So that's what I was telling you earlier. Firm will grow. When it first is born, its capital stock is way too small relative to its efficient size, but then it gradually is going to grow there, and that misallocation is monotonically going to vanish. But what happens when you have capital controls is very different. Misallocation then is going to change non-monotonically. I'm going to show you in just a minute. You're going to have a group of firms that's completely unaffected because they're too small and they were already credit constrained. So the fact that the government comes in and slaps a capital controls leaves them indifferent because they say, you know what, I was already credit constrained. Then there is going to be another collection of firms, which are the ones that are very large, which are already outgrown the financial markets and say, well, we actually have net positive positions on financial assets, so we couldn't care less. But then you have the ones in between. And what happens to the ones in between is very inefficient. So here is the same plot, but now the red line tells you what happens when you introduce capital controls. Now you have this new that is taxing the borrowing of the firm. So you have this region 1, which is the same as before. That's what I was saying. These very small firms couldn't care less. But then as they grow, they're going to reach this region 2, which I'm going to call a pseudo-steady state. You can see there's an opportunity cost of capital, that is the world interest rate, but now includes the capital control. When the firm reaches that plateau, it's going to remain there, repaying its debt, reducing its debt, until it reaches region 3. And region 3 is effectively working as in financial autarky. And then it's going to grow along region 3 until it reaches its efficient side. So then you have that gap in regions 2 and 3. For all the firms in region 2 or 3, the misallocation became larger, the marginal revenue product capital grew as a result of the introduction of capital controls, and their size shrank. And you will see later, if they were exporting, they would export less, and the number of firms that decide to become exporters. But that's the gist of the argument. And there are going to be general equilibrium effects, because this, again, is happening to all these heterogeneous firms. So you're going to have aggregate effects, general equilibrium effects that are going to translate in lower wages for all the workers and all the entrepreneurs that collect wage income. There's going to be a reduction in the price of final goods. These firms are monopolistic competitors, so the price level of the real exchange is determined within the model, and there will be a decline in this price level, and there will be also a contraction in aggregate demand. I'm looking at stationary equilibriums. What I'm talking about are permanent long-run effects, not transitional effects. And of course, the effects are going to be heterogeneous across firms of different age, size, and productivity. Sorry, so these do look more like my slides, so that's fine. I think it was only the first one that was changed. All right, so the welfare effects, there is going to be inequality as a result of this policy. And there is going to be different welfare reflecting the effects on inequality. So if you are, for example, an entrepreneur with very low productivity, you can think about this as a vendor in the street, collect more of your wages, most of your income from wage income. Lower wages are going to hurt you. But that's most of your income. So you're going to be worse off because wages are going to be smaller. You don't collect so much in profits. So directly, you're not affected because you were in region 1 by the capital control. But in general equilibrium, or indirectly, you are because your wage income still hurt your welfare as a group of firms still fall. But the most affected firms will be the higher productivity exporter firms in the transition in regions 2 and 3. For those firms, they're going to suffer the most because wage income is falling, but their profits are also shrinking severely. And then you can ask the question, okay, so if the idea was to reduce aggregate credit, because this is the macroprudential policy, what if I wanted to do something with a different policy to reduce aggregate credit by the same amount? So the experiment we did is loan-to-value regulation, engineered to produce the same reduction in aggregate credit as the capital control. And what we found is that the side effects of this policy are much more benign. Basically, they get divided by a factor of 2 to 3 in the numbers I'm going to show you next. And the reason is because the loan-to-value policy distributes more evenly the burden of the credit adjustment across all the firms in those 4 regions that I showed. So we applied this to the case of Chile. The case of Chile in the 1990s is a natural experiment, and it's a country with very rich data. So we wanted to bring this model to the data, and we used a very rich set of manufacturing enterprises in Chile that includes all firms with more than 10 employees. So it's a very large data set, and the experiment is natural because, as you know, Chile introduced capital controls in 1991 as part of a management of capital inflows and the attempts to control the monetary effect or the sterilization of these inflows. And then has been work done in Chile by José de Gregorio and co-authors, constructing the tax equivalent of that particular episode of capital controls. So this plot is nice because it tells you they arrived in the 1990s, the capital controls reached at their max about 2.5%, and then they were abruptly dismantled in the aftermath of the 1998 sudden stop in global capital markets. So we have a period of before and a period of after and a period in between. And since I'm going to be focusing on the stationary equilibria, this is a nice natural experiment that the Chilean experience provides. So we're going to conduct a quantitative experiment. I'm not going to bore you with the full details of it, but the bottom line of the results of this quantitative experiment are very interesting. Again, think about these are long-run permanent effects of a policy that we thought was mainly a financial balance of payments, exchange rate stabilization type policy. What this policy does is worsens aggregate misallocation of capital across firms. Think about here the dispersion of those MRPKs by about 50 basis points. Reduces social welfare by about 0.6%. And it's much worse for exporters. So for those firms, misallocation worsens by 125 basis points, and social welfare declines by nearly 2%. Similarly, for high exporting firms, the general equilibrium effects, and again, these are permanent long-run effects, is a decline in aggregate output, a decline in wages, a decline in prices, and a decline in real wages. you have large drop in exports and a large drop in the share of firms that are actually exporting. And in fact, if you think about what I was telling you at the very beginning, macroprudential capital controls are actually about 6 to 12%. This is a 2.5% capital control. And like I said before, if you do it with LTV regulation, you can produce the same reduction in credit, which is about 25 percentage points of GDP in this experiment. You can design an LTV regulation that produces a 25% GDP contraction in credit as a share of GDP, and it will be much more benign. So we bring this to the data. We do a panel data analysis, which again, I'm not going to go into the full details, but it validates two of the key model predictions. In the Chilean manufacturing industry data set, it is indeed the case that misallocation worsened with the introduction of capital controls more for the firms that are more productive and for the firms that were exporters. And also there's further evidence of this sort of non-linearity I was telling you, in that you have these small firms for which nothing happens, these large firms for which nothing happens, and this cluster of non-monotonic evolution of the MRPKs in the middle. So that's like a warning about how we think about capital controls, not again an argument not to use them, an argument that maybe it leads us to think more about other instruments and to reconsider just how much we push on the capital controls as the main macroprudential tool. So how about emerging markets reserves? So here, I'm going to argue they're a source of instability. As I was telling you before, think of them as a massive demand for the risk-free assets of advanced economies, a very small subset of advanced economies, and in particular, the US Treasury bills. How large is reflected in this plot I was telling you? You go back to 1990, and you look through 2020, essentially, foreign exchange reserves, so the aggregate of emerging markets, have grown by a factor of 4. They were roughly 8 percentage points of GDP. At their peak, just before the global financial crisis, you're talking about 22.5% of GDP. Of course, this is heterogeneous. We know there are very large players on this, China certainly. But you look at the median is about 25 percentage points of GDP. So these countries have, given that they are relatively poor, they're sitting in massive amounts of this wealth at their central banks. You look at advanced economies, there has been an increase in those reserves, but much more modest. So I want to think in the context to analyze how this connects with volatility and why we make this argument that there is sort of adverse global externality about a world in which, again, this is not happening in the abstract, and it's not just as the pure aggregate, but about the interactions with the private sector, with the private financial sector and with the private real sector of this economy. And to this end, I want to bring two key properties that I want to emphasize of private debt. First is that it's defaultable. And in particular, in our environment, borrowers will be a subset of the productive firms. They're going to issue, again, this sort of corporate debt. But under certain situations, they're going to default. And in our context, this is what we used to call the second generation type of models of crisis. It's going to be a self-fulfilling expectation in which firms and the markets will coordinate in that in the case of a default, the liquidation price of capital will collapse. And that can be an equilibrium, and if that happens, debt is renegotiated, and the lenders, instead of receiving the full amount of what they lent, they will receive only the liquidation value of the capital. So there is going to be a so-called self-fulfilling crash in the liquidation price of capital as the driver of this default. But the lender is also very important, is that financial assets derive a convenience yield. They provide liquidity. They have in what we're going to set up here a productive use. The good old money models of inside money. You could think about these bonds or this cash being part of the production function directly. You could think about them as generating transaction services. Here we're going to think about them as working capital. But all of these variations apply as well. So keep that in mind. So in that context, bring in the increase in foreign exchange reserves and think about the world as a general equilibrium outcome. Well, if there is more demand for these bonds, the price drops. The price rises, which means that the interest rate drops. So the result of the first effect or the first impact of this increase in foreign exchange reserves will be a reduction in the world interest rate. But lower interest rates incentivize borrowing. So you will have an increase in private sector leverage. But in an environment when the economy is sufficiently leveraged, these self-fulfilling expectations can drive into financial crisis situations. So those increases in leverage are going to make private defaults larger and more likely. But it's not the end of the story. Otherwise, it would just be an issue about corporate rearrangement of financial liabilities. These things have allocative implications because the lenders had a productive use, and we're destroying, to a certain degree, real wealth when we're destroying financial wealth. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a redistribution of wealth from where it has its high marginal productivity of use to where it has less of a marginal productivity of use. And the result is going to be an output collapse. So the outcome is going to be that the volatility of output is going to increase, but not just in emerging markets, but worldwide. So you have this region of the world accumulating more reserves. This other region of the world experiences higher output volatility, as well as that other region. That's where the global externality comes into play. So let me tell you quickly the story. Again, I won't use any of the math, and I'll try to do this fairly quickly. So it's a two-country world, two-region world. We're going to have advanced economies. We're going to have emerging economies. Within each one, as I was mentioning, I have borrowers and lenders. So I'm going to organize productive sectors so they're in both sides of the transactions. They're both borrowers and lenders. You can give them different names. Here, I'm going to think about the borrowers as producers of intermediate goods and the lenders as producers of final goods. You want to think of it like, say, the IT sector, or a sector that doesn't have a lot of tangible capital, but a lot of non-tangible capital. So it has good prospects, but not a lot of collateral, physical collateral too often. So those guys will be the lenders. And then I have households here that are kind of boring. They're essentially providing the supply of labor. That's going to be true in both regions. Both regions have governments. Both regions tax the households, the governments. Both regions can buy foreign exchange reserves. And these guys over here, the government advanced economies, issues the reserve asset. The public debt of this region is the world's reserve asset. And there is competition, so there will be this private debt, and they are to coexist together with the public debt, so that lenders construct a portfolio where they can buy the risky debt of the corporations of both countries, as well as the public debt and the risk-free asset. But you can characterize the gist of my argument in the classic Meltzer diagram. So this is how the world begins before the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves. Global general equilibrium, you have the advanced economies, the supply and demand for assets. Notice I inverted them, so there's the supply is downward sloping, the demand is upward sloping, because we have in the vertical axis the interest rate, which is the reciprocal of the price. So we have a theory, a mathematical theory in the setup of the paper that backs the supply of these assets through this borrowing arrangement and this fragility through this potential for default, and the demand for those assets that comes from this liquidity or working capital desire for this asset. So that is a full theory of micro-foundations, if you want of that. At the equilibrium interest rate, advanced economies will have a negative net foreign asset position, as we see in the world today. And their counterpart, which is the aggregate of all emerging economies, at that equilibrium interest rate, will have a positive NFA position of the same magnitude. But now, consider what happens if you had a massive increase in emerging markets foreign exchange reserves. That translates into a large increase in the demand for assets from this region. So what does the model, the diagram says is the result will be a reduction in the world interest rate, a widening of the negative net foreign asset position, and an increase in the positive net foreign asset position of the emerging markets. If I stop there, you will say, yeah, this is like in the line of the global imbalances literature, and it's pretty much true. But what we're interested here is that what I put in the blue circles. In both regions of the world, the increase in emerging market reserves translates in an increase in credit. In both sides, you see that we're sliding down the supply of assets curve. So credit will grow, credit to the private sector will grow in both regions. But if you have more debt, so I'm thinking here now about the fragility, the financial fragility. The horizontal axis is the debt, the vertical axis is the probability of the crisis. So kappa is a very important parameter in our story. That's the liquidation value of capital that markets coordinate on in the event of a financial crisis. So there you see, if the debt is relatively low, the probability of a crisis is 0. But if the debt transits into, I'm calling there the crisis vulnerability region, then the markets can coordinate with the probability of a sunspot shock, as we call it in this literature, lambda. So it's a combination. You need a fundamental, because you need the debt to be sufficiently large. And then once you are in that region of vulnerability, you need that the sunspot coordinates expectations in the bad equilibrium. So that's why, as the leverage and the credit is growing in the previous plot, when you get into that region, you can get into more frequent and larger financial crises. The more debt there is, the more there will be this redistribution of wealth, and the deeper will be the recession that we cause. Okay, so I'm running late. Let me draw very quickly. What we do next is we bring the model to the data. We say, okay, let's start by saying, these are 4 things that have happened in the world economy since then. The first thing is the relative growth we're talking about this morning, that there was faster relative growth in the emerging world relative to the advanced economies, whether you measure them in PPP, which is the red line, or at nominal exchange rates. So that's the relative growth of the emerging world relative to the advanced economies. Next, you have the net NFA position of the advanced economies. So clearly, it fell very rapidly. Private domestic credit in both advanced and emerging economies grew rapidly between 1990 and 2020. And there was a very sharp decline in the world real interest rate. So we say we have structural parameters in our model. They're going to vary over time so that we nail these 4 things. We're not trying to explain them. We say the model is going to be constructed to explain them, to match them by construction with the evolution of its parameters. Then the question to ask the model is, what does that have to do with volatility? So the model predicts, now this is a result, the model predicts a sharp increase in macroeconomic volatility. We measure volatility with the standard deviation of output across various scenarios with crisis and with no crisis within each period of time. So it's like generating a cross-sectional sample. So you can see it's an increase by a factor of 4 in the volatility of advanced economies and in the volatility of emerging economies. It's an interesting story of why it's more on this side or on that side, but I don't have time for that. But then finally, we get to this experiment. What happens if you had not had the increase in foreign exchange reserves? So once the model is all laid down, we can construct this counterfactual and say, let all the other forces that the model had in order to match this still play, but now keep foreign exchange reserves constant. The result is the red curves that you see here. So the increases in volatility would have been a lot smaller had there not been the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves. And the reason is what I was telling you earlier. Again, follow the red lines relative to the blue lines, is the interest rate would have been higher, and the amount of leverage that both emerging and advanced economies will have built would have been small. And finally, so what about the idea I was telling you? There is an incentive here, if I think, as a policymaker in an individual country, to use the foreign reserves to provide a bailout. When the lenders wake up and the borrowers are not paying and they're going to have to fire their workers because their working capital is shrinking, the government steps in and makes whole partially the debt they're being defaulted on. So 0 means the baseline, that there is no bailout. Then there's a 10% bailout and a 30% bailout. And of course, how much of a bailout you can give depends on how many reserves you have. So in this experiment that's based on the data, the countries of emerging world have built a lot of reserves. So they have a lot of resources to potentially engage in this policy. So you can see how much it reduces volatility. So everything else is the same, but now we're using these reserves for a bailout. Of course, here it doesn't happen much because you didn't see these countries accumulate a lot of reserves. But then you could tell me, why don't these countries issue more public debt? They could do something similar. And indeed, that's kind of like quantitative easing will work in the context of this set. But the point is that the graph on the right is telling you, yes, emerging markets individually have an incentive to want to use foreign exchange reserves as a way to cope with this increasing instability. But the problem is when they're all doing it, then they're causing the problem I just showed you, which is interest rates drop, leverage rises, and volatility worsens. So you generate more instability. So, concluding, let me just recap. So I tried to make the argument that capital controls have these strong negative side effects on misallocation, on welfare. They're kind of similar to a poorly constructed, size-dependent industrial policy. LTV regulation is much better policy if we think about it in terms of choosing between tools in the macroprudential toolbox. The surge in foreign exchange reserves of emerging markets contributed to reduce the world interest rate, to increase private sector leverage, and to increase macroeconomic and financial instability. There is this externality in foreign exchange reserves that I talked about. And then, summing up, what this means is these country-specific policies, both the capital controls and the foreign exchange reserves, have these very serious trade-offs. So maybe policies that we can do more on the side of the international organizations I was mentioning at the beginning are a better idea, or at least an idea that we should consider a lot more than we have so far. And this is where it connects with the proposal from the CLAF on the Emerging Markets Fund that hopefully we get time to discuss more. But the only one thing I want to say here is that one benefit of this policy potentially of something like the EMF is that it will incentivize countries to not have to accumulate so many foreign exchange reserves. And through that mechanism, even the countries that don't benefit directly from participating in the EMF will still benefit, because financial markets globally will be more resilient. There will be less of these effects via the global interest rate and the build-up of leverage and the build-up of financial instability. So I will stop right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Can I please ask Ernesto and Robin to join the panel now?
It's fine. I'll put it. Okay.
Thank you. Enrique, what a great way to finish your presentation mentioning the proposal by CLAF, which many of you don't know, but it's a group of Latin American economies. And actually, we have 3 members of CLAF right now sitting here, and we need to add Guillermo and Andres, which are members of CLAF too. And that proposal, which is basically on how you could create a global fund for emerging markets that would actually help to reduce the individual accumulation of international reserves. So it goes perfectly with your presentation. Now, you have presented a very compelling way, I would say, of why very large accumulations of international reserve can lead to global instabilities. Now, at the country level, countries have no incentive to do that, to actually reduce the individual amount of reserves, because they are not willing to internalize the externalities derived from their collective action. I took a look in preparation for this panel at the data from the Assessment of Reserve Adequacy, called the ARA, from the International Monetary Fund, that basically calculates the amount of reserve that countries have relative to key variables like short-term debt, level of exports, or more so monetary aggregates. And what I look is that there's a huge disparity, but many countries are well above their holding of international reserve from the usual recommendations, even from their own commitments on how many reserves they should accumulate. But here's the problem. When you look at Latin America, you can actually divide the countries in 2 groups. The ones that accumulate the most amount of reserves are the good performers. And the ones that have almost no reserves are the bad performers, okay? So you have that dichotomy there. So I'm going to bring this case later in our discussion. So while you're strictly correct in making the recommendation, it's hard to do because of the individual country. How do you, make the case that the strongest countries are supposed to hold less reserves? But let me bring the members of the panel. So Robin, you study global capital flows, the whole world. And you have observed the reactions of flows to changes in international capital markets, in the players, in the markets themselves, the policies. I have 2 questions for you. The first is, have you observed or do you know of significant recent changes in international capital markets that have affected how capital flows to emerging markets, and particularly to Latin America, react to those global developments? And the other one, if the answer is yes, do you think that whatever patterns you have observed and the fact that countries are increasing their holdings of international reserve by especially the good performers is precisely a response to those changes in international capital markets?
Well, thanks for having me here, and congratulations for 30 years of the Economics Research Department at the IDB. I used to work across the street at the IIF, and I was always looking across the building at Eric and his excellent team at what research they're putting out for inspiration. So I am a very big fan. Enrique had a great chart in his presentation, which was reserves for emerging markets and for advanced economies. For emerging markets, that line went up until about 2010, and then it's basically stable. Why? Something happened over the last 10 years that completely changed global capital markets and flows to emerging markets, and that is that the dollar is incredibly strong. We are living in a period of almost unprecedented dollar strength. If you think back to 2014, the dollar rose in 1 year 25%. And that's pretty much against everybody. That's the broad dollar. The drivers of that are permanent shifts. So think about the United States used to be a big oil importer. We are not anymore. We're a small exporter, net exporter of oil. This is a huge change in the balance of payments and in the makeup of the US economy. We have fiscal space that far exceeds most other countries. We saw this during COVID. We have run huge deficits and interest rates remain low. That's the exorbitant privilege. This is unrivaled. These are all things that are kind of permanent shocks, so the fact that reserves have not risen beyond 2010 is a reflection of this structural change, which is not going to go away. So let me say two things. We have elections here shortly. If former President Trump is elected, we will have more tariffs. There's a whole question about whether those tariffs will be broad or whether they will be targeting China only. Let me only say that from 2018, when we know what happened, the United States imposed several rounds of tariffs on China. Markets traded those tariffs as a negative terms of trade shock. So the dollar went up and the Chinese yuan went down. It meant that every emerging market currency fell along with the yuan. So we will see even more dollar strength, even more broad-based dollar strength, and we will therefore see weaker capital flows to emerging markets and therefore also pressure potentially on reserves. Last thing I'll say, in a period of pervasive dollar strength, and my view is that this is not remotely over, what are the characteristics that, as an emerging market, you want to have? You want to have, above all, a freely floating exchange rate. Second, you want to have an independent central bank that is targeting inflation, that is not subject to constant sniping from politicians. Latin America stands out in the world as having embraced those two things for the most part, and the COVID shock, which really was a tremendous shock in terms of capital outflows and the depreciations that we saw, central banks acquitted themselves phenomenally. And I think Latin America does not deserve enough credit for that, broadly speaking. However, within the region, and Guillermo is sitting in the front row here, fear of floating is also coming back up again. I thought that this was a thing of the past, but it is not. You look at Argentina. Argentina devalued in December. It immediately repegged to the dollar. Very high inflation, partly because of the exchange rate pass-through, now means that in real terms, the peso is back where it was before the devaluation. You're doing the same thing over and over. We have a currency board in Ecuador. That is a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for economic stagnation because you're basically tying yourself to this dollar currency that's going up constantly. And the fear of floating across emerging markets has definitely gone up. We have many other emerging markets that periodically are repegging. And so my number one message, if you want to encourage capital flows, if you want to encourage economic stability, is just to float and to allow an independent central bank.
Okay, I just before moving to Ernesto, I look at the same graph that you are talking from Enrique's presentation, and I went to the specific data, and I noticed something. You're absolutely right in the way it moves and then become bad. If you take China out of the chart, you don't observe that pattern. You observe the pattern of continuous increase. It's China. But anyway, that's a different conversation. Ernesto, Robin mentioned Argentina. So Argentina is at the other spectrum, right? I mean, no access to the international capital markets. And with a huge task of restoring macroeconomic stability, with a plan that is kind of different from the past, right? I mean, what do we know about the experiences, the successful experiences of fighting hyperinflation? Usually, they have been a tight fiscal policy, tight monetary policy, and letting the exchange rate go. Argentina is doing the first two things, but not the last one, right? I mean, the policy right now is to keep devaluing the exchange rate at 2% per month. That's out of the conventional way of solving crisis. The question to you is that you think that this, in the light of the Latin American experience of successful cases, do you think that this is going to be successful? And let me add something that I just saw in Eric's computer. There was an announcement just a few minutes ago that Rodrigo Valdez, who you know is the head of the Western Hemisphere Department, has just been removed from the negotiation with Argentina. What? It's like Argentina keeps taking out, I mean, from the IMF, the chief economist of the region, right? I mean, so I don't know. I mean, that's a different scenario to discuss, but your views, please.
Okay, Liliana, gracias. Just one word. 30 years ago, close to 30 years ago, there was the first meeting of the network of the chief economists of the central bank and finance ministries of Latin America, which is a product of the research department invented during the Ricardo Hausmann, Liliana tenure. And it was it was apropos of the tequila crisis. So what we called at the time the first crisis of the 21st century. And we were very young, and a lot of us got to know each other in those twice a year meetings that are still running. So just a small remembrance on that very, very incredibly successful experience of the research department of the IDB in bringing us together in the region. One little thing, Liliana, and I'll go to Argentina out of the things that Robin said. I mean, with my friend and colleague Jose Juan Ruiz in Madrid, we collected data on emerging market crises from Laven and Valencia and other sources. And it is very interesting that if you look at exchange rate, debt, and banking crisis, and you look at how many double crisis or triple crisis you had. So these are the big ones. Between 1974 and 2003, so when the recycling of the petrodollar started in the mid-70s through 2003, we had 49 double or triple crises. In the next 20 years, 2004 to 2023, we had 8. So the first striking thing is there was a phenomenal reduction in the incidence of crisis in emerging markets. Latin America was very well represented in the first period. I mean, it had about half of the crisis occurred in Latin America. In the second period, it's only a quarter of the crisis. So it's not only that crises in emerging economies went down very significantly is that the incidence of Latin America went down more than the others. So to me, this requires an explanation. Since we are running out of time, Liliana, let me say this. I went and looked at the work we did with Guillermo Calvo, my mentor, my friend, my colleague, and Alejandro Izquierdo on southern stocks. Actually, systemic southern stocks. So very sharp reversals in capital inflows and the current account in periods of turmoil in emerging market, international emerging market debt markets, okay? Affecting fundamentally sound economies as well as others. So 70% of the 49 crises, double or triple, that occurred between 74 and 2003 occurred during periods of systemic sudden stops, of sudden reversals in inflows, okay? So what happened? That sudden stop suddenly became a thing of the past because we had periods in the subsequent 20 years of capital market emerging, international emerging market debt markets. We had periods of turmoil. The global financial crisis, COVID, just to name only two, but we didn't see sharp reversals in the current account. Why? Because the epicenter of the crisis started in the north, and because that led central banks of the advanced economies to provide aggressively international liquidity to avoid a global credit crunch because they mobilized through the international financial institutions an enormous amount of resources to be deployed towards emerging economies. So we had an international lender of last resort de facto, only because the epicenter was not in Mexico, was not in Indonesia, was not in Russia, was not in Argentina. So suddenly, we are all saying, we graduated from crisis. Yeah, we graduated from crisis because the origin was in the north, and the north has lenders of last resort. So now we have a $30 trillion market in emerging market debt without the lender of last resort. And what would happen if the epicenter, once again, happens to be in the periphery? Would central banks in the G7 react by providing liquidity? No, and that's where the proposal of the Emerging Market Fund that we are putting forward in the context of the reform of the IMF and the World Bank and the international financial architecture in general with the Committee on Latin American Macroeconomics and Finance. So I don't want to, Liliana, I just thought this was very important. Argentina comes and goes, and I think for the first time in many years there is a chance that they might succeed, but I only get into the details if we have time.
Okay.
I don't want to take all the time.
Okay, no, fine. That's useful. So let me continue with our topic of capital flows and what's happening in the global economy. Back to you, Robin. Next week, the Fed most likely will start its process of reducing interest rates. Now, Latin America started earlier than the US in the normalization of interest rates. It started earlier in the way up when inflation was going up. Latin America started increasing interest rates first. And now Latin America has also started first in the process of normalization. Do you see any type of financial stability risk in the region from this asymmetric process of interest rate normalization? There is an issue that was also raised in the macro report of the IDB that the region could be lowering too fast, risking capital outflows and exchange rate depreciation. Do you see that as a risk or not really?
So I kind of gave a big compliment to central banks in the region because they recognized the inflation shock, perhaps because of the history, much earlier than the Federal Reserve or the ECB. And I think central banks have built a huge amount of credibility during these past couple of years. So I do think that there is a good reason, if the inflation dynamics warrant, and I do think they do, to cut interest rates. I've been writing a series of pieces on the inflation shock here in the United States. We tend to forget how big the supply disruptions were at the height of COVID. Remember, we couldn't get toilet paper, et cetera. Supply disruptions in the United States for 1 year were as intense as Fukushima in Japan in 2011 for 1 month. So we had a very severe shock. The lags with which that shock is feeding through into inflation are very significant. And so I'm definitely in the camp that all the focus on demand-led inflation factors is kind of overplayed. And so for the Federal Reserve, I think we are going to be looking at a very significant easing cycle with the policy rate going back to neutral, which I call around 3%. So it's a pretty significant easing cycle. That means there's a lot of room for Latin America to ease as well. And I don't think markets will penalize Latin America for what the central banks are doing. Now, all that said, Jackson Hole, which we just had at the end of August, was a very dovish event. The Fed basically has accepted the narrative that I was just telling on inflation. I would have expected Latin American currencies to do well since then. They have not. They have done quite poorly. Across the region, currencies have weakened. One explanation is that commodity prices have not been rising, they've been falling. So this is a commodity exporting region, so perhaps that's an explanation. But I think there is something else going on. I was just at a roundtable dinner in New York with hedge funds and asset managers last night, and the discussion point was exactly this. Why is Latin America not doing better? And there is a focus on two things. One, there is a belief that going back to Enrique's presentation, there's a belief that R-star in, or the neutral interest rate in advanced economies has risen because debt levels have gone up so much. So the hurdle rate for emerging markets is now higher, and the required behavior, it has to be better. So when I then look at criticisms that come from politicians of their central banks, this is happening all over the place, but Brazil perhaps is most in focus, then I think this is super counterproductive. And we have a recent experiment where a central bank governor in an emerging market who was doing exactly the right thing was fired after 6 months in office. I'm talking about Turkey. The result in Turkey has been hyperinflation and a complete mess. So I think, unfortunately, the criticisms of central banks are super risky, super dangerous, and I think best to leave alone and let the central bank do what they will, and they will cut.
So basically what you're saying is that, yeah, there are global factors that are affecting these flows and the way they respond, especially with the behavior of R-star. But there are also idiosyncratic factors in some countries, especially in some of the large countries, that could actually be influencing what the pattern has been. Enrique, back to you, and in the context of this conversation and your own considerations, what are your most important concerns regarding financial stability in the region?
Yeah, so I think it comes back to some of the things that I was talking about. I think in part of the problem is still private sector financial fragility and how we cope with it and what tools do we have in play to deal with it. In the context of Mexico in particular, which is a country I follow, we still have this issue that inflation hasn't been completely tamed, but we did have the pressure to reduce rates, so we did reduce rates. The Mexican exchange rate depreciated quite a bit. There was, reasons for that, or at least people attribute them to the elections and the political prospects of the country. I think we tend to undervalue what those things have done, what the Latin American geopolitical context is, and it's a very complex situation where it goes into the future in Mexico, and there's a reason to be quite pessimistic about a lot of things. But it comes back to the issue of financial stability, because we have a certain set of policies that were designed thinking about the traditional phenomenon, thinking, you're trying to prevent credit booms, trying to use macroprudential things, which is anticipating good times. You just don't want the good times to get that good. Now, the issue is that you can also have financial fragility because things happen that are bad. And in that context, it comes back to this issue of this contagion and where the epicenter is. I think what will happen in most of our countries is that if there is a severe reversal on capital flows, we will find that many of these measures that we thought of were designed to manage the prevention of good times getting too good. They were not designed to manage a sudden explosion because we have the sudden scale in financial markets.
Yeah. So from the conversation, there doesn't really seem to be a big concern about capital outflows getting out of the region. And so the discussion that you put forward was basically one of the part of it was on capital controls, right? I mean, we don't sugar it with management, capital flow management, capital controls, right? And the typical model that Latin America, the good performance of Latin America, and this is a question for the whole panel, brief questions, answers, because we have a very short time. But the model that the good performers have been following has been, this policy mix has been increased exchange rate flexibility, but with accumulation of reserves. So there is interventions every time they can, they intervene, otherwise the reserve will not be increasing as they have been. Limited or non-capital controls, there is a lot of integration in the international capital markets. And the interrate policies is conducted basically and almost only to control inflation. That's basically the model. So the question to you, and let me start with Ernesto, is do you think that this policy mix should continue? Is that the right policy mix for the region? And I'm saying this because, as you were also discussing in your presentation, there's a lot of debate in the academic world about the benefits and costs of capital controls. And there is at the IMF something called the integrated policy framework, right? And the integrated policy framework basically tells you that there are situations under which you can introduce capital controls. There are two big criticisms to that framework. One is that anything goes. You can always justify what kind of policies to use depending on your own situation. So, because if the recommendation is there are conditions depending on the conditions in the economy to see what is the right mix of policies, then anything goes. And the other one is that integrated framework does not include fiscal policies. It's basically monetary exchange rate reserve accumulation. So starting with Ernesto, is that the right policy mix? Should we deviate from that at all, or we're in the right track, regardless of what have been discussed before in terms of too much reserve accumulation and all that?
Personally, I dislike capital controls. I mean, and look, Liliana, Argentina is today the textbook example of capital controls. I mean, it's completely disintegrated from international capital markets. So if you want to see the really other extreme, you have Argentina. It has no reserves. Therefore, it needs foreign exchange controls to ration reserves. And since you were asking, Liliana, it is very interesting that in that context, in which you have no access to international market, no reserves, foreign exchange controls, and international reserve rationing, high fiscal deficit, and printing money to finance it with high inflation, then one should expect that a program to stabilize the economy should, one, eliminate the deficit, which actually the government did, a 5.5 of GDP adjustment in 1 month because of they engineered a jump in the price level of 100% and diluted the real value of spending by 35%. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah. I mean, and they halted the monetary expansion. So is that enough? Well, it isn't, because you have another objective. You want to open the capital account and you want to eliminate foreign exchange controls. Now, how can you do that? The only way to do that is to accumulate reserves. Why? Because there are payments coming due, and you need to have reserves in order to be able to pay and not to default. How? The old-fashioned way. If you don't have any access to international capital markets, you need to generate a current account surplus in order to accumulate foreign exchange reserves. But in order to accumulate, have a current account surplus and accumulate reserves, you need to have a path of the real exchange rate that is consistent with that objective, which has nothing to do, in principle, with the fiscal monetary stabilization. It's a different objective. You need a different instrument. And what happens if the market does not believe that the path of the exchange rate is consistent with the accumulation of reserves that will prevent you from defaulting? Well, then exporters would have no incentive to sell their production because they will be forced to sell at an exchange rate that is lower than the one they are expecting. Importers have an incentive to bring forward their imports, so they are going to pay them cheaper than they would otherwise in the future. And therefore, instead of generating a current account surplus, you go in the other direction. And if you don't generate the surplus, you don't accumulate reserves. And if you don't accumulate reserves, you cannot pay. You are expected to default, and therefore country risk doesn't come down. The economy doesn't recover. With no recovery, fiscal position balance is unsustainable, and the program collapses on its basis. I mean, and this was a perfectly sound program. So this is what I want to leave with you thinking. Normally, from the Uruguayan perspective, which we're in these problems many times, you would go to the IMF, tell them, look, I did a 5.5 of GDP adjustment. I engineered the monetary program by cleaning the mess of the central bank balance sheet, that it's really a obra de orfebrería. Give me a program, and give me a program that sets a fiscal target, an international reserve target, and give me new money in order to ensure that I'm able to repay my commitments. That's what a program would look like. Now, the IMF is not giving Argentina a program. So you might say, one, and I'm going to be done, well, you know, el que se quemó con leche ve una vaca y llora. Okay?
If you were burned by milk, you see a cow and you cry.
This mistake twice in the 21st century, we won't make the mistake again. This is perfectly a possible explanation. I don't like it because it leaves us with no solution. So there might be genuine disagreements between the IMF and the government about the path of the nominal and the real exchange rate. And so what the IMF wants is a path of the real exchange rate consistent with the implicit target of accumulation of reserves, not fiscal, that's not the problem, and therefore to be able to grant a new program with new money, okay? And Argentina doesn't want to devalue, and that was your question, because it fears that if it does, and today the difference between the parallel exchange rate and the official exchange rate is 30%, they will generate another jump in the price level, and it will destabilize a very weak government in terms of their approval in Congress, both politically and socially. So they don't want to do it. And I think that the parts are very close, because what the government has basically done is to try to strangle the economy of pesos, to try to see if they can bring the parallel towards the official at a rate that is below, a difference that is below 10%, and then they can concede and say to the fund, okay, I'll devalue, give me a program, give me the money. So we need to be watching at this famous brecha. If it goes below 10%, I think will be in the good equilibrium. If it doesn't, then Argentina will have to use, if it can, political leverage to get the approval of the fund. But that's what it takes.
Robin, we are totally out of time, but I just want the views both of Robin and Enrique on that precise question. The question is, do you agree with the path Argentina is following, or following your own recommendation, Robin, should Argentina just float?
Argentina will have to float. The question is when.
The question is when.
So just do it.
Okay.
Don't wait.
Argentina won't float, Robin.
Okay.
Yeah,
it has to buy reserves.
It is a very common problem across emerging markets that you refuse to float until you have to.
Okay, Enrique, I have to interrupt because I just received.
I
have to close. So I'm sorry. This is very interesting, but I have to. So should Argentina float?
We have to stop meeting like this. I mean, this is Argentina again and again and again and again, and it has been where many other countries have been before. With they don't want to devalue, but they will have to devalue. And
all right. Okay, it always ends in Argentina. So thank you very much to all of you. Please, a big round of applause to our panelists. That's it. Thank you.
Well, I call it this.
Thank you to our panelists. That concludes our fourth session of the day, the Financial Stability Decoding Global Capital Flows. And with this, we're going to continue with a very special moment. It's moment to recognize the very remarkable work that brilliant people have been doing lately. It is the time for the IDB Young Economist Award. For this, we will have again the president of the IDB, Mr. Ilan Golfain, and we will also have the chief economist, Eric Parrado. But before that, I want to remind all of you that you can join the discussion on social media. You can find us on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, also on LinkedIn, and you can use the hashtag 30 years of research o también numeral 30 años de investigación. There you can find everything that everybody else has been talking about during this very important day. There you will find all the comments. You can also post your opinions, your pictures, whatever you want to do about everything that has been happening today in this 30 years of research anniversary conference. Thank you all for being here. And with this, the president of the IDB is going to be soon on the stage, Mr. Ilan Golfain, and we're going to have all the people that have been doing, as I said, remarkable work in the last months, and that for that reason they're going to be recognized today with the IDB Young Economist Award. Lo voy a decir también en español. Pronto tendremos nuevamente al presidente.
Soon we'll have Mr. Ilan Golfain, president of the IDB, here on stage, presenting the Young Economist Award to those brilliant young economists, brilliant minds who have been doing an excellent job and will be recognized today at the IDB. Eric Parrado, chief economist and also the person in charge of this conference, will be with us as well very soon here on stage.
Bueno, mientras llega el presidente del BID y mientras llega también el señor.
While we wait for Mr. Goldfein and Mr. Parado, I want to remind you that on this table on my right, you will find interpretation devices so you can listen in English or in Spanish. I also want to extend a greeting to all those people who are connected to us via social media, Facebook, X, YouTube, LinkedIn. We've had a huge number of people connected with us all day long. And now we have Mr. Eric Parado, Chief Economist. Welcome. Thank you very much, Maria.
Good morning, everyone. I think we have enjoyed several good sessions with good friends and good discussions, and we were talking about several countries, but at the end of the day, we always talk about some countries in particular. So now we're gonna talk about a different thing, and this is a very special session. At the Inter-American Development Bank, we are deeply committed to fostering high-quality research that informs evidence-based policy and helps drive meaningful change. The importance of this work cannot be overstated, as it lays the foundation for policies that enhance economic and social well-being in Latin America and the Caribbean. Research is the cornerstone of evidence-based policy. It equips policymakers and decision-makers with the knowledge and understanding needed to create impactful change. As we navigate the complex challenges facing our region, sound research becomes indispensable in finding effective solutions which are cost-efficient and which can truly change our countries for better. To further promote and support exceptional research about our region, today we are honored to present the IDB Young Economist Award, which we have created to recognize and celebrate exceptional research focused in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this award is a testament to the IDB's ongoing mission to promote innovative, rigorous research that address the unique challenges facing our region. We are thrilled to foster the next generation of economists who will contribute to these efforts and inspire further advancement in policy and development. For the first edition of this new award, the scientific committee, comprised of economists from across the IDB, had the difficult task of selecting winners from 48 high-quality submissions, exploring diverse and critical topics. Among the themes recognized as part of this year's award are papers examining the complex dynamics of labor markets, shedding light on employment protection policies and their effects on workers' mobility. Others delve into the complexities of financial decision-making, investigating how workers' preferences for payment schedules can influence labor market behavior, particularly among those with constrained liquidity. We also saw work that focused on healthcare and public policy, looking at how reforms can effectively reduce unnecessary medical procedures like C-sections while improving health outcomes. Others explore the important role of collective bargaining on how wage-setting institutions can propagate economic shocks across networks of firms and workers. And finally, we received insightful analysis on infrastructure and regulation, evaluating how water and sewer networks can be expanded in developing countries to meet ambitious public health and environmental goals. This range of topics highlights the breadth and importance of research in our region. Each paper brings fresh insights into areas that are crucial for the future development of Latin America and the Caribbean. The quality of the submissions we received was truly exceptional. In fact, the work was so strong that in addition to awarding a first, second, and third prize, the scientific committee felt it was necessary to award 2 honorary mentions. Now I would like to invite IDB President Ilan Goldfein to join me on stage. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Eric. Nice to see you all again. Hello. So this is a nice part, right? Giving awards. People are happy. We are happy to give the awards. We look at the young people. We look at the future. So very, very nice to close with this award. So let me begin immediately talking about that. And we start with the honorary mentions, which not actually the prizes, but the honorary mentions. There are 2 honorary mentions. Those are researchers that provided outstanding contributions. They were not selected, but they do deserve this recognition. So the first one goes to Santiago Hermo from Brown University for his paper, Collective Bargaining Networks, Rent Sharing, and the Propagation of Shocks. And the second honorary mention goes to Carolina Tojal from the University of Michigan for her paper, Expansion of Pipe Water and Sewer Networks, the Effects of Regulations. So, thank you very much. I see you happy there. Thank you. Congratulations. Very important work and contribution to the field. And now, for the prizes. Let me start with the third prize. We're going from the third to the number 1. The third prize in the IDB Young Economist Award goes to Paula Spinola from the University College of London for her paper titled Effectiveness and Health Impacts from Rationing C-section Use, Insights from a Successful Reform in Brazil. Paula, are you there? Please join us. Thank you. The second prize goes to Tiago Scarelli from the Paris School of Economics for his papers, Workers' Preference over Payment Schedules, Evidence from Ride-Sharing Drivers. Tiago, please join us. Very good. And finally, the Oscar goes, the first prize in the IDB Young Economist Award goes to Pedro Casavilca Silva from Yale University for his exceptional paper, Job Ladder Consequences of Employment Protection, Theory and Evidence from Peru. Pedro, please join us on stage to receive your award. So that's it. I want to again thank you all and thank you very much for being here today and for this award. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President Goldfein. Thank you, Mr. Parrado. And of course,
those are my papers.
Outside. And of course, congratulations to the winners. Now, we will go straight to the 6th session of the IDB 30 Years of Research Anniversary Conference. The title of this session is IDB 2054, Shaping Tomorrow's Research Agenda. This session will be held in Spanish. For those attending the event here, again, at my right, you will find on this table simultaneous translation so you can hear it in English or Spanish. And to all of you who are following us on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, or X, you can find the session in English or Spanish. You just go to the description of the event, and then there you can change the audio. Vamos directamente a la sexta sesión de la conferencia.
Let's go to our sixth section for today. This session will be in Spanish for our participants who are here with us. You can find on the table on my right the devices that will allow you to listen to interpretation. And if you are following us on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, or X, in the description of the event, you can change your audio preferences so you can listen in the language that you like. Let us now begin this session. I want to welcome Amanda Glassman. Please help me welcome her with a round of applause.
While our moderator comes to the podium, let me tell you that during this session, the IDB's chief economist will reflect on the future of research in Latin America and the Caribbean. They will share insights and recommendations to expand the IDB's research agenda. Again, I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, Mrs. Amanda Glassman. She will come very soon to the podium.
Hello. Welcome back to a star-studded final panel of the day with 6 of our past chief economists who will join me on stage presently. We're going to ask them a few questions about their experience so far. So if they would come out. Hold on. They're coming? Okay. Okay, let me just check. Hold on. Everyone? Should we have them sit in order of the time they were here at the Inter-American Development Bank? Or in order of height, or something like that? Let's see. Please. Hi, welcome, Ricardo. Thank you. Ricardo Hausman, the founder and director of Harvard's Growth Lab, professor at the Harvard Kennedy School, and the chief economist here at the IDB from 1994 to 2000. Eric Parrado, you've already met. Hello. Juan Jose Ruiz. Hey. Please. Guillermo Calvo. Santiago Levy is going to join us remotely. And then we're just waiting for Eduardo Lora, and we can begin. Okay, well, maybe, should I sit here with you? Okay, great. Well, maybe I'll start asking a question while we wait for Eduardo, which is a question that apparently Ricardo Hausman started his meetings in the office of the chief economist on, which I'll now pose to you, which is what keeps you up at night when thinking about Latin America and the Caribbean? And maybe we'll start with you, since it's your question to begin.
Sure. Well,
habíamos dicho que iba a ser en español.
En español.
Como quieran.
Disculpa, okay.
That's right, I'm supposed to be speaking Spanish. I'm going to begin with all of the things that don't keep me up at night. Actually, these are things that make me sleep quite well. Things are going well in Latin America, and then I'll tell you what does keep me awake. In Latin America, the demographic transition has already occurred. The birth rate is below the replenishment rate. The participation of women in the work market is strong. Educational levels are going up. Tertiary education is on the rise. There is university enrollment in some countries of Latin America even higher than the United States. There are gaps that are closing when compared to the United States. So a lot of things that used to be a problem. Volatility. The first issue that we dealt with when I was here at the bank was volatility. Ernesto Calvi says that the crises aren't as serious as they used to be. That means we're making progress. And the income gap in Latin America continues to grow. That gap continues to widen. Latin America is growing less than the United States, is growing less than many things. So income gaps are actually widening. And that is what does keep me awake. And that is, and when you get into looking at the reasons for this, you're going to see that Latin America is adopting technology more slowly than that technology is being invented. So the world is writing books faster than we can read them. And usually it takes longer to write a book than to read it. But that's not happening. So we have to ask the question, exactly what is happening? Why are we so stagnant in our productive structures? And why don't we see more dynamic evolution? Right. So evolution of technology. JJ, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I agree with Ricardo. I sleep quite well. That's great. You're lucky. Right. It's that I have nothing to repent of. So something that does worry me is something that's a bit more conceptual, and that's irrelevance. The irrelevance of knowledge worries me, the potential irrelevance of Latin America and the irrelevance of researchers. So those are the three irrelevances that I would like to touch on. The irrelevance of knowledge for us, research, economics, the hemisphere, the international relations, that is our livelihood. But sometimes we see that no one pays much attention to us. So I think that we all need to think about this, the IDB, the researchers, all over the hemisphere. Why aren't people listening? That is something that should be part of the next 30 years' agenda. The truth is, politics have turned a cold shoulder to the economy, because when the whole conversation that we have, and 95% of what is being discussed today has to do with power, with geopolitics, and so this is a zero-sum game. Who is the most powerful? Who has more power? Who has less power? And that is something that is quite different from what we economists do. How do we collaborate? How do we allocate resources? And right now, the world is in the hands of those playing a zero-sum game, not in the hands of those that play a non-zero-sum game. So that means that I do miss the past. I missed our past relevance. Then something else is a second irrelevance, and that is Latin America is important. It's going to be gained in importance over the next 25 years, but the perception of itself, the perception that Latin America has of itself, and the view of why Latin America is important is mistaken. Latin America feels that it's irrelevant because no one listens when Latin America talks about its problems. And I think that right now Latin America is irrelevant because it cannot transform its knowledge, its expertise, its experience into a way where they can be presented as solutions to global problems. So we need to talk less about what's happening in Argentina or what's happening in very concrete cases. The important thing is you have this problem, the energy transition, you have this problem, water, you have another problem, migration. So there's a whole list of problems that Latin America has been coping with during the last 50 years. So there's a long list of good and bad policies. Instead of explaining this as a Latin American policy, I think we would be better received and more heated if the economists and if the IDB would present all of this experience as a contribution to solving global problems. So that's the second irrelevance. And there I do think that we are out of step with what we are being asked to do. And then third, the irrelevance of researchers. And this is a very delicate topic. We all read our great papers, we all read each other, we love each other, but the question is, are we writing about things that people are interested in? Are we still in a world? And look at the title of this session, Shaping Tomorrow's Research Agenda. Knowledge is no longer centralized knowledge is now very decentralized. And if we want to be heeded, if we people to listen to us, what we have to do is ask ourselves the question, what is society interested in? What are the issues of interest? And then we can contribute. The most important thing is to understand why society in general has such poor economic instincts, defending solutions that we know are mistaken. What Carlos is doing is looking at public policy, not looking at the supply side of public policy, but the demand. Why do we keep talking about rent control of this type of matter? I think that that should be a key part of our research agenda. We need to understand why can't people think correctly? What's wrong with the way that politicians think about these problems? Or why do we think that they don't understand them? And then we should reformulate the demand for our work. Ricardo and I realize that there are many things that still have to be done. For example, we have to grow. That is a defect in our public debate, because if we do not grow, if we don't defend the need to grow, we will be much worse off in the next 25 years. Right, we have to deal with the rational in this, which is a rational science. And Guillermo, now to you. Why don't you sleep at night? What keeps you up? Well, I also worry about the problems that keep my colleagues awake too. These are big problems. So I don't know if I should continue to be an economist or change profession, because we want to do something that means something. So in macro, I have always tended to do something that's quite the opposite. And opposite doesn't necessarily mean better, but something that has obsessed me, and I've been working on these issues for many years, is the wealth, but the difficulty of understanding monetary problems when you think about them seriously, not just by assigning M to profit, but looking at this seriously and to understand that we are talking about assets. Assets, and this is something we all know, but we tend to set this knowledge aside. These are assets that are worthless. With $1,000 bill, I can't cook. And we tell our students that because we look at the utility function, the profit function, and we call it M. So that would be step number one. But at the same time, we're living in a world where in 2008, all of a sudden, things were falling apart. Where did the 2008 crisis originate? In the United States, in the advanced economies. We hadn't seen something of that nature before. And what response did we have ready? And I'm still thinking about that because we may not have time, but I did want to mention something else, and that is a challenge that we have to deal with, and that is all of a sudden one begins to see, one begins to feel that central banks don't understand or don't try to understand First of all, because it's hard. They don't understand the dynamic of liquidity. When I talk about liquidity of the profit function, and of course we can look at partial measures, but all of this corrects the ignorance that we had in the past. But now we face a dilemma, which is saying, what should central banks be doing? The Fed, others, etc., with this situation, which could lead to another recession, a depression even. There are reasons that this could happen, and I'm not going to get into that. But how do we respond to that if we don't have, in this model, something that can be understood not only with the profit function, but how that works? So that's what keeps me up at night, that feeling of deep-rooted ignorance, where when things happen, and we have had crises, and Liliana's group is studying this. What do we do to have a final recourse lender? But the problem is, when is this crisis going to happen? If there is one thing we have learned, it is that crises are unexpected. They're a surprise. And I'm not here to give you a lecture, but what I'm saying is that that type of crisis, because we have gone through crises, and yes, we have faced sudden stops, and they have characteristics that we haven't taught our young people. And the characteristic of these events mean that there can be multiple equilibria. We have examples of 1988. It's quite popular now if you want to look into that. But all of you have studied that model. There is one equilibrium. And now, all of a sudden, and this is becoming a fad, now we're looking for models that have more than one equilibrium. So the sudden stop, when that was formalized, and those working with Rudy Dombush, or that work here, or that worked here, that would be the case of the current president. Didn't you oversee, or no, Woody Dornbush, I think, oversaw the doctorate thesis of the president of this bank? Right. So I'm going to be quoting myself, which is something I don't usually like to do. But when I began to work on a paper that was read widely, I realized that in order to advance my argument and to put it on solid ground, to the extent possible, it was quite natural to have to think about multiple equilibria. Now, if you take multiple equilibria seriously, everything that we teach our young people is related to well-defined models, models that play with partial derivatives, and that produces a result. But you jump from one to another. And we haven't asked economics to provide us with an answer to that. I feel that I'm talking too much, but the thing is, if you think through things, you begin to look for an explanation of what could happen if certain things that generate multiple equilibria begin to operate. So I would mention just one title. There is something that I want to bring up because it's fun. And I don't know how many people know this, but I had a PowerPoint, I had a slide. Yeah, we made one exception for Professor Calvo. There is one slide. Please put it up on the screen. Okay, that looks great. And if anyone is interested later on, I can tell you the truth about this. But this thing on the screen, that function is a function across time. And you may remember of the velocity of circulation. And we learned that in macro, along with other things. But the velocity of circulation in the United States is 2 of M2. And notice that this does something strange. And this is 2008. And things are going up, and then they drop off at a very respectable rate. And it's very interesting if you say, okay, this may be related to the quantitative identity. And that is an identity where GDP is inflation and where mu is expansion rate of the monetary supply, M2 in this case, and eta is growth rate. It doesn't make all that much difference here. And the other thing is velocity of circulation, the growth rate of the circulation of M2. So that's an identity. No one can complain that this is a lie. But the interesting thing is someone may have said, okay, why did you want us to look at this equation? And it's because as of 2008, the drop is 2.6%, more or less. If I'm reading, if I can see the numbers from here, 2.4% it says on the slide per year. And no one knows why there's that drop at that rate. I've not seen any discussion on this. No one knows if this could stop happening. That drop there, no one knows. It's like falling off a cliff. You're jumping off a cliff, and until you hit bottom, everything's going fine. But here we are making all sorts of noise in global monetary policy. But the fact is that the inflation that is going up or going down, and then this is a phenomenon where inflation, like in the United States, is falling at a rate of 2.6 per annum. And what is the Fed going to do with something of that nature? So we're still trying to understand this model. No one has that model yet, but I haven't heard any discussion on, okay, if this stops, I have a theory, if you're interested. Yes, please do. Maybe we should wait for the theory. Should we continue with our round of questions? Okay, this is the part having to do with concerns, and later we'll get into theories. Okay, please do come back to me, and excuse me for interrupting. So we have talked about why things are what they are, and Eduardo is well known because of Policy Day. So I don't know if that's what keeps Eduardo awake, but perhaps you could comment on the questions. Yes, I am concerned about policies, but before getting into that, I would like to say that I am tremendously happy to be here, along with my former bosses, great economists, including the one looking down from the screen. And I'm here with all these people that I'm very fond of, and it's really been a great pleasure for me. It's very moving. Policies. Yes, policies. I'm going to refer to 3, and let me explain why 3. All of the economists are raised thinking about trade-offs, and there's a major trade-off that was discussed by Eduardo Cruz, and that was equity and efficiency. So a lot of people think, or used to think, that that trade-off was inevitable. So those that want equity, more on the left, and those that want greater efficiency are on the right. So that divides our world in 2. Great. But now, if you look at the data really doesn't support that arrangement because countries that are most efficient are the most equitable. But if you look at a time series, these variables tend to move not as a trade-off, but as reinforcement. So the economists, how many people here are economists and how many are not, I don't know. But especially when there was no data, the results sometimes were rather spectacular trying to explain this. So, for example, we talked about Kuznets' inverted U. We talked about Dutch disease, the bias, technological change, all of those things. But every time that those super theories were analyzed, you reached a conclusion saying, is this true or not true? A lot depended on the policies, the institutions. So you say, okay, there we have policies and institutions. And with that motivation, a couple of years ago, I decided I was going to look into whether or not there are policies that can accomplish both objectives, improving both efficiency and equity. I reviewed the literature, and that was before we had AI, so it took me a long time to review all that literature. But I decided to look into this to see what policies have strong evidence of having a major impact, of something really working to move those 2 variables. So it was a major endeavor. I worked with Marcela Mendez and Maria Antonia Velázquez, and the conclusion that I reached was rather straightforward. That doesn't mean there are no other conclusions. Perhaps they are, but there are 3 conclusions that are very clear and that are tremendously relevant for policies, and they're very relevant for the IDB, and that they are policies for early development of capacity. Second, financial inclusion. And 3, competition policies. I'm saying competition, not competitiveness. And in the 3 areas, goals are promising. There's nothing there to be invented. The institutions already exist to do this, and it's a matter of priority. And these are things that we could agree upon between the left and the right. I never know which side I'm on, but the left and the right could reach an agreement saying, let's do these 2 things because this will help us attain both objectives. And this conceptually is viable. We could do experiments to see how it could be done best, but we have a long path forward. So, for example, we have increased the number of years of schooling, but we haven't made much progress with early childhood development. I look for statistics in terms of time use in Colombia, and I was really taken aback. I don't know if you would have been surprised, but how much effective attention is devoted by parents to their children under the age of 5 per day? I don't know. Does anyone care to guess? 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Do you think that the intellectual development of a human being can be obtained with 40 minutes per day of attention? Just imagine, we're wasting the intellectual capacity of children because they don't receive any stimulation. They receive no attention except during those 40 minutes a day. Now, does this apply only to nurseries or to preschool? No, because in Colombia, only 1 out of 14 children go to a nursery or to early childhood education. So in Colombia, there's a great program called From Zero to Always, De Cero a Siempre. Now, they are doing things better, but they don't know how these things should be done properly. These are things that can be improved upon tremendously. Now, financial inclusion. Now, we have also made major strides in terms of financial education, literacy, but we still have a long way to go. For example, here I'm looking at data. In digital payments in Latin America, 58% of adults do virtual payment. That's important. But how many apply for a loan? 1 out of every 10 people. Now, companies with microcredits, 6%. And we know that these things provide a tremendous benefit. Now we have different fintechs, we have Mercado Pago, et cetera, and these are things that have been super effective. So this would have to be a priority, and a priority that we can all agree upon, left and right. And then the final point, and I'll be brief, competition policy. Latin America doesn't do well in comparative statistics. So much so that the World Bank stopped publishing Doing Business. Latin America always made a very poor showing in that publication. But the question is, why is Latin America doing so poorly with competition? And there are effects on distribution and effects on equity. So the problems of competition have to do with food, with construction materials, transportation, things that affect almost everyone. And the studies that I found say that the effects would be tremendous in terms of distribution of income and equity. So why in Latin America are we doing so poorly? And in part, it's because of what Enrique covered in his talk. It was fascinating that this coincides with what the data says about the structure of firms in Latin America. In Latin America, there is a lack of intermediate firms. There are a lot of very small businesses, and then there are some very large firms. Of course, it's a matter of competition. So what competition are these little companies to those great big companies? So there are regulatory environments. Here you can think that Chile may be the exception, but regulations are usually weak. They have no budget. The regulatory bodies have no budget, so they're weak. So how can we do that? How can we deal that? And with that, I think that I answered your question.
Problemas también.
Yes, many challenges and also suggestions for the future. So we have a productivity day in 2026 where we're going to be looking at these 25 factors. So we're going to look at, again, productivity and competition. Again, with equity is something that needs to be addressed. Santiago. Well, good afternoon, and let me just start. I just wanted to say I'm so sorry I was not able to be there with you, and sorry, just a mix-up in my agenda. But let me start off with some warm words of greeting for Guillermo, for also Eric and Juan Jose, and a recognition of all of those who have been involved in building these networks from the very beginning. Rita Funaro comes to mind, John, Maria Elena Melaseca, so many that provided that support from the very beginning for the network. And it's also special, I'd like to acknowledge, in particular, Elizabeth Betancourt, Ricardo's boss, Guillermo's boss. It was my boss throughout the entire time that I was there. She really was a cornerstone in building these networks. So again, I'd like to recognize everyone within that network. What keeps me up at night? I'm concerned, and I really don't like the direction that the whole economics area in the last 20, actually 30 years, we continue to respond more precisely, but to smaller and smaller areas, and areas that are sometimes irrelevant. And I'm concerned that this revolution of the RCTs, and I understand the value that they offer, and I was there when we began with Progresa, but this whole evolution of RCTs concerns me greatly, because we see that we're with economists that have a more and more narrow view of things. They're wonderful at econometrics, but they answer questions that are at a much more narrow scale. And what's going on, in my opinion, is that economic development policies have become what we could term the flavor of the day, since there really isn't a vision of a joint aggregate of results. So if it's Monday, we're focused on education. It's Tuesday, let's look at strengthening infrastructure. Then Wednesday is microcredits, entrepreneurship. Then Thursday, investment in Latin America. Friday, digital economy, and then we rest on Sunday. So how can we help countries when we, the economists, haven't successfully articulated a more overarching vision? We're losing sight of all of this, and we lose our way with methodological tools that are welcome, but they have also narrowed our view and have kept us from the possibility of helping governments to come up with a more holistic perspective of development and prioritizing what really matters. And over the last 30 years, RES has a very, very important mission that I think the academia is not going to supplement or make up for. And RES is right in the middle, which on the one hand, we need to have academic rigor, but the understanding of coming up with public policy questions with the academic sector does not provide a systematic answer. My suggestion, my reflection for Eric, Maria Ibanez, is to, as we project forward, I think the need is even more urgent to address some of the questions that Eduardo raised. We need to raise these key overarching questions, whether it's the equity and efficiency trade-offs, and again, look at how we can help individual countries prioritize public policies. How can we help governments to invest their scarce political capital in things that really matter, and not what just each person wants to launch with regard to the administrative, with their own narrow and unique priorities. And I know that this is something I felt that we see this replicated at the bank, where you have various agencies with their own agenda. RES is the only space at the bank where we can offer a more holistic development perspective. I remember Ricardo was launching some very valuable encounters with countries. I remember when I joined the bank, that tradition had already been lost, and we need to rediscover it. And RES, without losing academic rigor, it has a challenge to help the region. And excuse me for saying that, but they need to, again, find their way in that journey of development. And we need to get out of this mindset of the economic flavor of the day, where we might publish a fantastic paper in a journal, and my colleagues will applaud me because we have the regression discontinuity included. But we need to go way beyond that. That's what keeps me up at night. I think here we have a daunting challenge, and RES, again, has a huge challenge. And if we could move in that direction, I think it would be very good. And please excuse me for not being here with you today. But again, I would like to just give my personal greetings and warm affection to all of you. Well, we're finishing this round with Eric. We've heard all of the nightmares and concerns. So how do we process all of these key issues and challenges? This almost looks like a test for the current chief economist. I'm taking down all of the comments raised by my colleagues. Let me respond. Now, the question, what keeps me up at night? Well, this conference has kept me up at night for the last few days. But all kidding aside, I'd like to thank all of the chief economists from the past who are with us today. And I think this is essential, and this gets back to what keeps me awake at night in terms of building institutions. This reflects a well-constructed institution. This is a reflection that each one of us, with our own unique visions, perspectives, agenda, style, with maybe an agenda that is very specific, we've constructed a sound and solid edifice that is poised to more clearly view the future. That's why the title of this event is our projection to the next 30 years. We need to think long-term. We need to think about the value added that RES provides for the bank, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And today, and I said that during the opening remarks when we started the conference, we have the maximum academic rigor in the history of RES over the last 30 years. For the first time, we've gone through a couple of years where we've published in the top 5 journals. That never happened before, and it's going on now. But that doesn't mean that we are not without influence in public policies, and I shared some examples. All of the initiatives, all of the challenges which were mentioned by Eduardo, they're all being considered one way or another. And RES is Switzerland. It's a bridge. And now we are involved in a couple of initiatives that have a great deal of impact and that bring together not just the various departments within the IDB, but also we're bringing together a bit IDB Lab and IDB Invest. A key initiative is GD Lab, Gender and Diversity Lab. So the gender gap in Latin America and the Caribbean is shameful, and that's one of the things that keeps me up at night. That's why we've carried out a major and constant effort to reduce that gap with knowledge as well as public policy discussion. So this really, we have a lot of research, but just to give you, just looking at one of the results of one of our publications, looking at, for example, it was a study on gender discrimination in the credit market, and we, in our research, found that there was, in effect, discrimination, gender discrimination. What is not provided in terms of loans, it totals $12 billion, assuming that the risk levels are the same between men and women. They're exactly the same, except that one is deprived of $12 billion in potential loans and credits. Then you have the FILAC, which is a financial inclusion initiative that brings together the IDB Lab, and we have the institutions meet and to review these diagnoses as well as gaps and provide recommendations. That way everyone participates and we avoid the silos that sometimes we encounter. So what I've been thinking about recently, and this is something else that keeps me up at night, is the short-term perspective of our public policies. It's become so dramatic that it's impacted on our country's democracies. It's impacted our country's economies. That's why we need to think about how we can salvage our economies and our democracies at the same time. Eduardo said, we know what needs to be done, and we know it at various levels. Looking at, for example, pensions, we have experts here on the pension question who have conveyed one message after another to governments, and yet it's become a political competition issue. We see an increase in the savings rates by 3%. Somebody else says, no, 4%. And we don't reach a consensus. And how many countries have we seen discussions on pension reform without arriving at a consensus? That's one example. Fiscal reforms is another. Either we don't do them or we do them every year. Well, in Colombia, every year and a half, we see tax reforms, education, and health reforms. So finally, we ask, how can we propose such diverse solutions? And in an op-ed from Project Syndicate, there was an idea mentioned, and the idea was to create long-term institutions for structural issues. And somebody said, well, don't be naive, Eric. How are you going to strip the politicians of their power to think about these structural challenges? Well, there's several examples. We've seen it. The central banks come to mind. They've done it to a certain extent. And the implementation of fiscal rules that was raised this morning. So we do have that possibility of thinking in long term and avoid those short-term political administrations. We're building an airport on the other end of the metropolitan area instead of thinking about the long-term repercussions, as was already raised in some of these discussions. So the technocrats are going to have their space outside of the politicking. Well, when he talks about the relevance of the technical staff, we have a duty to continue pressing our technical discussions and rhetoric with the understanding that we know what society needs and policies, and we cannot cave in on that. One of the most specific examples is the independence of central banks. Every year, every time, well, they are always subject to the possibility of losing their independent status. How much time do we have? As much time as you want. All right, let's continue with the last round of discussion. And I just ask, please respond to what you consider to be the real priorities, because I know Professor Carlos had a couple more points to raise, but I wanted to ask you, in your positions as researchers, what can we do when we have hear bad news, or when research produces findings that are not very popular or that raise concerns for the policymakers? I was talking to Alejandro about public expenditures, efficiency in public expenditures during the JJ's period. Jose Juan, maybe you can give us some examples as to how RES has responded in these difficult periods when you have findings that are different than what had been expected. All right, let's look at before and after RES. This was an initiative by Enrique Iglesias and Nancy Birdsong. According to Nancy, the IDB had to have that research capability. I left 24 years ago, left RES. When I was there, I thought, if we were able to fix the macro aspects, then Latin America would take care of itself. So we focused more on the macro level. We thought that the macro level had to do not just what do I do in this current economic situation. We believed that it was volatile, unstable. We looked at why we're unstable and volatile. because fiscal policy, instead of stabilizing, it's a destabilizing factor. So Ernesto talked about pro-cyclicality of fiscal policies and instability. Why pro-cyclical? Because we can't do anything else? Is that why? Or are institutions geared to function that way? We did studies about budgetary institutions, and I think we had a huge impact on the region. We presented the topic for discussion on the table, on budget, and we had issues, and we talked with Ernesto Holstein and Ruben Holmes when he was here, Eduardo Fernandez Arias. So we said, well, it's not attributed to this or that factor. So the part of it is fiscal policy, part of it is finance. Why are you spending during good times? Well, you can ask for loans during good times. During bad times, you can't. Well, why don't they loan you assets or money in bad times? Because our banks can face challenges. So we discussed with Aliana banking crises. Today, international finances are more complicated. So we looked at currency mismatches, for example, in debt denominations. The original sin was creating these sudden stops, and maybe they wouldn't be there because the debt would be in national currency. We'd bypass all of these exchange challenges. So at that time, the idea was if we address the macro issues, then the world would take care of itself. And then I was convinced that I left thinking, well, if we fix the macro issues, the governments won't take care of themselves. So we think there's been huge progress. Now, Latin America's economy is smaller as a percentage of the world economy than it was before. And I think the lessons of the institution can be highly useful. The first point, we need to understand that the objective of these types of institutions is addressing public policy priorities. Public policies are the key target. And public policies to the economy or political sciences is what engineering is to physics and what medicine is to biology. So the developments in biology are wonderful for medicine, but you're not going to be treated by a biologist if you have a disease. Not because the biologist is less or more intelligent, but they have different knowledge areas. So it's great that we see all these advances in biology. They're great for medicine, but public policies is medicine. We're not looking at the nature of the world, it's how we do things in the world. The second point, the only way that we're going to be able to train physicians is at university hospitals. You cannot train physicians in classrooms. The only way to train physicians is by having them treat real-life patients. And here at the IDB, we're working with our patients who are the governments, real governments. That's the second point to emphasize. We also need to see ourselves as a university hospital. That university hospital has basically three functions. The first function is that it needs to treat patients. Patients arrive at the hospital, you treat them, and just as with any relationship with a patient, the doctor will say you do A, B, and C, and the patient may not pay attention. But you might be able to convince patients to follow your prescription and advice. Maybe you need a little bedside manner. So the first priority is to treat patients. The second priority, as you treat patients, you're training physicians. Each organization does two things. They do things and they learn how to do other things. When I see the entire professional career of those that entered into this in the res, there's a training role because, like physicians, you're in the hospital, you're treating patients, and you're learning how to pinpoint and address patients' problems. Then you have basic education. The objective of the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute or the Kettering Institute is not to treat or to cure patients of cancer. It's changed the way the world treats cancer because you're going to find solutions, frameworks, conceptual frameworks, intervention strategies that will have their own specific components. So I think it's important that we maintain within these functions. There's a fourth one that I wanted to also add. You need to develop technologies. When you teach macroeconomics, we have Guillermo here, you can teach macroeconomics where you say, this is the model, these are the comparative studies of the model. Now, what if I move this curve? What happens if I move this other curve? What about its impact on the balance outlook? In real life, nobody's going to tell you what the model is. You say, okay, I have this data, this is what's happening, what do I need to do? And you, on the basis of observations, you have to determine what is actually going on. We need to learn this diagnostic process. We need to provide diagnosis relating to macroeconomic stability, growth, the nature of the inflation that we observe, the strategies that need to be followed. So that skill, that capacity needs to be reinforced. And if I see the world from the perspective of RES, I would say you have all of the governments, all of the patients from Latin America at the national, state, municipal levels. You have them all. And secondly, you need, to a certain extent, find ways to get into a close conversation by doing deep dives with the governments. Each deep dive will teach you things that you wouldn't learn otherwise. If you are just focused on the conceptual framework, you're not going to reach them. So it's important that every time we address or resolve a specific problem, we need to see, just as when you're conducting a diagnosis, that should become a diagnostic tool. So from that perspective, I think the future of RES and with the Growth Lab, it's a way of creating a way to making medicine independent of biology or engineering independent from physics, not because we're better, we're just trying to respond to a different side of this challenge. I'd like to thank everyone who worked with me, and I'm not going to go down the list mentioning. I'm just going to talk about the economic geniuses and recognize them. Ernesto, I don't know if Eduardo Fernandez is here, and those who aren't here, and the entire support team. Santiago, Eduardo talked about Norelis, Norita, Mariela, everyone who helped create something out of nothing. And now after 30 years, we have it. And it just fills me with an enormous sense of satisfaction. All right, JJ, what's the future of RES? And what about the whole issue with Switzerland? Well, again, as we discussed, what needs to be done to more effectively communicate these studies? I think there's two words that sum it up. In other words, credibility and reputation. RES would not be able to continue to carry out the agenda that we talked about here without the credibility and the capability of showing with data and stories that, again, will dispel any just stories. So what I do at the Elcano Institute and what Eduardo does is we create a methodology where with data, we are able to clarify so many of the issues in the international discussions. I think data clarifies everything. The second story is that when the data really puts an end to doubts, then we have to be ready to continue with our sacrifice. We must continue to publish this data. There's no way around it. The politics of research are generated earlier. Once selecting topics, once you've conducted research that is based on the most accurate data, reflecting the best models, then results can never interfere in effective communication. And I think that's what gives us credibility. And when you have credibility, then people will come to you and see you as a real repository of policies. So what do I think would be great if this vision of RES can help even further, to help more of what Guillermo, Santiago, Eric, Eduardo have commented regarding the future of Latin America. In my opinion, the best playbook and the most useful playbook has to do with, I think, a discussion of what hasn't worked. More than what's worked and the accompanying analyses, I think we need to write a book about what hasn't worked. I think that would shed greater light on the discussion and would help us define real priorities, because this would help us and spare us from a lot of lost political capital, wasted resources. We can do a lot, but as Eric said, we have to have the president of the IDB, head of IDB Lab, IDB Invest. They need to come together to carry that forward. So what hasn't worked is very important. We need to explain why it hasn't worked. Why do we think this will not work? If we did this kind of experiment, then I think a lot of the bad news or sharing bad news, I think would be, these kinds of responses would be much more useful. And just to get back to what Ricardo was saying about the future, this is a major training space and center, not providing training for economists. This is a space where people who are very interested and have credibility are trained about what can happen and what is happening in the region. And I think that's a huge value added. And that's not just reflective of the chief economists. It includes all of the team members. I'm looking at some, I'm hoping we have Andy. Is Andy here? I hadn't seen you. People who truly have made meaningful contributions, Eduardo, Cavallo, people who are just extraordinary, who have done a great deal to support this organization, have created that esprit de corps, those corporate values. And I think RES is a wonderful trademark.
It happened last time, so now I give you the chance. Okay. If we keep talking, we'll all get inspired again and we'll rediscover and remember what this is and what this was that we call the IDB. I had the opportunity to get to know the IDB before Iglesias, before our friend Hausman here. I, in some way, are the heir. What was left for me here was beautiful. And I also want to thank Santiago Levy for this. We've been colleagues here, but he left when Iglesias wanted to make him or promote him. He said, look, this is the dilemma I have. Santiago has important things to do. He has to go. And you? And he used a very informal way of addressing me that we use in the south of South America. And it was a surprise for me because I had been consulting for the IDB before Iglesias joined and before you did. Before you started modeling all of this in such an effective and fascinating way. So that's also a nice example to think about for a historian, perhaps, to think about and put it into words, because in some way, wittingly or unwittingly, you put an imprint on this. You gave it a certain identity that it didn't have before. It wasn't really considered a serious place before. It didn't have full discipline. It wasn't fully disciplined before. Now, I think we have some of our heroes, our founding heroes here. It's nice to know the history of your country, where you were born or where you're doing research. So this is similar because it inspires you and you see what is here next to you. I was just preparing some remarks to say, but when you say very specific things about people that you've been working with, in some way, you might be taking that attention away from someone else. You might be displacing someone else from the limelight. So I'd rather leave it in general terms. Also, another thing that's important, it's not easy to work here if you want to be thinking, and I'm not trying to offend anyone. It's not easy because there are policies, as Millet has explained to us so clearly and so many times. So it's very interesting to see how this model was managed. And I was fortunate enough, first I had known Enrique Iglesias for several years before this happened, and we got along great. But Iglesias is excellent at diplomacy. There were some friends that you mentioned. I will not mention them by name, and at some point I said this person has to be kicked out, and this comment was published in a newspaper, La Nación, but I survived. I got through it. But Iglesias had that human quality about him where he could find something good always. And I think something that's very important has been done here. And you could make the mistake of thinking, well, we're not as powerful as the IMF. I feel that what's been done here at certain times was above and beyond in terms of analysis compared to what the IMF was doing. I think it'd be good to talk about this because we were discussing how you need to carry yourself in these institutions. And I think an important legacy for those who will come and replace us, for the next generation, is to leave them with a feeling of pride to be here. And that's really important. And we have to help them know about that time when Hausman and Enrique were here. It was really a remarkable time. Well, this is what I wrote here. So it's very interesting because today Enrique Mendoza presented a model that I wasn't familiar with. I've been learning about it today, and I'm sure we'll keep discussing it. But this model has some features of a model that I have to explain that chart that shows how the velocity of the circulation of money has dropped so quickly. And I think that is science moving forward. We all see our own side of it, and then we start to find parallels, and that was done here. It was done by Enrique with his presentation as well. So thank you very much. This is, for me, my second home. So I want to just say once again, thank you. Well, thank you. Okay, Eduardo. Well, so much has been said. I'll try not to repeat anything that's been said. I'll try to mention something that perhaps hasn't been emphasized enough. Red developed some mechanisms intended to create communities of practice. And sometimes we forget that these are our babies, that this came from us, but that's a good thing. The impact of RES and the Red de Centros, the network of centers in particular, is fantastic because it is the idea that the institution has this very high standard and it can call all of these people into a community where they can continue to feed from what is being done in other countries, and that can rarely happen unless there's an external agent that succeeds in creating this magic. So that is a wonderful thing, the network of centers and the effect. And I really have to thank Ricardo for this. Of course, he was the boss, but also his boss, who was Norelis, as he himself said. She is the person who really set this in motion, and it's still around, and it continues to be just as successful, which is incredible. And another thing that sometimes we forget, and that is extremely important, is this effect where we are forming human teams or human cadres, and this doesn't have anything to do with RES anymore, but they continue moving forward. They have the ability to discuss topics because let's not kid ourselves, books and papers, they don't reach many people, only people like us, and then those who are more technical in their inclination, but have the ability to talk to ministers or to others, and they can perhaps understand it. But papers do not influence public policy directly. We'd have to be dreaming to believe that. They have their influence through other channels, through communicators, through people who write in the press, through someone like Mauricio Cárdenas or someone else. Those are the channels for that influence because they are the ones who convey that information. And where do those people train? Well, this institution has trained hundreds of those people, and this is a part of them. This is something they carry with them in their hearts and their souls. And I was talking about this with Alejandro Mejia the other day. He worked with you. He worked with you on some papers when Guillermo was in charge, and you look at him when he does his thing and you think, this guy has he bears the stamp. You can recognize it. It's just a different way of doing things. So these are not immediate channels. It's not an immediate negotiation with the government and they'll say, oh, we did this because of the paper. No. So it's very important to highlight this. And what's also amazing is that RES built these things and has more and more of them. But 30 years later, those things are around. We have the network of centers, the right of economists. I think it's still in operation. So all those things that were created in order to generate these indirect effects are still there, sound and solid. Yes, that is the institutionality of rest. 30 years, not bad. Santiago, final words. Well, I'd like to start with an anecdote. Ricardo may not remember, but at the end of the 90s, Ricardo came to Mexico. I invited him to dinner at my house. And while we talked, he told me about RES and what he had been doing for 5 years and told me that he was thinking about going to Harvard. So I came to Washington to talk to Iglesias. I met Eduardo and Norelis. And then President Fox insisted that I should stay. But I think it was a good thing for us because Guillermo arrived. And a lot was achieved in terms of macro issues. It has to do with what Guillermo did and Ricardo, Alex Izquierdo, Ernesto Talvi, and Liliana. A lot was achieved by them. 5 years later, fortune smiled upon me again. I was offered the opportunity. I said yes again and again. Eduardo and Norelis were there. And I was blessed. And what happened then? Well, as Ricardo was saying, macro in Latin America, if we look at the period between 2000 and COVID, with certain exceptions, of course, it looks much better. That's not where the problem lies. The problem is in the fact that in terms of microeconomics, we did not fully understand. And I'll echo something that Jose Juan said. If we want RES to have a more powerful voice in the future, we need to gain more credibility and more trust. And this will not be because of loans provided by IDB, but because of how responsible and serious we are. And for that, we need some insight and self-criticism, which we didn't do regarding micro issues. And that's why we're lost in what I call the flavor of the day development economics, where there's a more or less broad consensus regarding the outcomes of RES research in macro, but not in micro. I think we did not fully understand the link between the social dynamics and the pure design of economic policies. We underestimated that, and that has generated a political dynamic that makes it harder and harder to design public policy. But if we look forward to the next 30 years, and here I agree fully with Jose Juan, if we want to have greater influence, we need to build trust, credibility, and the ability to have the ear of these policymakers more so than we do now. More like what we had before, and we need to recover it. So we have to go through an exercise where we identify and recognize what we did wrong, the mistakes we made. We have a lot to feel satisfied for, so it's right to celebrate our 30th anniversary, but then we need to do some self-analysis as well. What happened with these social dynamics that we were not able to capture in our analysis and our plans, so that our voice can be more accurate. And this is a huge mandate for Eric and for our colleague Ibanez, where we have to stop working in silos and have a more holistic approach, which is what I said earlier, which is where I feel that we haven't been strong enough. So that's it for me. You will now celebrate. I'll be with you in spirit, and I'm very grateful for your friendship and for everything I've learned from all of you. Thank you very much, Santiago. Any closing comments? Your original question was how do we communicate better? How do we convey messages better? And I'll answer with an anecdote. I went to the gym once and I thought, okay, I will do a new exercise. I started doing this exercise and someone from the gym came to me and said, "You're doing great, but it's the other way around. You're doing it backwards." So at the end of the day, this is related to the idea of independence and responsibility. That is to say, we need to have the independence to allow us to say things, to do research, to come up with complex ideas, but we have to do it responsibly. We have to say to that country who is a friend of ours, you have to exercise, you can't drink too much alcohol. And that's what the chief economist is for, and that's what RES is for, to support all of our economies. We can't always say yes. We can't say that the policies they're implementing are all good. We have to give recommendations that are real. So one of the priorities we've had in these last 5 years has been to communicate better. We need to continue to make a big effort because our economists are well prepared in terms of their knowledge, their papers, their research, but less so in how to communicate and how to disseminate these ideas. And I agree with Eduardo when he says the paper will not be read by the Minister of the Economy, except for Mauricio and Andres, who I'm sure did read the papers when they were ministers. But that's not what usually happens. And I always say to my economists, your ideas are great, but this will not have an impact unless it is read by the policymakers, unless we can get the ideas to them. That's why it is imperative today for them to communicate better through blogs. We're very active with blogs. We're very active with a new publication called Research Insights. It's a 3-page summary of a research question. So we are in that process of learning to communicate better. But as Ricardo was saying, also, it's extremely important to have that trust that allows us to talk directly to the authorities so we can say, this is what we can offer, this is our diagnosis. And one thing we haven't discussed here in terms of independence for knowledge and the production of knowledge, and it's that, and I didn't know this when I arrived, we have a pretty unprecedented responsibility, which is to review macroeconomic safeguards. And that is a huge responsibility that requires independence and a pretty solid institutional support, because nobody likes to be told no. Nobody wants to look bad in the picture. So that independence needs to be exercised with responsibility. You have to be able to explain why you made such a decision, but you also have to be a friend that says, this is the road you need to take and not this other road. And just to conclude, I take note of all these ideas I've heard that are very useful as we look at our future. So I want to thank all of you for being here for this discussion. It's an honor to be with you, to have built RES up after you. So we are very grateful for your presence here. Thank you very much.
My native English, but I'd say we've heard a lot of different metaphors about what RES is. We've heard about the university hospital. Many Switzerland, you mentioned. But I think it's a lot of different things, and I think that's what's so valuable about what we've heard today. And I thank all of you for your service to this institution. In 30 years, I hope we have another lady on the other side of the podium. But I thank you all for all the work that you've done and the important insights that you provided. And thank you to the audience for sticking with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great conversation, to all our panelists, to all the people that were here in the audience. With this, we conclude the final session of the first day of this 30 years of research anniversary conference at the IDB. We hope to see you tomorrow again. We have the second day tomorrow, and we hope to see you again. Bye-bye. For those at the IDB headquarters, I mean everybody that is here in the audience, there is a cocktail. We invite you all to join us for this cocktail. This cocktail is on the second floor of the main building. Thank you very much.